Class Theory and History. Capitalism and Communism in the USSR. Stephen A. Resnick and Richard D. Wolff. Introduction. This book offers a new interpretation of the USSR's birth, evolution, and death. We rely on the available literature in important ways. However, the surplus theory of class we find in Marx and used to analyze Soviet history differs sharply from the theories used by both its defenders and its critics. Thus, our focus on the multiple class structures that interacted across Soviet history enables us to extract and construct an argument not found in the available literature. That argument develops two especially controversial points: 1. That a particular kind of capitalist class structure comprised the actual class content of Soviet socialism, and 2. That communism occurred only in very limited, subordinated realms of the Soviet economy and took the form of a communist kind of class structure. Our stress on class builds on earlier work, Resnick and Wolff 1986, 1987. Therefore, below, we only summarize the distinctive surplus concept of class that we deploy throughout. Applying our class analysis to communism, to a state form of capitalism, and to Soviet history continues the effort to insert class, in its particular surplus definition, into both popular and scholarly discourses on how societies work and especially on how they ought to be changed. Confrontations between capitalism and socialism/communism, globally as well as in the USSR, were a central part of 20th century history. In highlighting certain class dimensions of the lessons and legacies of those confrontations, we hope thereby to give this century's confrontations a more developed class consciousness. Unlike other studies, this book begins Part 1 with a systematic, new kind of class analysis of what a communist economic system is and how it works. We elaborate a concept of communism, based on Marx, that defines it as a distinct, non-exploitative class structure. Whatever other kinds of communism Marx and others may have gestured toward, for example, classless or need-based, the kind developed on the basis of Marx's class analysis is itself a distinct communist class structure. 1. Our goal in developing the concept of a communist class structure and exploring some of its variant forms is to pose and answer this question: did the USSR ever establish any forms of a communist class structure, and if so, where, when, and what happened to them? Part 2 offers a quite parallel analysis of a capitalist class structure and its variant forms. Among the latter, we single out the private and state forms. We explore the possibilities and implications of social arrangements where state officials, rather than private individuals, appropriate the surpluses generated by laborers in productive enterprises. In distinguishing private from state capitalisms, in terms of how they organized surplus production and distribution, we construct a specification of state capitalism very different from most of those produced and applied to the USSR before. We devote Chapter 4 to clarifying the difference. Our goal in developing a new concept of state capitalism is to pose and answer the question: did the USSR establish a state capitalism, and if so, where, when, and with what consequences for the evolution of Soviet socialism? The two opening sections of the book enable the much larger Part 3 to argue that the USSR never attempted, let alone achieved, communism, not as a class structure and still less as classlessness, on a society-wide basis. Instead, the USSR represented, across its entire history, chiefly a state form of capitalism. The Bolshevik revolutionary state replaced the private form of capitalism that had prevailed in industry to 1917 with a state capitalism. As we shall show, Lenin said as much and also stated his hope to go further toward a non-exploitative class structure variously designated as socialism or communism. Stalin and subsequent leaderships abandoned that hope and rather redefined Soviet state capitalism as socialism. In their conception, socialism was a largely classless society led by a workers' vanguard party that controlled the state. 2. That plus the state's ownership and operation of industry made this society the opposite, and the transcendence, of capitalism. Their socialism was an early step on the road to the more fully developed future they called communism, where work would be based on ability and product distribution on need. Our goal instead is to show that Soviet socialism was not a step to communism but rather a state capitalist class structure. From 1917 through the 1960s, Soviet state capitalism overcame several serious economic crises with remarkable successes. It mobilized its own resources as the world's first claimed and sustained, albeit surrounded, socialism. It built a global support network based on opponents of capitalism everywhere. And its definition of its own state capitalism as socialism, and thus the negation of capitalism, became the standard conception for the 20th century's confrontation between the two great systems for most people on both sides. However, Soviet state capitalism eventually encountered a set of problems that proved insurmountable. As the economic downturn of the 1970s matured into a general social crisis in the 1980s, it spelled collapse. As we shall argue, the USSR had come full circle. Where the 1917 revolution had replaced private with state capitalism, the collapse of the 1980s served to accomplish the reverse shift. In such an oscillation, Russian capitalism displayed swings between private and state forms of capitalism that have likewise characterized capitalism in other countries, including the state capitalisms of the USSR's allies. The class analysis used in crafting this book's arguments derives from the Marxian tradition, but not in the usual way, nor with the usual results. Marxism is now the richest, most developed repository of class-based critiques of capitalism. It became that over the last 100 years, as it spread from Europe to become a globally dispersed accumulation of many theoretical and practical efforts aimed at anti-capitalist class transformations. The Marxian tradition's deepening diversity has made it an indispensable analytic resource. From among its contesting theories, we deploy one, the kind of class analysis we have found most persuasive, to criticize the other theories used by the defenders and critics of the USSR over at least the last 70 years. The key distinction between our kind of class analysis and theirs lies in the different concepts/definitions of class itself. Official Soviet, and most other, conceptions of class define it chiefly in terms of property and raw power. In the property definition, populations are divided into classes according to how much and what kind of property they do or do not own, the rich versus the poor and so on. In the power definition, populations divide into those who give versus those who take orders, the rulers versus the ruled. In short, these class analyses focus on the social distributions of property and raw power. In the classic economic formulation, capitalism represents private property and private market transactions, while socialism and communism represent state property and state-planned distributions. Here, socialism arrives once the state, as the representative of the whole population, has 1. Taken property from its private owners and socialized it, and 2. Abolished private market transactions, and hence the power of private transactors, and substituted state planning, state power, as the mechanism for distributing all resources and products. In contrast, we define class differently. For us, class refers to how society organizes the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus. Stated simply, this definition of class presumes that in all societies, one part of the population interacts with nature to produce a quantity of output. The total quantity of output always exceeds the portion that is returned to this part of the population, the workers, for its consumption and reproduction. This excess is the surplus. A second part of the population immediately receives this surplus from the producers. Finally, a third part of the population obtains distributions of portions of the surplus from the second part. Any society's class structure refers to how it organizes its population in relation to the surplus as 1. Surplus producers, 2. Surplus appropriators, and hence distributors, and or 3. Recipients of distributed shares of the surplus. 3. As Part 1 shows in considerable detail, a communist class structure is then one in which the producers and appropriators are the same people, whereas the class difference of capitalism is precisely that the appropriators are different people from the producers. The appropriators of the surplus exploit its producers, appropriate the latter's surplus product, insofar as and precisely because they are not also producers themselves. Part 2 then shows how a capitalist class structure can take either of two forms. In private capitalism, one or more persons with no official position in the state apparatus function as surplus appropriator/exploiter, whereas in state capitalism, the surplus appropriator/exploiter consists of one or more state officials. The overwhelming preponderance of other analysts of socialism and communism, both advocates and opponents, have defined class in terms of who owns what property and who wields what power. The USSR was thus socialist or communist in economic terms because it abolished private property and the market, private power, replacing them with collective property and state planning. Critics of the USSR have questioned its socialist or communist credentials chiefly on the same two grounds: it had not genuinely or sufficiently abolished private property and markets, and or it had not genuinely or sufficiently empowered the workers to control the state and production. Most analysts on all sides have ignored the social organization of the surplus. A small minority have paid it scant attention as something secondary to and derivative from the key issue of how property and power were distributed. Our analysis, by contrast, foregrounds the social organization of surplus. We therefore investigate how the 1917 revolution changed the production, appropriation, and distribution of the surplus. After determining how property and power distributions were changed, for us the key question remains, how did those changes affect the social organization of surplus? The USSR's actual property and power changes do not render that question irrelevant, nor do they answer it. Changes in the social distribution of property and power, important in themselves, do not determine how the social organization of surplus has changed. As this book shows, the Soviet Revolution's alterations of property and power distributions did not abolish the basic organization of surplus, the way Soviet people were divided into producers and appropriators of surplus and recipients of shares of that surplus distributed to them by the appropriators. The USSR's organization of its industrial surplus, the priority focus of Soviet economic policy throughout its history, remained capitalist. The USSR did change the form of the capitalist class organization from a private to a state capitalism. For example, in place of private boards of directors appropriating the surplus produced by industrial workers, the USSR substituted state officials as the appropriators. The mass of industrial workers, as before 1917, produced a surplus appropriated by others and distributed by the latter to still others. The insights yielded by a definition of class and surplus rather than in property and power terms are what this book seeks to demonstrate. We believe that this definition of class, a central contribution of Marx's work, was largely lost to the Marxian tradition after him. Reviving, developing, and applying it systematically generates the new interpretations of communism's distinctive class structure, of capitalism's oscillations between private and state forms, and of the USSR's rise and fall that this book presents. The histories of Marxism and that of the USSR are deeply intertwined. This is hardly surprising given the Bolsheviks' Marxism and the subsequent leadership's commitments to particular Marxian theories of history, economy, and their own policies. Those Marxian theories defined class in property and power terms. Soviet leaders powerfully and effectively urged just those definitions and theories on others. Remarkably, the critics of Soviet socialism, Marxian and non-Marxian, almost always shared the same definitions and theories, no matter how much the conclusions they reached clashed with those of Soviet supporters. Since we reject their shared property and power definitions of class and deploy instead a surplus definition, our assessment of the capitalism/socialism confrontation and its embodiment in the history of the USSR is different from all of theirs. Thus, this book is unavoidably a critical engagement within Marxism as well as with the received histories of the USSR. Given such objectives, this introduction should clarify what are not included among our goals. We are not historians and this is not, in the main, a work of empirical history. We appreciate and acknowledge the wealth of empirical history available to us from diverse perspectives. For if our reconceptualization stimulates others to undertake close empirical research of Soviet and other histories, we will be gratified, but that research is not the task here. Our purview is further limited by our focus on the USSR's class structures, their interactions with and influences upon the larger Soviet society. Hence we concentrate on internal aspects of Soviet history rather than the external forces that help to shape it. No denigration of the latter's importance is intended. Similarly, we are only tangentially concerned with the qualities and quantities of outputs produced across Soviet history, matters of great importance to other theorists. Our focus is rather on the class dimensions, that is, on the relations among the Soviet people as they produced, appropriated, and participated in the distribution of surpluses. Of course, we are interested in property and power, alongside culture, religion, and many more aspects of Soviet society, but primarily in terms of their relationship to class in its surplus sense. Because class in that sense is missing from other accounts, we foreground it here. The point is to integrate the social organization of surplus into the analytic frameworks used henceforth to grasp the ongoing conflict between capitalism and socialism. 5 We approached the particular history of the USSR as an important chapter in that conflict. Nor are we primarily moralists, as were and are so many on all sides who have analyzed the USSR. Little attention is paid to the moralities entailed, for example, in Tsarist policies before 1917 or in the practices of Nepman and kulak farmers in the 1920s or in the policies of the USSR's Cold War enemies. Likewise, we try to keep the approach analytical rather than moral when considering abandonment in the 1920s of early Bolshevik commitments to socialized housework or the collectivization of agriculture in the 1930s or the privileging of the bureaucracies of state and party. Yet a moral concern does animate the book. The realization that a capitalist class structure survived and thrived in the modern society ostensibly most committed to its abolition touched our sensibilities and fueled our analysis. Provoked by the USSR's failure to overcome capitalism, and aided by important steps a few other Marxists took to begin to explain this failure, We believe that a basic and radical reconceptualization was needed. 6 For present and future social movements aimed at advancing human society beyond capitalism, this book presents some basic lessons, both theoretical and practical, drawn from the Soviet experience. Part 1. Communism. Chapter 1. A General Class Theory. This chapter presents what neither Marx nor Engels ever provided, a systematic, non-deterministic class analysis of communist societies. To be clear, Marx, Engels, and others within and without the Marxian tradition did produce diverse conceptualizations of communism, and they still do. 1 Indeed, the idea of communism as the good life existed for centuries prior to the works of Marx and Engels. Consider, for example, the believers for whom true Christianity arrived only when individuals renounced their worldly property and affirmed the distribution of material wealth to others on the basis of their needs. 2 Closer but still before Marx and Engels, the utopian socialists argued for establishing communal societies ruled by reason and goodwill in contrast to the anarchy and greed they saw in the ruthless capitalism of their day. 3. We hold that all theorizations of communism so far have lacked 2 key qualities. First, no systematically non-determinist, i.e., anti-essentialist, perspective has been applied to define and elaborate a concept of communism. Secondly, no class perspective has been applied where class refers to the social organization of surplus, how it is produced, appropriated, and distributed in a distinctively communist way. Such a non-determinist, class conceptualization of communism was missing not only from theorizations but also from the socialist and communist movements associated with them. In Part 1 of this book, in order to focus on developing the basic class analysis, we treat socialism and communism as roughly synonymous. However, toward the end of Chapter 2 we will show how that class analysis enables and implies a new understanding of the profound differences between socialism and communism and the consequences of those differences. Parts 2 and 3 develop still further the differences between communism and socialism. Among non-Marxist accounts of communism, the absence of class analysis, in its surplus labor definition, is not surprising. However, it is initially puzzling within Marxian conceptualizations since they usually do refer to class. But closer inspection shows that Marxism includes multiple, different notions of class and hence of class analysis. For us, one of the most significant contributions of Marx was conceptualizing class as the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus within society, Resnick and Wolff 1987, ch. 3. Yet this conceptualization has never yet been used to theorize that particular society, communism, that Marxists themselves have preferred. The existing Marxian treatments of communism, as we show below, used exclusively other, different concepts of class, those defined in terms of property and power rather than surplus. Thus they reached conclusions about communism, socialism, and the history of the USSR radically different from the conclusions of this book. We believe that the absences of the surplus labor notion of class and of non-determinist reasoning within most Marxian conceptualizations of socialism and communism have imposed profound costs on the diverse movements favoring them over the last century. Those absences help to thwart the revolutionary potential of the regimes these movements sometimes created, a possible transition from a capitalist to a communist class structure. Those absences contributed, as we show in Part 3 below, to the widespread belief that the Bolshevik Revolution had established either communism or at least a socialist transition to communism. We do not share that belief, since we do not agree with the conceptualizations of class upon which it depends. We reject both the criticisms that find Soviet socialism and communism to have failed and the defenses that affirm that socialism or communism succeeded in the USSR. For us, the communist or socialist alternative to capitalism never prevailed there. In this and the following chapters, we offer a definition and theorization of communism and socialism that differs radically from those prevailing among both their proponents and detractors. This different theory yields a correspondingly different way to interpret events occurring within regimes claiming to have produced socialism or communism. We shall illustrate this difference by focusing on what most have considered to be the preeminent socialist/communist revolution in the 20th century, that which occurred within the USSR. The first section of this chapter presents the basic terms of our theory of communism with some attention to how it differs from other major theories, especially the traditional or classical Marxian view. Despite our rejection of the latter's typically deterministic rendition of capitalism, in which inner economic laws of motion inevitably entailed the revolutionary action of the proletariat, we nonetheless respond to that discourse in a specific way. Our analytical focus on class, conceived as the appropriation and distribution of surplus labor, and our commitment to overdetermination, rather than a determinist approach, comprise our responses to the different analytical approaches that have prevailed within the complex, contested history of Marxism. Resnick and Wolf 1987, ch. 1 and 2. The classical tradition. Before we use our concepts of class and overdetermination to construct a new Marxian view of communism, it will be useful to summarize traditional notions of socialism and communism, especially on the left. Common to most are two characteristics: collectivity and classlessness. Bernstein 1961, Bettelheim 1976b, 1978, Bottomore 1990, Bucharin and Preobrazhensky 1969, Dobb 1966, Engels 1969a, Kautsky 1971, Lenin 1969, Marx and Engels 1978, Muchow 1981, Preobrazhensky 1966, Sweezy and Bettelheim 1971, 1985a, 1985b, Tugan-Baranovsky 1966. Collectivity characterizes a society devoted to fostering its social nature more than its private. For example, socialist/communist societies collectively establish and secure communal rather than private rights of ownership to property, above all to the means of production. They promote conditions of collective intervention in the economy. Collective planning replaces individuals' private market decisions in regard to the distribution of resources, means of production and labor power, and of produced wealth. Culturally, there is the hegemony of a collective over a private, individualistic consciousness in regard to notions of equity, fairness, and the good life for all citizens. Politically, true democracy arrives, meaning that power rests securely in the collective hands of the people. Classlessness, in the traditional view, characterizes a society that has eliminated its class divisions understood in terms of inequalities in the distribution of property and/or of political power. Placing 1. Collective rights of ownership in the hands of those whose work yields the wealth of society and 2. Effective power in the democratic collectivity of citizens removes the ultimate causes, unequal property and power distributions, of class divisions. In the language of classical Marxism, posed most clearly in Engels' socialism, scientific and utopian and Kautsky's class struggle, the essence of a socialist society becomes its achievement of a fully collectivist power both over the means of production, including labor power, and the distribution of wealth. For the classical authors tended either to equate socialism and communism or to see the former as a way station to the latter. In this century, socialism and communism became concepts and labels distinguishing often warring factions among the critics of capitalism, although the basic foci on collectivity and classlessness remain common to all. By contrast, our class analysis changes and therefore differentiates the two terms in a new way. In the traditional view, the socialist/communist revolution, by transforming private to fully social, collective, ownership, eliminates capitalism. Capitalism's privateness, in this view, had become a fetter on human history. While it had developed great new production techniques, socializing masses of people in great factory and office conglomerations, it could not realize their potential to generate wealth. The reason was private ownership and its attendant markets, profit motives, and so forth. To secure their private profits and unequal distributions of wealth, income, and political power, the capitalists systematically blocked the full utilization of the very means/forces of production they had developed. For these classical writers, the socialist/communist revolution thus restores a social harmony, correspondence, between the forces of production, technology, and the relations of production, property distribution. That restoration, a new socialist/communist economy, then determines its superstructure of communist politics and culture. The new economy, having socialized productive property, permits the forces of production to renew their march forward, thereby ushering in an age of plenty. The classical theorists conclude, in direct contrast to Adam Smith's alternative utopian vision, that it is socialism/communism, and not capitalism, that finally will liberate human society from poverty and its social consequences. For Lenin, 1969, this revolution enables as well the withering away, but not yet the complete disappearance, of the state. For although its singular cause, class division, has been eliminated, because the private ownership of the means of production was abolished, bourgeois rights still remain. Lenin meant that in the first stage of post-capitalist society, the distribution of wealth would depend on the labor performed by each worker. Only later could the basis of distribution become individual needs, the definition of a specifically communist society. In the initial post-capitalist first phase of communist society, a fundamental inequality remains in society. Despite radically different individual needs, rewards nonetheless depend on individual labor performed. Since this distribution is not based on needs, it breeds tension and conflict in all societies where it occurs. Managing these creates the need for a transitional state. True communism or the higher phase of communist society awaits, for Lenin, the unfolding of socialism, defined as the lower phase. Socialism's historic role is to enable the pouring forth of vast wealth from the no longer constrained socialized forces of production and to create a new human being finally liberated from the alienation bred by capitalism. Only when the higher phase has been achieved, when the constraints of capitalist poverty and capitalist human nature are finally broken, will there be the elimination of the underlying need, cause, of a state. Only then can Marx's famous aphorism apply and be extended from the economic to include also the political and cultural aspects of social life, from each according to ability, to each according to need. The classical tradition's view of communism has received its challenges over the years. Perhaps the most important, from a leading Marxist theorist at the beginning of this century, was Edward Bernstein's Evolutionary Socialism, 1961. His emphasis shifted from property distribution, the relation of haves to have-nots, to power distribution, the relation of rulers to ruled. The central issue became democracy. 5 Whether or not aware of Bernstein's arguments, many subsequent writers conceived communism to be a society that embodied full equalization of power, i.e., true economic, political, and cultural democracy for its citizens. Power largely displaced property and definitions of class and hence of the difference between capitalism and communism. Although most writers affirmed that collectivity and classlessness defined a communist society, their different interpretations of Marx, Engels, Kautsky, Bernstein, Lenin, and others produced different conceptions of communism/socialism. Some emphasized property distributions while others stressed matters of politics and democracy. These differences often coexisted within the same groups, parties, and individuals, stimulating debates in the growing left movements. Sometimes they erupted into fierce oppositions and played central roles in splits within the movements. For example, most leftists defined communism in terms of more or less collectivized ownership of the rights to the means of production and more or less democracy. To these notions of collectivity, others, for example, Engels 1969a, Kautsky 1971, added the collectively planned, rather than market, distribution of resources and products. For them, removing private ownership of the means of production removed the need for as well as the desirability of private markets as means of distribution. Replacing markets by collective distributions managed by state agencies became a definitive signature of socialism/communism over capitalism. Yet other formulations, for example, Lenin 1969, Sweezy and Bettelheim 1971, moved this discussion in somewhat different directions. For them the key issue was whether effective state power really, and not just formally, lay in the collective hands of workers. Defined as true democracy, that became the criterion of genuine socialism as a transition to communism. In their view, much more important than collective ownership of the means of production and collective mechanisms of distributing output, the essential issue concerned who within the collective possessed effective power, over wealth, the state bureaucracy, workers, cultural life, and so on. Increasingly, across the 20th century, the terms of debate over socialism and communism shifted. While there was a continuing focus on property and production, the emphasis increasingly settled on power and democracy. These became the more fundamental, focal criteria of whether or not a society was socialist/communist. Interestingly, the shift to concern with how power is distributed in society was echoed in non-Marxian accounts of socialism and communism. For example, Nove, 1983, proposes a feasible socialism that prioritizes the distribution of power in society and its consequences. 6 His socialism combines workers' collectivized rights to the means of production with a competitive market economy. The bad sides of markets, business cycles and unequal income distributions, would be offset by state planning and collectivized property ownership. These two kinds of collective interventions represent what is good about socialism. Socialism's bad sides, power concentrated in an omniscient state's planning board, would be swept away by decentralizing power into the individual hands of market-related buyers and sellers. Nove's notion of socialism, the good life, offers Engels' collectivized property ownership, but now tempered by Bernstein's full economic democracy and Smith's competitive markets. Our basic terms. We differ with all these writers from whom we have learned much. Because we understand Marx's social theory, and especially his class analytics, differently, we produce a different notion of socialism and communism. The notion of class we glean from Marx is neither defined as nor derived from unequal distributions of property or power. Such factors, although interactive with any society's class structure, are nonetheless fundamentally different from it. By class we mean, in the first place, a process in society where individuals perform labor above and beyond, surplus to, that which society deems necessary for their reproduction as laborers. Resnick and Wolf 1987, ch. 3. In simplest terms, one part of the population does such necessary and surplus labor and receives back the fruits of the necessary labor for their own reproduction. These laborers deliver the fruits of their surplus labor, the surplus, to another part of the population that then distributes it to still another part. A class analysis in this sense classifies individuals in a society in terms of their relationship to this surplus. It asks who performs the necessary plus surplus labor, how is this socially organized, and how does the organization of the surplus impact the larger society. Secondly, a class analysis asks who first receives the surplus from the laborers, to whom do these receivers then distribute it, for what purposes, and how do these distributions affect the larger society. The analysis is particularly concerned with whether it is the same or different groups of people who respectively perform, appropriate, and/or receive distributions of the surplus. It is likewise interested in exploring the interdependence among these groups and how multiple, different organizations of the surplus may coexist within a society. Finally, after specifying a society's arrangements for producing, appropriating, and distributing surplus, i.e., its class structures, this kind of analysis explores how non-class processes of society, political, cultural, and so on, interact with the class processes in a mutually constitutive way. This concept of class defined in surplus labor terms is very different from the other concepts that have prevailed in discussions of socialism and communism to date. As we noted, in such discussions class has typically meant a grouping of individuals within a community according to the property they own or the power they wield. 7 Our writings have emphasized the theoretical and political consequences that flow from these alternative definitions of class. Resnick and Wolf 1986, 1987. In our judgment, many class analyses have missed completely the unique surplus labor notion of class offered by Marx and thus could not appreciate how alternative systems of surplus labor shape society differently. Too many agendas for social change have excluded the transformation of how surplus labor is produced, appropriated, and distributed. The history of the USSR exemplifies the disastrous consequences of such exclusions for the project of moving beyond capitalism. The second key difference between our approach and those prevailing in the debates over capitalism, socialism, and communism concerns the issue of determinism. As argued elsewhere, we have found persuasive a consistent, if minority, perspective within Marxism, associated especially with Lukács, Gramsci, and Althusser, that rejects determinism. Resnick and Wolf 1987, ch. 2. Thus, one aspect of society is not the ultimate determinant of the others. A superstructure of politics and culture is not reducible to being the effect of an economic base. The goal of social analysis is not to find the key, determinant cause or causes that explain social structures or historical change. By contrast, in our view, most discussions of communism and the USSR have been determinist. We affirm instead the Marxian notion of overdetermination, the proposition that all aspects of society condition and shape one another. Hence it is not possible to reduce society or history to the determinate effect of some one or a subset of its constituent aspects. What theory or explanation does, all it can do or has ever done, is to select and draw attention to some aspects and some relationships of whatever object it scrutinizes. That object's overdetermined complexity and ceaseless change place a comprehensive grasp beyond any theory's reach. All theories and explanations remain partial, open to ceaseless addition, contestation, and change. This is because, to be intelligible, they can focus on only a few aspects. They necessarily leave out most of the other aspects. Thus, our analysis, which is focused on class in terms of surplus labor, is distinguished by not asserting that class is what determined the rise and fall of the USSR. Ours is not a determinist class analysis intended to confront alternative analyses arguing that what determined Soviet history was politics, bureaucracy, technical productivity, or any other essentialized cause. Instead, we produce a class analysis of communism and the USSR to draw attention to aspects that other analyses overlooked and to relationships that they missed. Even those who did use a concept of class in their studies of communism and its relation to the USSR rarely if ever used class defined in surplus terms used here. Dobb 1966, Preobrazhensky 1966, Sweezy and Bettelheim 1971, Bettelheim 1976b, 1978, Muchow 1981, Mandel 1985. For them, Class refers to groups of people who wield unequally and unfairly distributed power and/or property. For the property theorists of class, capitalism disappears and classlessness arrives once productive property is fully socialized. For the power theorists, the same result depends instead on the achievement of a fully egalitarian, democratic distribution of power. Communism and socialism are, then, societies that have abolished or are abolishing power and/or property elites. This chapter offers a surplus labor-based definition of socialism and communism. A communist class structure exists if and when the people who collectively produce a surplus are likewise and identically the people who collectively receive and distribute it. As we shall argue, this is the relevant concept of communism for assessing efforts over the last century to establish communist societies. This concept of communism likewise serves well to demarcate it from the other major social organizations of surplus, capitalist, feudal, slave, and individual self-employment. Finally, this concept of communism is especially well suited to craft a systematic differentiation of socialism from communism and to organize the economic history of the USSR as the interaction of different, coexisting class structures presented in Part 3 below. Our theorization of specifically communist class structures, in terms of surplus labor, will show that they can coexist with a vast range of different political, cultural, and economic arrangements, a vast range of non-class processes. That is, communist class structures interact with the other non-class aspects of the societies in which they exist. They cannot and do not alone determine them. Hence societies with communist class structures may exhibit varying political forms ranging from those that are fully democratic in nature to those that are clearly despotic. They may display property ownerships that range from the fully collective to the very private. They also may exhibit radically different ways of distributing resources and wealth, from full-scale central planning to private markets, including markets in labor power and means of production. Chapter 2 explores these forms in some detail. We refer to property, markets, planning, power, politics, and culture in general as processes that together comprise a communist society's non-class structure. The term communism thus refers to a communist class structure interacting with the non-class structure that comprises its social context. The interaction between the class and non-class structures changes both in a continual process of development. It thus follows that there are countless forms of communism corresponding to all the possible ways in which non-class structures can affect a communist class structure with which they interact. Indeed, it is also possible that the interaction will go further and produce a transition from a communist to a different class structure. The important methodological issues raised by the problem of conceiving of social structures and changes in this way are treated in the appendix to this chapter. We will use this approach to specify what communist and non-communist class structures existed in the USSR and how they interacted and evolved across its history. That will provide the basis for our conclusions, explaining why communism never came to Soviet industry, why its place in Soviet agriculture was so limited, and why Soviet socialism was actually a state form of capitalism. Utopia and communism, a brief digression. Debates about communism have always proceeded in the shadow of a certain utopian sense of the word. Utopia here refers generally to images of societies that are striving to produce or have arrived at a certain fullness and perfection of community. Utopia can be simply the desire for a better way of being, Levitas 1998, or the assumption that there is nothing in man, nature or society that cannot be so ordered as to bring about a more or less permanent state of material plenty, social harmony and individual fulfillment, Kumar 1991, 29. Before and after the Soviet Revolution, communism meant for many a society in which inequality and injustice generally were eradicated, with socialism perhaps a society in transition thereto. Communism often embodied utopian longings for societies that did more than just equally distribute wealth and power. Inequalities of gender, race, and ethnicity would likewise be gone. Even the more elusive cultural forms of inequality and injustice would be eradicated by a communism that made tolerance, nurturance, honesty, artistry, openness, and love the dominant features of interpersonal relations. Many Bolsheviks inside the USSR, as well as sympathizers outside, understood Soviet policies and actions at least partially in utopian terms. Their goal of communism meant quite literally a completely just, democratic, and personally free social order in which every individual achieved full self-realization in the context of a loving community. The formulation that sometimes captured these longings was the equation of communism to classlessness, Resnick and Wolf 1988. While for some, utopian formulations served merely as lofty rationales for narrowly self-interested policies, for others honest utopian longings were central to their commitments to Soviet policies. Of course, Bolsheviks and other radical activists were hardly unique in mixing utopian longings into their practically oriented discussions and projects. Liberals, conservatives, and reactionaries likewise have always had their utopian images of just societies. They too justified their policies, more or less honestly, in terms of moving society closer to their utopian images. 8. We respect the utopian longings within social analyses and programs. Indeed, we share many of those on the left. However, we also differ from them in two ways. First, we wish to add a notion of class conceived as the social process of producing and distributing surplus labor. That notion has largely been missing in the utopian as well as the more practically oriented understandings of communism. 9 Theorizations of utopia rarely include direct, explicit attention to reorganizing the production and distribution of surplus labor in communist rather than other kinds of social arrangements. Instead, they focus on and essentialize one or another non-class process as defining utopia and therefore serving as the goal for utopians. For many, Sir Thomas More's utopia provides the canonical definition. His utopia would banish inequalities by abolishing private property, 1964, 53. It would reorganize labor time to produce abundant wealth, chiefly by making a larger proportion of the population do labor, if you consider how large a part of the population in other countries exists without working, 71. Finally, when wealth is abundant and everything belongs to everybody, 146, wealth can be distributed according to what he and his require and, without money or any kind of compensation, carries off what he seeks, 77. Taken together, the reorganization of property ownership, labor time, and wealth distribution define the utopian economic structure for More. Missing is any notion of how utopia would reorganize the production, appropriation, and distribution of the surplus, not surprising in a book published 350 years before Marx. 10 What remains puzzling, however, is why after Marx's contribution so many utopian theorizations, and particularly those interested in connecting notions of utopia to communism, continue to ignore the social organization of the surplus. 11 Beyond our desire to add class to utopian thought, we differ from most utopian discourses in a second way derived from our commitment to overdetermination. Thus we do not fasten on any one aspect of a communist society, utopian or otherwise, in the belief that achieving it will necessarily or automatically achieve all the other aspects. Thus, achieving a collective ownership of wealth does not guarantee achieving, for example, either a democratic political system or a communist class structure. Likewise, achieving the latter does not guarantee or entail the former. From the standpoint of overdetermination, utopians cannot rely on some socially determinate essence. Change it and all the rest of the utopian and/or communist vision will necessarily fall into place. Utopians have to struggle for all the dimensions of the society they desire. Achieving any subset does not guarantee achieving the rest. On the one hand, our understanding broadens the utopian communist vision by adding a class as surplus labor perspective ignored or missed heretofore. Yet it also detracts, because it recognizes communist forms that could include features far removed from utopian longings. If economic, political, and cultural inequalities and injustices could characterize variant forms of communism, why should left theoreticians and activists struggle for a communist future? Might theoretical and political energies be better spent on reforming rather than overthrowing capitalism? How should we choose between a more equal, more democratic capitalism and a less equal, less democratic communism? We offer no facile answers to these real concerns. For us, communist instead of exploitative class structures comprise a worthy goal in themselves. This is a moral, ethical, and even aesthetic judgment. The same holds for the other, non-class elements of our utopian vision. Both the class and non-class elements of a communist utopia have to be one and sustained since neither guarantees the other. At the same time, their coexistence is much more desirable than either without the other. Our theoretical commitment to overdetermination has still further implications for how we think about the relation of communism and utopia. If each part of society is overdetermined by all the other parts that push and pull it in all manner of directions, that influence it this way and that partly combine to sustain it and partly to disintegrate it, then each part embodies all these diverse, contesting, sustaining yet also undermining determinations. In short, the class and non-class parts of any society and the relation between them are contradictory. Resnick and Wolf 1987, 5-7. The Marxian theory we deploy thus finds contradictions in all societies, not only in capitalism. Communism in all its forms will, we presume, likewise display its distinctive contradictions. We cannot imagine a communism, however utopian, without its contradictions. 12 Even a utopian communism would contain contradictions within and between its class and non-class dimensions. It would change as these contradictions have their effects, including all sorts of struggles over change. The quest for utopian community that has haunted and enticed human societies for millennia has not always been the same quest. Utopias, as mental constructs of living persons, are likewise overdetermined, hence contradictory, and hence always changing. Utopian visions help to change societies just as social changes help to change utopian visions. Their dialectical interplay has always changed them both. Our argument here, then, reacts to recent social changes by yet again altering the meanings and social impacts of communism and utopia. The history of the USSR, like the histories of many other movements with strong utopian components, represents bold experiments to alter fundamentally the way property is owned and controlled, goods are produced and distributed, cultural life is experienced, and power is wielded. We have little quarrel and much agreement with most of the utopian aims. While the USSR in particular did take certain initial steps after 1917 in the direction of some utopian aspects of communism, radically diminishing inequalities of wealth, power, and cultural freedom, it did not, with rare exception, take steps in creating communist class structures. We shall argue that the failure to create communist class structures and the resultant lapse into state capitalist structures instead contributed to the reversal of even those steps toward utopia that were taken initially. The absence of communist class structures helped to undermine, in the Soviet case, the utopian dimensions of the Bolshevik movement and revolution and many of the utopian impulses beneath them. The costs of conceptual blindness toward the organization of surplus labor proved extremely heavy. A concrete communism. Marx's analysis of capitalism in Capital concentrated on the particular kind of capitalism dominant in his day and in the minds of his readers. While acknowledging that other kinds and forms of capitalism could and did exist, he devoted secondary attention to them. We propose likewise to begin our analysis of communism in this chapter by concentrating on the particular kind that strikes us as closest to most readers' notions about the term. However, we will be more interested in the variant forms of communism, tangentially in this chapter and then more systematically in Chapter 2. The communism we begin with thus exhibits two familiar qualities widely associated with communism: a. State-managed distribution of resources and products, as the antithesis of market-allocated resources and wealth, and b. Collectivized as opposed to private ownership of means of production. In other words, such a communism has organized property ownership and the distribution of resources and products in these particular ways. The question for us, then, is to ask how it has organized the production, appropriation, and distribution of its surplus. To answer this question, we turn first to the already developed literature on the basic alternative ways to organize the surplus, Resnick and Wolf 1987, ch. 3. These are the capitalist, feudal, slave, ancient, and communist class structures, the five major kinds of class structure recognized and analyzed in the Marxian tradition. Each class structure is a distinctive combination of a unique fundamental class process, producing and appropriating surplus labor, and its subsumed class process, distributing the appropriated surplus. Of particular importance to Marx and to us, the feudal, slave, and capitalist class structures exhibit exploitation. This is defined as a fundamental class process, by definition entailed by certain class structures, in which the performers of surplus labor are not also the appropriators and distributors of the surplus. Serfs, slaves, and proletarians produce surpluses appropriated and distributed not by themselves but rather by feudal lords, slave masters, and capitalists. By contrast, the ancient class structure, in which an individual produces, appropriates, and distributes his/her own surplus individually, while not exploitative by definition, is also not collective, communal, or communitarian in the way central to Marx's communist project. In each class structure, the appropriator generally distributes the surplus so as to reproduce that class structure. A communist fundamental class process, as we noted earlier, is defined as one in which the same individuals who perform the surplus labor collectively also receive it collectively. As Marx wrote, they, the workers, themselves appropriate this surplus either of the product or of the labor. Marx 1971, 255, Marx's emphasis. A communist subsumed class process is one in which these collective receivers of surplus labor also collectively distribute it. They do so to pay for the performance of non-class processes, political, cultural, and so on, deemed necessary for the existence of the communist fundamental class process. 13 These might include surplus distributions to lawyers, teachers, entertainers, security personnel, and others to provide the specific services that comprise the conditions of a communist class structure. Communist appropriation differs in general from non-communist appropriations in that, 1. The producers are also the appropriators of their surplus, and 2. The appropriation is done collectively, not individually. Thus, in a capitalist class structure, for example, different individuals typically occupy the two fundamental class positions. One group performs the surplus labor while a different group appropriates the surplus. 14 In the class structure of individual self-employment, while the same person is both the producer and receiver of surplus, the appropriation is individual, not collective. It is thereby differentiated from communism, which alone has both collective appropriation and an identity between the collectivities of producers and appropriators. Corporate kinds of capitalism actually entail a kind of collective rather than individual appropriation, notwithstanding the individualism celebrated by most capitalist societies. A collectivity of individuals, namely the corporation's board of directors, appropriates surplus labor. However, this capitalist collectivity is not identical to the collectivity that would appropriate in a communist class structure. It is not the same collectivity as that which produces the surplus labor. That is why, unlike a communist class structure, corporate capitalism represents a form of exploitation. Specifying communist fundamental and subsumed class processes in this way defines a communism without exploitation but with classes and hence with class conflicts. People in such a communism struggle over the size of the communist surplus and over its distribution. Some people secure their livelihoods by being collective producers and appropriators of the surplus, while others live by receiving distributions of it. These two groups of people occupy different communist class positions. In our view, Marx provided the analytical basis for as well as gestured toward this class notion of communism. The specification of such a communist class structure enables the rethinking of Soviet history presented in Part 3. Finally, we develop and explore this notion of communist class structure because it has rarely received the attention in Marxist literature that it deserves. 15 Many of the complexities and diversities of communism have therefore been missed. One group of individuals in a communist class structure labor collectively for a certain number of hours per day producing the basic goods and services that Marx called use values. One portion, X, of these hours, the necessary labor, yields a bundle of use values that is returned to these laborers for their consumption, for the reproduction of their capacity to work. It is necessary in the sense that it comprises the quantity of output laborers require to work. What is necessary depends on the unique history of each time and place. However, the laborers work for additional hours, Y, above and beyond the necessary hours, X. Following Marx, these additional hours worked, Y, comprise their surplus labor. In a communist class structure, the product of this surplus labor, the surplus, is received collectively by these same laborers. It is not received as profits by another group of people as would be the case in a capitalist class structure. The label communist applies to this class structure because it specifies how the surplus labor and its fruits are appropriated, collectively by those who have produced it. Once received by the workers who have produced it, the surplus is distributed to secure whatever non-class processes are deemed necessary to ensure that this collective organization of the surplus, the communist fundamental class process, continues to exist. In other words, this distribution aims to secure those non-class processes of social life, political, cultural, and economic, that induce, inspire, or compel communist laborers to work those extra hours, Y, beyond what is necessary, X, to their reproduction as laborers. 16 This distribution of the received surplus labor warrants the label communist subsumed class process because the workers who produce the surplus labor not only received it collectively, the communist fundamental class process, but also distributed collectively to secure the conditions of existence of this communist class structure. Those who received such distributions were thereby paid and equipped to perform various non-class processes, teaching, policing, politically mobilizing, etc., designed to secure the specifically communist organization of surplus production and appropriation. Such recipients are thus communist subsumed classes. This initial discussion has thus added a conception of the social organization of the surplus to the conventional notion of communism with which we began. That notion understood communism as collectivized, rather than private, property and the means of production and planning, rather than markets, to distribute resources and products. Our edition produces a particular kind of communism characterized by a communist class structure as well as collectivized property and planning. The next step in our argument is to explore the combinations of political, economic, and cultural conditions, non-class processes, that would be needed to generate and sustain such a communism and especially its communist class structure. However, before undertaking that task as the final discussion of this chapter, We offer a digression on the relationship between a communist class structure and two rather opposite criticisms that have long plagued discussions of communism: 1. That only small producing units could ever be organized communistically, and 2. That communism necessarily entails a highly centralized economy. Communist class structures, centralization versus decentralization. Can we conceive the existence of these communist, fundamental and subsumed, class processes in relatively large-sized, technologically advanced, and secular societies, like the United States, or are they viable only in small, technologically simple, kinship-dominated and/or religiously motivated societies? 17 Or, on the other hand, must communist class structures entail highly centralized economies? On a general level, we reject the premises of both of these critical questions. This follows from the notion of overdetermination central to our work. That notion refuses to essentialize any one or a subset of non-class processes that must be present to enable a communist class structure to exist. Hence, a communist class structure does not depend essentially on this or that particular condition, a limited number of participants, their religious fervor, specific spatial conditions, degrees of centralization, and so forth. 18 What matters is only whether and how the totality of non-class processes combine to overdetermine a particular class structure. Not the presence or absence of this or that essential cause, but rather how the presence or absence of any one social condition interacts with all the others in the society. That interaction overdetermines what kinds of class process will exist and survive there. Communism is, then, a feasible alternative for those class structures currently prevalent in United States society. It is not limited to small units, nor does it necessarily entail centralization. To demonstrate these points, we shall consider how different social conditions can yield different kinds of communist class structures. Although communism is defined by an identity between the collectivities of surplus labor producers and appropriators, their geographic locations may differ, depending on the specific social and natural conditions in the society. This means that communist production of surplus can occur in one space while its appropriation happens elsewhere. Part of the complex variation taken on by communist class structures can be attributed to this kind of difference in spatial locations occupied by communist surplus labor producers and appropriators. 19. Such variations reflect a continuum of possibilities. In a decentralized arrangement, surplus production and appropriation occur at the same local production site. In a partially centralized arrangement, surplus labor appropriation is aggregated across particular subsets of producing units, regions, industries, and so forth. In a completely centralized arrangement, appropriation is aggregated across all producing units, irrespective of their location in society. To explore this continuum, we first consider cases in which collective appropriation and production occur within the same producing unit. Then, we consider examples in which appropriation and distribution are aggregated across many units. As we shall see, each of these variations is feasible under differing technological conditions, size of populations, and so forth. Suppose our producing unit refers to a single communist industrial or farming enterprise, an individual household, or a band of hunters. Whichever it is, the fruit of the communist surplus labor performed in that space is also appropriated there by the unit's surplus labor performers who literally come together as a collective to receive it. In some historical cases, this decentralized appropriation entails members of the producing unit meeting at particular intervals to receive as a group the surplus portion of the use values produced by that unit. This surplus is physically gathered so that they may then collectively distribute it to local or distant recipients. In different historical circumstances, it may not be practical or desirable to assemble the collective appropriators and the physical surplus in one place at one time. Because receipt of the surplus is always a social and not merely a physical designation, specific procedures and understandings would then have to be developed, including dissemination of all relevant information, to ensure the social positioning of the producers of the surplus as likewise its collective receivers and subsequent distributors. In such cases, communist workers appropriating and distributing positions would be like those held by members of boards of directors in modern industrial corporations. Even if these workers never physically receive the surplus, they might nonetheless function and be understood to function as the first receivers and distributors of that surplus. The cultural, political, legal, and economic processes would have to be in place to ensure that the workers occupied those communist class positions. In this regard, it is worth recalling that capitalist corporate boards of directors can and do delegate functions to subordinates while the board alone functions as the appropriator and distributor of surplus labor, profits. The communist collective of workers can alone retain their class position as appropriator even while delegating some functions to subordinates, to avoid, say, assembling physical surpluses, etc. The tensions that might arise between appropriators and subordinates in the two different class structures would reflect their differences. One kind of decentralized communist class structure can be found in a growing, if still relatively small, number of family households in the United States. Fred, Resnick, and Wolf 1994, ch. 1. In them, certain household members collectively perform household labor and appropriate its surplus portion. They assemble collectively to distribute the surplus. For example, suppose a family household composed of several members. Collectively, they perform X hours of labor producing a bundle of use values, prepared meals, cleaned rooms and clothes, repaired appliances, doctored family members, and so forth, that are considered necessary for their consumption, i.e., their reproduction as communist household laborers. Collectively they also perform Y hours above and beyond that. The communist class nature of this household depends on the proceeds of this surplus labor being received collectively by the same household members who produced it. 20. These family appropriators then collectively distribute the proceeds received, a communist subsumed class process, to secure the communist class structure within their household. For example, portions are distributed to individuals, within or outside the household, to perform non-class processes needed to sustain household communism, maintaining household accounts, establishing and enforcing the rules of collective behavior there, producing and inculcating doctrines that legitimate or sanctify the collective surplus labor production and appropriation by all family members, paying taxes, etc. This example of decentralized communist appropriation in a family household could occur under varying social conditions. For example, it might coexist with a household technology that is relatively simple in nature, a Christian theology affirming that true Christianity is communal, and a relatively large family membership. These are at least three of the specific conditions described in accounts of 18th and 19th century American communist households within the Shaker, Amana, Harmony, and other like societies, Nordhoff 1970. They may be contrasted with the advanced household technology, feminist theories, and much smaller family units characterizing communist households operating in the United States today, Fred, Resnick, and Wolf 1994. Another example of decentralized communism can be provided by certain independent industrial or farm enterprises. There, collectives of workers would appropriate and distribute their surpluses in enterprises displaying the entire range of possible technologies and sizes. Although communist appropriation and production of the surplus occur in the same producing unit, some enterprises may not assemble all communist appropriators and the physical surplus at one location and time. Hence we may expect subordinate managers to appear within these enterprises as agents under the direction and control of the communist appropriators. They would receive a distributed share of the surplus for performing this management, which has become a condition of existence for this communist class structure. Despite wielding a degree of power over production and also over the surplus within such a decentralized communist class structure, these managers are not surplus appropriators. Power is one thing, appropriation is another. Hence, although communist producers-appropriators rely upon managers, perhaps enabling the latter to exercise some power over the produced surplus products, other social processes, laws, courts, schools, cultural traditions, and so forth, operate within society to secure the communist producers-appropriators as the only collective appropriators in society. Of course, some social circumstances might arise enabling managers to become the actual appropriators and thereby displace the communist producers-appropriators. If this occurred, the identity between producers and appropriators of the surplus would have been broken. In the formal terms of Marxian class analysis, a communist subsumed class of managers would have transformed a communist into a non-communist class structure with themselves in the new non-communist class position of appropriator of surplus labor rendered by others. Instead of receiving a distributed share of the communist surplus from others, such former managers would then appropriate surplus and make distributions from it themselves. Such a transition to a non-communist class structure is found in the history of the collective farms established in the USSR under Stalin. As detailed below in Part 3, their producing members were initially the collective receivers of the surplus they produced there. However, the surplus was not physically delivered to them. Instead, managers were assigned specific tasks in relation to the surpluses, but they were subordinate to the communist, collective farmers who appropriated and distributed the surpluses. Portions of the communist surplus were distributed to the managers themselves as their income and as means for the discharge of their duties. Portions also were distributed to Soviet state officials who secured other conditions of existence for the communist collective farms, and so on. For some time, managers, party, and state officials wielded considerable power over surpluses, but the communist collective retained the functions of appropriation and distribution, a communist class structure. While the collective farmers remained the sole appropriators and distributors of the surplus, they shared power in determining its overall size and the sizes and destinations of its distribution with the managers, party, and state officials. Eventually heavy state intervention displaced collective farm members as appropriators of the collective farm surpluses. Communist class structures gave way to state capitalist class structures as state officials replaced producers as the appropriators of surpluses. The name collective farm was all that remained of the initial communist class structures. We may conclude this discussion of decentralized modes of communist surplus appropriation with an example drawn from the anthropological literature on primitive communism. Consider a band of hunters appropriating and distributing the fruit of their surplus labor at the same location in which it is produced. Unlike most of the previous examples, the technology used is likely to be relatively simple. On the other hand, distributions of the surplus may be every bit as complex as in the other institutional forms. Similar to them, portions may be received by individuals located elsewhere in society, as when shares of the surplus are distributed to a headman located in the village, to village elders, or to still others there, i.e., warriors, priests, healers, traders, and so forth, to sustain activities believed necessary to the success of the hunt. We turn now to a more centralized form of communism where production of surplus labor is local but its appropriation occurs on a more aggregated basis. To illustrate this form of communist appropriation, consider surpluses produced, respectively, in an industrial and a farming enterprise. We may assume that in both enterprises highly skilled workers operate advanced technological processes. The surpluses collectively produced in each enterprise are appropriated by a collective comprising both sets of workers. That collective might appropriate, literally gather, the surplus in a central location different from both the industrial and farming enterprises. This example could be extended to increasingly aggregated communist appropriators across many communist enterprises and beyond them to communist households as well. Once again, subordinate managers might well be needed to organize the class structure so that its communist form prevails, that the producers continue collectively to appropriate and distribute surpluses. It is, of course, quite possible that a society could contain more than one kind of communist fundamental class process. For example, it might display both centralized appropriation across its enterprises, while decentralized appropriation occurs within its households. Similarly, some so-called tribal societies may be characterized by the norm of centralized communal appropriation in most activities save perhaps the particular ones of hunting and household production of manufactures. In the latter, local producers practice local collective appropriation. Nor is there any reason to doubt that cultural and political processes may generate all manner of tensions, conflicts, and changes as members of a communist society determine whether, where, and when centralized versus decentralized appropriation is preferred. This initial, brief discussion of decentralized and centralized kinds of communist class structures already suggests two noteworthy qualities of communism. First, it can display an immense range of variation in and coexistence among its forms, centralized and decentralized, high technology and low technology, large and small producing units, and so forth. Second, communism displays its own particular tensions, contradictions, and changes, for examples, in the mix of decentralized and centralized appropriation, in the delegation of subordinate management tasks, and in the ways non-communist class structures can arise and displace communist class structures. To the variations and internal contradictions mentioned so far, many more will be added as our discussion proceeds. However, the primary focus and space limitations of this book preclude our exploring another whole level of variations and contradictions, those arising when communist class structures coexist socially with non-communist class structures. A comprehensive study of communist class structures would have to include such situations. In addition, any concrete examination of an actual society would have to identify and explore interactions and contradictions among its multiple class structures, as we undertake in Part 3. Culture, Politics, and Economics of Communism. Now that we have outlined some basic class analytics of communist class structures and initially explored a small portion of their range of possible variations, we turn to the cultural, political, and economic contexts needed for such structures to exist. We will assume a modern industrial society with numerous industrial enterprises and households. Centralized communist surplus labor appropriation occurs across its enterprises, while decentralized communist surplus labor appropriation occurs within each of its households. In the enterprise economy, The collectivity of individuals who participate in the communist fundamental class process located within any given industrial enterprise appropriates surplus labor aggregated across all such enterprises. In the household economy, each household's members produce surplus labor collectively, but they also only appropriate their own household surplus. Given this particular combination of communist class structures, we propose to consider some specific non-class processes that would support such a communism. We presume that particular combinations of culture, politics, and economics must be present to overdetermine the existence of this assumed society's particular communist class structure. In other words, we seek to explore what non-class dimensions of such a society would motivate individuals within its enterprises and households to collectively produce surplus labor and to collectively appropriate it. In short, what are the specific non-class conditions of this communist society? Asking what motivates individuals to participate in a communist fundamental class process might seem to invite an obvious answer: they naturally desire to appropriate all that they have produced. Yet, if this were indeed natural, then the existence of non-communist fundamental forms of surplus labor appropriation, capitalism, feudalism, and slavery, would be problematic. For in these forms of appropriation, individuals produce surplus labor for the collective or individual appropriation of others. Giving the fruits of surplus labor to another, with nothing in return, is the precise meaning that Marx attached to those kinds of fundamental class processes that he grouped under the concept of exploitation. 1990, ch. 9. Why might individuals prefer a situation in which they produce surplus labor for others rather than for themselves? One possible answer is that individuals may believe communism to be an evil, perhaps a social arrangement hostile to religiously sanctioned, long-standing traditions. Or they might understand it to be inconsistent with or a danger to their freedom. In such circumstances, there might be a little desire to participate in communism. People might well prefer capitalism, feudalism, or slavery even if they admitted that they would be exploited there. A preference for capitalism might depend significantly on belief in a theory of capitalism that denies that it entails exploitation. Conceptualizing capitalism in terms of an inherent harmony among its parts, each contributing to production and drawing its rewards, incomes, in proportion to that contribution, legitimates capitalism as ultimately fair, equitable, and just. In such a conception, workers in capitalism are not exploited, they give no more than they get. Profits are not a surplus they produce, but rather a reward to the resources and efforts provided to production by capitalists, and so forth. Communism is contrastingly depicted as inherently opposed to human nature. It refuses to recognize individuals' differing capacities and qualities and to provide for correspondingly different rewards. Hence it is unfair, oppressive, and economically inefficient. With communism depicted in this way, a preference for capitalism hardly surprises. A good example of this kind of theorization is found in the United States over recent decades. Even when exploitation, however theorized, is admitted to have existed there, it is relegated to a distant feudal, slave, or even robber baron capitalist past. Even when criticisms are directed against capitalism today, class exploitation is rarely if ever included. Thus communism does not now represent an alternative, non-exploitative social organization offered as part of a solution to U.S. social problems. Exploitation is conceptually invisible even to most of capitalism's current critics. Thus it vanishes as a problem of the United States needing a solution. Absent the issue of exploitation, the concept of communism has all the more easily been dismissed as not only no solution, but as an unrealizable utopian fantasy that, if actually attempted, yields an altogether inferior economic, political, and cultural arrangement exemplified by the USSR. In this context, we can understand what an advocacy of communism in households and enterprises evokes in the United States. It is virtually equivalent to arguing for the introduction of a social cancer that would destroy the fabric of American life. Communist households would erode and then destroy those personal relationships between men and women within patriarchal families that form the bedrock of American society. Communist enterprises pose a parallel danger. By implanting a foreign agent in the economic body, communism would frustrate and then destroy individuals' different abilities to produce and reap wealth. Communism stifles humans' ability to act rationally, it spells economic ruin and irrationality. Advocating its establishment in society is the same as arguing for the underdevelopment of that society, an act that is mad or devious. Even if other societies were understood as exploitative, whereas communism were understood to exclude exploitation, individuals might still prefer one or more of them to communism. They might see the latter and its communal appropriation as impracticable albeit perhaps charming utopian dreams. The best social arrangement realistically possible might be a relatively humane and democratic capitalism against less desirable forms of capitalism and against feudal and slave social formations. A culture can also develop that affirms both that capitalism is undesirable and that communism is unrealizable. This would provide important conditions of existence for a class structure different from both. Individual self-employment, what Marx called the ancient mode of production, Gabriel 1990, might then become the desirable alternative to capitalism and communism. Unlike capitalism, here the producer and appropriator of surplus labor is the same person. Unlike communism, neither production nor appropriation is collective, it is individual. Self-employment can emerge, as it has throughout the history of the United States, for example, as the real or fantasized alternative, typically manifested in workers' desire to leave capitalist employment, open a small business, and thereby work for themselves rather than for others. For communism to exist and survive, all such systems of meaning, such cultures, would have to be displaced in favor of others. 21 Just as capitalism typically requires a culture rendering it as fair and just, and contrasting alternative class structures as evil, inefficient, and/or unrealizably utopian, so too communism would likely require a different culture interpreting it as the good society and attacking alternatives to it for their injustice and lack of freedom. A communist culture would entail non-class processes of producing and disseminating meanings that help to support communist fundamental class processes. Some of these processes would presumably seek to convince individuals laboring in enterprises and households that surplus labor appropriation is as real a part of human existence as are the other social processes that they recognize and take seriously. Fundamental class processes would then become as relevant to them in their lives as are processes of speaking, eating, laboring, loving, thinking, child-rearing, voting, and so forth. In other words, individuals would become conscious not only of non-class but also of class processes, in surplus labor terms, in their daily lives. In a word, they would develop a particular class consciousness. In addition, communist cultural processes would likely affirm values that portray the replacement of capitalist, feudal, and slave appropriation by communal appropriation as the elimination of a kind of social theft in society, exploitation, that breeds misery and despair. The goal would be to have such theft viewed generally as a kind of evil, much as slavery is now so recognized, that distorts and constrains human development in concrete ways. A parallel set of arguments would likely be directed against individual self-employment as, for example, destructive of the collectivity and community solidarity needed to achieve economic efficiency and a democratic politics. Such arguments would also celebrate communal appropriations by those who produce the surpluses as providing a way, a possibility, for a new and more desirable era of human behavior to develop. They would connect economic freedom from exploitation, be it capitalist, feudal, or slave, to the liberation of society from many of the recurrent social miseries that have haunted it. To survive, communist class processes would require that individuals be persuaded that freedom from exploitation is consistent with and a condition for a new system of political and cultural freedoms that permit all individuals to struggle effectively and participate fully in social life. 22. For communist class structures to exist and survive, then, a communist culture would have to emerge hegemonic in place of cultures that had supported non-communist class structures. To take the United States as an example again, individuals would have to be persuaded that relationships between men and women in its traditional households display a form of class exploitation. Fred, Resnick, and Wolf 1994, ch. 1. Such a class-conscious culture would stress how women's provision of surplus labor to husbands constitutes an injustice that damages women and men inside households and in their relationships outside as well. Household exploitation would come to be understood, like physical or psychological abuse, as intolerably distorting the interactions among men, women, and children within their diverse relationships. Likewise, a communist class consciousness would likely require different understandings of enterprises from those now dominant in the United States. Capitalism would be understood as a system whose enterprises annually yield a small group of capitalists trillions of dollars of surplus value, fruits of their workers' surplus labor. The injustice per se of this class structure would be stressed, as would its deleterious social consequences, from extreme inequalities of wealth and income to ostensibly democratic political processes systematically corrupted by those using them to sustain capitalism. Additionally, such a communist culture would likely criticize the enterprises of the self-employed, ancient, class structure as yielding less success and freedom than physical exhaustion and loneliness. Cultural processes that produce such consciousness about class would incline individuals toward the communal appropriation of surplus labor. Communist class structures would then be viewed as indispensable to genuine community and democracy in their broadest terms. They would likewise be associated with systematic improvements in the quality of individuals' lives inside and outside their households. Such a communist culture would also likely motivate those individuals to struggle against the continued existence or re-emergence of non-communist class processes. 23. Individuals who would produce and disseminate these meanings in schools, films, books, songs, and so on, would thereby sustain such a culture. In return, they might receive a distributed share of communist surplus labor as payment for their effort and for the supplies they need to be effective. They would thereby occupy communist subsumed class positions in this society. Without the subsumed class labor of these individuals, performing these non-class cultural processes, the communist surplus labor in households and in enterprises might not be forthcoming, and thus the survival of communist class structures might thereby be jeopardized. Culture is always complex, diverse, and overdetermined by many aspects of a society other than the latter's class structure. Our argument is not that a communist class structure could or would alone determine a culture that was functional to its survival, any more than any other class structure could do that. Cultures always contain incompatible, contradictory meanings and impulses. They interact with multiple, often contesting class structures within a society. We seek only to establish the point that for communist, or indeed any other, class structures to exist and survive, their cultural contexts must provide some of the requisite conditions, however complicated by cultural crosscurrents. Yet even this point needs to be qualified, for beside the cultural, there are also the political and economic conditions of the existence of class structures. Where cultural conditions are minimal or absent, sometimes political and economic conditions can suffice to sustain a class structure, and vice versa. It is never this or that particular condition that is the essential condition, the essential determinant of a class structure. It is rather the particular ensemble of cultural, economic, and political conditions that together determine, or rather, overdetermine, what class structure will exist. Thus, our initial sketch of some likely cultural conditions of existence of communist class structures, now appropriately qualified, leads next to a parallel consideration of some political and economic conditions. Political processes include the creation, application, and adjudication of disputes over rules, laws, and procedures that order individuals' behavior within society. Whereas exploitative class structures partly rest on laws, rules, and procedures that empower collectivities or single individuals with the right to receive the surplus proceeds produced by others, a communist class structure would require a radically different set of rules, laws, and procedures. These would empower the collectivity of individuals who produce the surplus with the sole right to receive it. But legally establishing and enforcing this exclusive right of appropriation is only one of the many sorts of political processes that might secure the existence of a communist class structure. Such laws may range from restricting the ownership of all means of production to the collectivities of communist producers/appropriators of surplus labor to rotational rules circulating individuals between communist fundamental and subsumed class positions. Rules and procedures might range from valuing to distributing the wealth produced by communist class structures in enterprises and/or households. As communist class structures depend on cultural processes to exist and survive, they also depend on such laws, rules, and procedures, on such political processes. However, the dependence of class structures on political processes raises a special problem. The reason for this problem, as we noted earlier, is that many Marxian and non-Marxian social theories essentialize political processes. Particular political processes do not merely take their place along with other social processes in securing the conditions of existence of a particular society. Instead, they take on the privileged causal role of being the essential conditions whose presence must be secured for that society to exist. Thus, we need to stress here that while communist class structures may well be supported by laws mandating collective rather than private property and state planning rather than markets, such laws are not ultimate or necessary conditions of existence for communist class structures. In Chapter 2 we shall consider how private property and markets could, under some conditions, support a communist class structure. Given the prevalence of approaches that essentialize property ownership rules and rules governing markets and planning, we need here to stress that no particular property or power distribution is the absolutely essential precondition for a communist class structure to be in place. Rather, we shall emphasize how particular political processes, especially those essentialized in most other formulations, need not be present to sustain a communist class structure, so long as other conditions are present to do that. We shall also emphasize how political processes that function to support a particular class structure can simultaneously work to undermine it. We begin with collective rather than private ownership of the means of production. Suppose that political processes, in particular, laws written and enforced, effectively give all individuals in a society collective power over property and all or most of the means of production, whether used within its enterprises or households. Hence such collectivized productive assets could not be privately rented, sold, or passed on to heirs. These political processes of property ownership would, especially if combined with communist cultural processes, likely undermine exploitative class structures and provide support instead to communist class structures. For example, once productive workers within capitalist enterprises become collective co-owners of the productive assets used in their enterprise, their willingness to continue to provide surplus labor to the enterprise's board of directors might wane or disappear. If the workers now view themselves as owners and the board as their agents, they could well decide to reduce the surplus labor they perform or replace the board with themselves or perhaps both. Such possibilities and tendencies are ways in which collectivization of ownership and means of production can, although not necessarily, contribute to undermining capitalist class structures and provide conditions of existence for communist. 24 Such collective property laws could also undermine forms of feudalism insofar as serfs no longer separated from ownership might well refuse to perform surplus labor for lords. Within traditional households, for example, women positioned in class terms as serfs may be less apt to deliver feudal surplus labor to their husbands as lords when women become, along with their husbands, existence of a particular society. Instead they take on the privileged causal role of being the essential conditions whose presence must be secured for that society to exist. Thus, we need to stress here that while communist class structures may well be supported by laws mandating collective rather than private property and state planning rather than markets, such laws are not ultimate or necessary conditions of existence for communist class structures. In Chapter 2 we shall consider how private property and markets could, under some conditions, support a communist class structure. Given the prevalence of approaches that essentialize property ownership rules and rules governing markets and planning, we need here to stress that no particular property or power distribution is the absolutely essential precondition for a communist class structure to be in place. Rather, we shall emphasize how particular political processes, especially those essentialized in most other formulations, need not be present to sustain a communist class structure, so long as other conditions are present to do that. We shall also emphasize how political processes that function to support a particular class structure can simultaneously work to undermine it. We begin with collective rather than private ownership of the means of production. Suppose that political processes, in particular, laws written and enforced, effectively give all individuals in a society collective power over property and all or most of the means of production, whether used within its enterprises or households. Hence such collectivized productive assets could not be privately rented, sold, or passed on to heirs. These political processes of property ownership would, especially if combined with communist cultural processes, likely undermine exploitative class structures and provide support instead to communist class structures. For example, once productive workers within capitalist enterprises become collective co-owners of the productive assets used in their enterprise, their willingness to continue to provide surplus labor to the enterprise's board of directors might wane or disappear. If the workers now view themselves as owners and the board as their agents, they could well decide to reduce the surplus labor they perform or replace the board with themselves or perhaps both. Such possibilities and tendencies are ways in which collectivization of ownership and means of production can, although not necessarily, contribute to undermining capitalist class structures and provide conditions of existence for communist. 24 Such collective property laws could also undermine forms of feudalism insofar as serfs no longer separated from ownership might well refuse to perform surplus labor for lords. Within traditional households, for example, women positioned in class terms as serfs may be less apt to deliver feudal surplus labor to their husbands as lords when women become, along with their husbands. Such laws constrain the freedom of individuals. In parallel fashion, feudal serfs and slaves lacked the freedom to sell what they did not own, their own labor power and often other productive property as well. Because particular non-freedoms characterize our example of a communist society as well, it may lose its appeal as an alternative to those who live under capitalism. Certainly, few would wish to recreate in a communist society some of the more onerous conditions of either a feudal or a slave society. After all, transitions from the latter types of societies to capitalism have long been celebrated for ridding human existence of those very unfree conditions. However, capitalist societies have their particular freedoms and unfreedoms too. These opposites are always intertwined, albeit in different ways and combinations in different societies. The communist non-freedoms listed above, The inability to privately own the means of production or to buy and sell commodities including labor power, are political conditions of existence for its communist class processes. Similarly, capitalist non-freedoms, such as the inability of laborers to appropriate the fruits of their own surplus labor or to collectivize productive property without compensation, help to secure the freedom of capitalists to appropriate others' surplus labor. These are some political conditions of the exploitation of some individuals by other individuals. In contrast to this, the inability to alienate property and labor power, via market exchange, in communism helps to undermine the freedom to exploit. The other side of this unfreedom is the freedom from exploitation. Where communism denies the freedom to exploit, capitalism, feudalism, and slavery secure it. By contrast, non-Marxian approaches conceptualize freedom in class-blind ways, that is, they typically theorize freedom without reference to class. For example, they often conceptualize a set of freedoms as essential conditions for the achievement of maximum feasible wealth and happiness of a society's citizens. They determine that only a capitalist society can foster the institutions, specifically private market exchange and private property, capable of producing and maintaining these freedoms and this potential wealth and happiness. Freedom is thus an absolute and functions as an absolute standard of social organization. In contrast, Marx and Engels, 1978, argued that the particular freedoms of capitalism, private enterprise, markets, and so on, help to secure its unfreedoms, exploitation, subjection to business cycles, and so on, and that these unfreedoms had deeply negative effects on the social wealth and happiness of capitalist societies. We might extend those initial insights as follows: each kind of society generates contesting standards, measurements, and comparisons of the wealth, productivity, freedom, and happiness in itself and in such alternative kinds of societies as it can recognize or imagine. For a capitalist class structure to survive, these standards, measurements, and comparisons will usually need to conclude that capitalism is preferable to any feasible alternatives. For a communist class structure to survive, a correspondingly different set of standards, measurements, and comparisons would likely have to be hegemonic. In short, there will have to be particular interactions among political processes establishing freedoms and unfreedoms and cultural processes ascribing particular meanings to them to secure any class structure. It is not this or that political or cultural process that is ever, by itself, a condition of existence of a particular class structure. It is always a matter of how particular combinations of political and cultural, and also, as we shall see below, economic, processes interact to overdetermine a particular class structure. Besides the laws and rules concerned with the collective ownership and non-market distribution of resources and products, political processes favoring the existence of communist class structure must establish and enforce other decision-making procedures. These would determine which individuals shall occupy this particular communism's various class and non-class positions, what shall be the relative magnitudes of necessary and surplus labor, where and when that surplus will be appropriated and distributed, to whom for what purposes, how all such determinations might be altered, and so forth. Let us pursue our example of a concrete communism by examining first the law that might detail communist class behavior within enterprises. It might, for example, direct that only producers of the surplus shall participate in its collective appropriation and distribution that shall occur 4 times a year at schools or community centers located near producers' households. There and then, surplus producers will gather to discuss, debate, and vote in particular ways on how the surplus they have received is to be divided and distributed, to whom in society, and for what purposes. Such political processes, to be effective as intended, require more than the establishment and enforcement of laws. An entire conglomeration of cultural, economic, and other political processes must be in place for such a communist class structure to function in this way. Part of that culture, for example, helps to induce a class consciousness in the society that makes all individuals participate in this kind of appropriating and distributing behavior as a normal, desirable, highly valued aspect of life. In this concrete communism, the culture and politics would overdetermine surplus labor producers to understand themselves and act as citizens endowed with 2 kinds of inalienable rights, to borrow and extend a political idiom from the United States. In addition to their right, and civic obligation, to decide who shall govern them in political office, the producers have the right, and civic obligation, collectively to receive and distribute the surplus they produce. As part of this political cultural apparatus, we also shall assume that information is regularly produced and disseminated to workers regarding the estimated size of the surplus produced and received by them over the previous 3-month interval, as well as a history of previous appropriations and distributions, their results, and so forth. Such information might include forecasts of expected surpluses and expected consequences forthcoming from differing possible surplus distributions. This kind of surplus labor decision-making, undertaken by workers in communism, is different from but no more or less problematic or contradictory than that of decision-making groups in societies with non-communist class structures, for example, capitalist corporate boards of directors. Against losses in production from long, difficult meetings, communist class-structured enterprises would see gains in effort and motivation from workers' participation in such hitherto unthinkable ways. Communist enterprises' changes in technology, product mix, work rules, and so on would have a vast array of effects on economic performance as they ramified across the society and over time. It is, of course, impossible ever to garner complete information about all the infinite causes or consequences of any event in society. No net result, weighing all the ramifications of a change from capitalist to communist class structures, is thus calculable. No unambiguous, absolute measure of efficiency exists. All efficiency measurements reflect and depend upon the measurer's mechanisms of selecting which of the infinite causes and consequences of any event to measure. 26. An overdetermined world is one of ceaseless change for each and all of its processes, a change without a telos or endpoint, defined as equilibrium or otherwise, that governs or determines its development. If, then, the process of surplus labor and all other interconnected processes exist in change, there is no way to capture at any moment the nature, let alone all the social effects, of that which is always becoming different from what it was. Measurements of an economic event always confront a radical uncertainty as to what happened, is happening, and will happen as a result of the event. 27 Hence the required surplus labor information produced and then provided to the communist producer/appropriators in our concrete communism must be, like all information in all societies, inevitably partial and fleeting, inevitably selective in ways reflecting the particular economic, political, and cultural conditions at that moment. The production and dissemination of information, embodying their own overdetermination, will then add their influence to all the other processes overdetermining the decisions of workers, creating thereby a specific surplus labor distribution. We may consider next a law covering power distributions in households with communist class structures. Only, producers of the surplus within each household shall participate in the collective appropriation and distribution of that household surplus. For this law to have the effect of sustaining a communist class structure, other social processes must also be in place. These would have to counter the patriarchal processes of power and the cultural processes of gendering that help to sustain women's laboring for the benefit of men within the exploitative class structures of many traditional households. They would also have to create a new political and cultural environment for men and women in which each becomes willing to labor collectively, inside the household, as part of intimate life, for the collective benefit of both. Our discussion of cultural and political conditions conducive to the existence of communist class structures needs now to focus on the individuals charged with providing those conditions. In class analytic terms, such individuals perform non-class processes that provide those conditions. Their personal incomes and the costs of their activities are defrayed by distributed portions of communist surplus labor. They are communist subsumed classes, obtaining portions of the surplus from the producer/appropriators who seek thereby to secure the conditions of existence of their communist class structures. Such individuals occupying communist subsumed class positions include persons who formulate and disseminate meanings in society, for example, teachers, artists, clerics, and publicists, persons who write, enforce, and adjudicate laws and rules of behavior, for example, state office holders, political party personnel, and social workers, and so on. The individuals occupying these subsumed class positions, performing non-class processes, may be assumed to spend their full working time doing so. If so, they may constitute a bureaucracy. Given the importance ascribed by others to this phenomenon in relation to communism, its location within our approach requires attention. As specified above, a political/cultural bureaucracy occupies a subsumed class position within a communist class-structured society. If social conditions warrant, the bureaucracy's subsumed class activities will operate smoothly, securing specified conditions of existence and receiving in return a distributed share of communist surplus labor. Under different conditions, this situation can and will change in many possible ways. For example, conflicts and struggles within the subsumed bureaucracy may undermine its ability to continue to provide conditions of existence to communist class structures, even as such a bureaucracy demands and perhaps obtains ever larger distributed portions of communist surplus. Eventually, this situation explodes, possibly communist class structures break down, and a transition to non-communist class structures may unfold. To take another example, if communist producers/appropriators allocate distributions to the bureaucracy that it finds to be inadequate for discharging its political and cultural tasks, it might respond by directly challenging those distributions. The resulting struggles might resolve themselves in new, mutually agreed upon relations between the fundamental and subsumed classes such that the communist class structure would thereby be maintained. Alternatively, a difficult or even violent conflict might develop from which the bureaucracy might not only emerge victorious but able and interested to achieve a transition from the communist into one or another non-communist class structures, perhaps with top bureaucrats themselves in new, exploitative, surplus appropriating class positions. Neither the presence, strength, or relative social position of a bureaucracy is uniquely determined by a communist class structure. No equation of communism and bureaucracy is necessary or warranted since bureaucratic power is hardly unique to communism, as attested by, for example, the histories of absolute feudalism in Europe and monopolistic capitalism in recent decades. Any class structures may, but need not necessarily, come to depend upon individuals occupying subsumed class positions in a bureaucracy, whether the bureaucracy is located within the state or elsewhere, for example, in a church apparatus. All class structures face the possibility that bureaucrats may one day achieve power sufficient to determine the sizes and distributions of surpluses appropriated by others or perhaps even to displace those others and become surplus appropriators themselves. In capitalism, for example, the state bureaucracy's relationship to appropriating capitalists has been ambiguous and contradictory. At times it has exhibited a somewhat subservient role securing private capitalists diverse conditions of existence in return for modest taxes on the appropriated surplus. When either the business cycle or war seem to threaten the viability of such private forms of capitalism, the state has taken on a more powerful role by raising taxes on capitalist surpluses and intervening directly in markets. National emergencies have even elevated state power to determining both the sizes of capitalist surpluses, via wage and profit limitations, and how much of capitalists' appropriated surpluses should be destined to capital accumulation or managers' salaries. In particularly revolutionary conjunctures, as we shall show in the following chapters, state officials have gone so far as to displace private capitalists and occupy the capitalist appropriating position themselves. Then a state capitalism has replaced a private capitalism. These possibilities underscore the illogic of presuming the state to occupy a necessarily weak or passive position in capitalism and a necessarily powerful or even dictatorial position in socialist or communist societies. Still further from our perspective would be any theory that literally defines communism in terms of bureaucratic dictatorship by collapsing the communist class structure and a powerful bureaucracy into a necessary and universal identity. Struggles over power occur not only between bureaucracies and whatever fundamental classes they coexist with, capitalists and proletarians, communist producers/appropriators, and so on. They can also occur within bureaucracies, between fundamental classes, and within a fundamental class. Different class structures provide different contexts for all such struggles over political power and its distributions. The outcomes of all such struggles, for example, the power of any bureaucracy, depend on all of the dimensions, both the class and non-class processes, of each struggle's social context. Yet another political process that can provide a condition of existence for a communist class structure concerns decisions about how individuals are to occupy its different class positions. For example, one rule might be for individuals to prepare themselves, perhaps via public education, to occupy one class position in a lifetime, fundamental class producer/appropriator or subsumed class receiver of a distributed share of communist surplus, in a political bureaucracy or cultural apparatus. There is a considerable tradition in Marxism that expresses suspicion that such fixity of class positions is not conducive to the maintenance of a communist class structure. The notion here is that such an arrangement risks hardening the inevitable tensions and conflicts among communist fundamental and subsumed classes into explosive oppositions rather than resolving them to the advantage of communism. The proposed solutions have been various forms of rotation of personnel. The idea is that individuals should occupy different fundamental and subsumed class positions during a lifetime and/or multiple class positions simultaneously in particular patterns of rotation. 28 Enabling all citizens to see the problems of communism by rotating through such multiple class positions is thought to be an important condition of existence of a communist class structure. Processes creating, organizing, and enforcing rotational patterns, as well as a culture celebrating their importance, would, from this perspective, be added to the other political and cultural conditions deemed necessary for the existence of communist class structures. The final set of non-class social processes we consider in our example of a concrete communism are economic processes other than the class processes in which surplus is produced and appropriated, fundamental, and then distributed, subsumed. Such non-class economic processes can include the mechanisms of producing and distributing communism's goods and services, distributing its productive resources, credit and monetary relations, and so on. For the communist fundamental and subsumed class processes to exist, there must be in place transformations of inputs into outputs, production sites, that, in turn, require that means of production be distributed to these sites and products from them to final users of such products. Such final users include those who reproduce labor power and resources so that they can function as inputs for the next round of production. All of these non-class economic processes can be performed in ways that help to sustain the communist class structure. A communist fundamental class process is also partly an effect of the division of labor in society. Let us assume, in the concrete communism specified so far, that some of its laborers produce only food in rural farm enterprises while others specialize in the production of cloth in urban industrial enterprises. Consequently, rural communist producers/appropriators spend their XY hours laboring to produce only food whereas their town cousins spend their X hours producing only cloth. Assuming that both food and cloth comprise the means of subsistence required to reproduce such laborers, and thus their participation in the communist class processes, food must be distributed to the specialized cloth producers and cloth to the specialized food producers. In other words, use values must flow between town and country, a non-class economic process, in particular ways to support the communist class structure built on this division of labor. We shall assume that these flows do not happen by mechanisms of market exchange. Assuming their absence, and, as we shall see in a moment, the presence of administered distributions, does not mean that communist class structures necessarily or universally imply the absence of market exchange. In fact, we shall demonstrate in Chapter 2 how a communist class structure could interact with a market exchange economy that secured its conditions of existence. We assume away markets in beginning our discussion here only because the traditional literature has so rigidly dissociated communism from market mechanisms for distributing resources and products. Once we have theorized the familiar dissociation, we will be in position to show its contingency and how the presence of markets need not imply nor cause the demise of a communist class structure. Although farm and industrial enterprises produce, respectively, food and cloth for partial distribution to one another, the precise quantities of and values assigned to those distributions are shaped in part by an officially administered rather than a market-determined process. By administered we mean that this communist society establishes some kind of state agency whose function is to administer, that is, to plan, organize, supervise, and execute, the required distributions of labor, means of production, and produced goods and services. Individuals within this agency who perform the processes needed to effect these distributions, designing, executing, monitoring, and adjusting them, thereby secure conditions of existence of the communist fundamental class process within enterprises. Their labor involves participating in cultural and political processes as well as economic processes. For example, the production and allocation of goods and services among enterprises require plans and documents announcing, clarifying, interpreting, and justifying how communism is served by the particular ways in which this production and allocation are achieved. Similarly, agency personnel may establish accounting rules for computing and assigning values and/or prices to resources and products, instructions to be given, orders to be carried out, and so forth. Like any complex activity, administration, or planning, as a general concept or activity, irrespective of where in society it takes place, cannot be reduced merely to its economic components. Rucchio 1986a. Individuals who perform these functions take their place along with the other subsumed classes we already have considered. Like them, they too receive a distributed share of the communist surplus, in this case for securing the administration of resources and outputs in ways conducive to communist class structures. We shall assume that these planners and managers use Marxian value categories, and the literature that elaborates them, to define values of food and cloth. 29 They do this by attaching to outputs specific quanta of the socially necessary abstract labor times required to produce each output unit. They also develop accounting rules for calculating and assigning values in this way. For example, output value equals the average sum of living labor expended plus labor embodied in materials and tools used up in production of this output. Under such circumstances, food and cloth stand in an administered value relationship to one another. Exchanges and allocations in an administered market would be accounted for at those values. As we understand Marx's value theory, Values are signs, socially contrived designations of the worth of produced wealth. Values are overdetermined rather than being essentially reducible to a single determinant. 30 They reflect technical and natural conditions of production, economic conditions of distribution, political conditions, and cultural conditions. These last, the system of meanings produced and circulated in any society, include the conceptions and calculations that comprise the values assigned to objects. In private capitalisms with markets, for example, culture operates in overdetermining values, or prices in the preferred code of most private capitalisms, through shaping the desires, manipulations, and negotiations of private buyers and sellers. In the communism depicted here, culture operates through the planning agency's deployment of Marxian value categories and the derived accounting rules. In private capitalisms with free markets, the values/prices that get assigned to outputs reflect the social conditions of private buyers and sellers, including the appropriating capitalists' technical conditions of production, their expectations, economic strategies, political considerations, business interpretations, racial and gender objectives and constraints, ideological biases, and so forth. In our concrete communism with only administered markets, values reflect the Marxian theories and calculations of the state planning agency, their interpretation of political trends and information on buyers and sellers' shifting desires, communist appropriators' technical conditions of production, their development strategies, regional, ethnic, and gender goals and constraints, adjustments to the vagaries of weather, and so forth. In both capitalism and communism, values are overdetermined by their social contexts. Those contexts are different in private capitalism as compared with the concrete communism we have constructed here. In this communism, the collective of workers who produce the surplus replace capitalists as appropriators of that surplus, the collectivity of citizens displaces private individuals as owners of the means of production, planners displace private buyers and sellers as distributors of the wealth produced in society. Thus, the sets of values assigned to resources and products in each society are differently constituted and play different social roles. The administered values may rise if communist appropriators undertake a development strategy requiring that more machines and tractors be used, respectively, in cloth and food production, a rise of the indirect labor requirements. If this same strategy enhances the productivity of workers in all enterprises, a fall in the direct labor required per unit of output, the administered values might decline. Concrete political and cultural factors also affect values. Responding to perceived threats to communism, communist appropriators may prolong the length of their own workweek to increase their output and surplus for military purposes. Similarly, they may work longer hours to expand the surplus to meet rising subsumed class demands for, inter alia, accumulative, educational, or supervisory purposes. Values will change if ethnic and regional differences persuade enterprises to employ more rather than less direct labor to produce outputs at particular production sites. If education or factory supervision increases communist workers' own productivity, values per unit of output may fall generally, less direct labor is required. In private capitalism, the impacts of comparable economic, political, and cultural changes upon values will be different because of the different social context. In private capitalisms with markets, the phenomena of market competition will help to shape values, whereas the absence of that kind of competition and the presence of other kinds of competition will help to shape communist values differently. The point is to recognize the different determinants constituting the different kinds of values in the two different kinds of societies. There are differences between capitalist market and communist administered values for produced inputs and outputs. There are thus parallel differences between capitalist market and communist administered surplus values calculated by means of those values, and the same applies to profit rates. 31 Categories such as values, surplus values, and profit rates require distinguishing adjectives, communist administered or capitalist market, to signal their different conjunctural contexts and hence different social definitions and roles. Communist administered values, surplus values, and profit rates are being identified with the communist regime assumed here in which free, private markets and private property are absent. Capitalist market values, surplus values, and profit rates would be correlated with a private capitalist regime such as the United States in which those two institutions are present. 32. Besides determining the values attached to produced goods, individuals occupying the subsumed class state agency positions will perform other non-class tasks. Perhaps in conjunction with other subsumed classes, likely in consultation with communist workers, they will decide how much surplus labor workers will perform, the technical conditions of their labor, and how much social product will be returned to the workers for their consumption. The latter, along with the administered value assigned to that product, determines the value of their wages, if indeed wages are the form in which laborers receive their incomes. These decisions add their contribution to creating and reproducing the communist fundamental class process. The collectivity of workers requires them if it is to be in a position to appropriate the very surplus it has produced. That is why it distributes portions of its appropriated surplus to sustain these along with still other diverse activities. 33. The difference between the administered values of the total output and the values of used-up materials and workers' wages yields the administered surplus value that is received by the collectivity of workers positioned to perform that surplus appropriating function. The ratio of this surplus value to the values of wages and used-up materials yields administered rates of profit for each communist enterprise, and, of course, an economy-wide average rate of profit, too. Communist subsumed classes can allocate inputs and outputs according to such profit rates, for example, favoring the higher-than-average profit enterprises at the expense of the lower-than-average. Alternatively, such profit rate calculations might be demoted to the status of merely one among other, perhaps many other, variables taken into account in determining resource allocations, for example, military survival of communism, minimizing ethnic and national conflicts within communism, attaining specific cultural goals of communism, etc. If those charged with the task of allocation view profit calculations per se in deeply negative terms, they might not respect profit very much in reaching their decisions. 34. If we presume that administered profit rates are at least one among the criteria of those enterprises' performances, there might well be competition for profitability among them. Communist enterprise competition. 35. This competition, while different, is somewhat analogous to that among private capitalist enterprises. As is well recognized, competitive strategies among private capitalist enterprises can focus on price and advertising as well as rapid accumulation of means of production and labor power, reducing supervisory costs, vertical and horizontal integration, expanding research and development, reducing local taxes, bribes to state officials, and so forth. Chandler 1962. Competitive strategies among communist enterprises can share some of these foci while including others such as overachieving state-administered quotas, excluding price and advertising competition, and avoiding unemployment. Competition exists in both social arrangements, but communist forms of competition will differ from capitalist forms. The differences will reflect the ways in which these different class structures participate in overdetermining the specifics of competition in each concrete situation. Parallel to what occurs in private capitalism, the complex, multiple, and contradictory effects of communist enterprises' competitive strategies will ramify throughout the communist economy. Consequently, competitive acts within a communist class structure will provoke all manner of associated shifts in administered values and profits, costs and benefits, gains and losses. As in a private capitalist economy with markets, it is never possible to isolate and count all the resulting benefits and costs over all the impacted domains and over all the relevant time periods so as to reach an unambiguous final judgment on the net results of any particular competitive strategy or act. It is an illusion to think that either a market or a planned economy can transform this impossibility into a possibility. Capitalists and communists always face incomplete information in regard to costs and benefits. 36. Inside communist households, we might presume that flows of resources and produced use values do not occur together with an exchange process. Instead, household members organize, monitor, and adjust such flows in terms of physical quanta alone. The communist household surplus appropriators may distribute a share of the surplus to some members for their managing the conditions of existence for household communism. If those household members double as producer/appropriators as well as managers, then they occupy both communist fundamental and communist subsumed household class positions. Of course, these household managers could decide to attach values to household output. Quite parallel to the case of administered values of enterprise outputs, they would then attach specific quanta of socially necessary abstract labor times to household products. A special state agency might provide households with the applicable information, rules, and methods parallel to those developed for assigning administered values in enterprises. Thus, for example, the value of, say, cooked meals might be defined as the average sum of living labor expended plus labor embodied in the raw materials and household equipment used up in producing such meals. The unlikelihood of such household valuations does not invalidate their possibility and their logical parallel to the attachment of administered values to enterprise products. Communist fundamental class processes also are overdetermined by labor productivity, the ratio of labor time inputs to physical units of output. For example, a rise in such productivity, whether in enterprises or households, will increase the quantity of goods and services to be distributed and may thereby facilitate the reproduction of communism in each site. However, like changes in other economic processes, flows of use values, division of labor, etc., changes in the productivity of labor are distinct from changes in class processes. A growth in productivity need not alter the relation of necessary to surplus labor time. Indeed, the contradictory quality of relations among social processes, presumed by the overdeterminist theoretical framework of this book, alerts us to yet another possibility. The increase in productivity, and the enhanced wealth it brings to the communist society, may, in some circumstances, become a danger to the continued existence of the communist class process there. Communist enterprises whose workers experience rising productivity, for example, might therefore demand higher wages than other workers obtain at enterprises without rising productivity. One can imagine social circumstances where such agitation might eventuate in demands for a transition from communist to non-communist class structures. The non-class economic processes described above can become objects of struggles. These would thus be non-class struggles, in a society with a communist class structure. The logic here parallels that of our previous discussions of cultural and political conditions of existence. Thus, for example, tensions may evolve into acute struggles over 1. The terms of flows between rural and urban production units, 2. The use of market versus administered valuation mechanisms, 3. The distribution of gains from rising productivity, and so on. We are concerned to keep distinct such non-class struggles from class struggles in communist societies. The latter are struggles over the quantitative and qualitative dimensions of surplus labor's production, appropriation, and distribution. Non-class struggles over economic, political, and cultural conditions of existence have no necessary relation to a society's class structure or its class struggles. Struggles over such non-class processes as, for example, educational curricula, culture, voting procedures for state office, politics, and credit allocations between enterprises and households, economics, will surely affect the communist class structures in such a society. However, there is no basis for presuming what that effect will be. Contradictions, tensions, or struggles within any non-class process may strengthen or weaken the communist class structure. They may provoke or resolve class struggles, that is, struggles over the communist class processes. The contradictions within and among non-class and class processes, the class and or non-class struggles they may provoke, and the outcomes of these struggles all develop in ways depending on the entire social context. In each historical moment it is that social totality that uniquely overdetermines those contradictions and their evolution. We have so far assumed, for the particular form of communism that this first chapter analyzes, that enterprises and households are the only places in society where the communist fundamental and subsumed class processes occur. However, we can now extend our analysis to encompass a communist subsumed class located elsewhere. Keeping in mind the traditional literature on communism, our example of such a communist subsumed class is the state in a society with predominantly communist class structures. 37 We shall assume that state officials perform various cultural, political, and/or economic non-class processes that provide conditions of existence of communist class structures inside enterprises and households. To defray the costs of this state apparatus, communist appropriators distribute portions of their surpluses to the state. The state officials receiving these distributions thereby comprise a communist subsumed class. The state becomes simply another site in this society interacting with communist enterprises and households. On the one hand, the state is one determinate, provider of conditions of existence, of this society's communist class structures. On the other hand, the state likewise depends partly upon distributed shares of the communist surpluses. This state is thus no more or less important than the communist class structures to the survival of the particular form of communism under discussion. Affirming this mutual dependence of communism's class structure and its state diverges from the traditional Marxian view, Marx 1986, Lenin 1969. It interpreted the state's existence as proof that communism had not, yet, been achieved. In Lenin's work, 1969, for example, the existence of a state necessarily reflects, is an effect of, the existence of exploitative class divisions in society. Where such capitalist, feudal, or slave class divisions have been abolished, a continued state presence reflects merely a temporary or transitional need that is literally withering away. The final disappearance of exploitation, the arrival of what Lenin called the second or higher phase of communism, is the death knell of the state. In our contrasting view, the existence of a state in many forms of communism is perfectly consistent not only with the absence of exploitation, but also with securing that very absence. In such cases, a withering away of the state could jeopardize communist class structures and possibly enable the return of the exploitation that Lenin and other Marxists abhor. We believe that this rather stark difference in theorizing the state and its relation to class is significant. We have argued elsewhere, Resnick and Wolf 1987, ch. 5, that Lenin's and many other Marxist theories of the state are essentialist. They reduce its causes to one essential economic determinant, exploitation, and reduce its activities to pursuing one essential economic goal, preservation of the exploitative class structure. This is an application of the classical Marxian metaphor that the economic base of society determines in the last instance the functions and survival of the social superstructure. Because causation runs only in one direction, class causes state, communism conceived as the absence of class is therefore the absence of any need for a state or only a temporary, transitional state. Lenin 1969, 74. 38. In this last view, the state's death is prolonged because inequities still persist in the transition from the lower to the higher phase of communism. Lenin refers explicitly to the fact that produced wealth will still be distributed on the basis of labor performed, an inherited bourgeois right that continues to rule rather than the ultimate communist basis of need. Lenin 1969, 77. The tensions among workers resulting from need-blind distribution require the intervention of a state to maintain social peace while helping to move the society toward full communism when need-based distribution withers the state out of existence. In terms of these roles and functions, such a state was termed a dictatorship of the proletariat. This classical Marxian theory of the state was often taken another step by adding the idea that so long as capitalists and others committed to exploitative class structures remained active anywhere on the earth, a dictatorship of the proletariat was also needed to prevent them from re-establishing exploitation wherever the proletariat had removed it. Unlike this essentialist view, we do not understand the existence and duration of the state to be a mere epiphenomenon of society's class structure. Instead, we treat the communist state, as we do any other institution in a communist society, as an overdetermined social construct, depending on and helping to cause other similarly overdetermined sites. We reject essentialist views of the state and its relationship to class in favor of a notion of the mutually overdetermining interaction between any communism's institutions and its class structures. From our perspective, changing a process, no matter whether it be a class or non-class process, in any one of these sites changes the character of all the others. So, for example, replacing private exploitation in enterprises and households with communist class structures there would change the entire society. Our previous discussion covered many of the possible changes. However, such changes by no means necessitate or guarantee the absence of a state. Rejecting essentialism and affirming overdetermination means that we conceive a state's absence or presence as the effect of an infinite set of causes, class and non-class processes. The state is not reducible to being the effect of one essential cause. 39 Communisms can exist with and without state apparatuses of all sorts. The relation between state and class in communism, as also in all other class-structured societies, is overdetermined by the historically specific contexts of that relation. While rejecting Lenin's economic determinism, we agree with his general view that the main issue is not whether state ministries, police, parliaments, bureaucracy, and so forth exist under communism, but rather the completely new ways in which they would exist and operate. We made a similar point when discussing the existence and meaning of value categories. States, like values, require a modifying adjective to reflect their conjunctural context and hence their particular meanings and social functions. The latter vary under different conditions such as different class structures. Communist values, we noted, differ from capitalist values, whether these are market or administered values. Likewise, a communist state differs from a capitalist state. This contextual point is so important to Lenin that he describes in some detail a number of new characteristics that must belong to a communist, as opposed to a capitalist, state's subsumed class positions. 1. Not only electiveness, but also instant recall. 2. Payment no higher than that of ordinary workers. 3. Immediate transition to a state of things when all fulfill the function of control and superintendence, so that all become bureaucrats for a time, and no one, therefore, can become a bureaucrat. Lenin 1969, 92. Items 1 and 3 aim to prevent the development of a permanent subsumed class within the state. Item 3 suggests the importance to Lenin of rotating not only the communist fundamental but also the state's subsumed class positions among all members of society. We would extend Lenin's notion to establish the rotation of all members of society among all the communist subsumed class positions, not just the state subsumed class positions. Item 2 is Lenin's attempt to address the problem of the distribution of income between communist enterprise workers who produce the surplus and communist state workers who are paid incomes in large part distributed directly or indirectly out of that surplus. If their incomes are unequal or have a differing relationship to their labor times or change at different rates or in different directions, tensions and conflicts might arise between them. In a cultural and political environment that stresses equality and collectivity, such imbalances might even disrupt and undermine a communist class structure. Consequently, in Lenin's mind, a communist state would have to legislate and enforce various limits on the inequality of wages across all workers irrespective of their location in communist society. Such laws, along with the election procedures and rotational rules that a communist state would likely organize, would become part of the political infrastructure over determining the existence of the communist class process. These laws and procedures, and the associated culture that creates and disseminates their meaning, attempt to mitigate some of the power and income differences that can arise within communism. They seek to limit tensions and conflicts within the society and especially to preclude the emergence of an entirely new kind of class society. For example, in the absence of such laws and culture, concentrated power wielded by a few well-placed and paid state officials could become one of the conditions that helps to transform them from communist subsumed class officials into non-communist collective appropriators of the surplus produced by others. Once that transformation occurs, communism no longer exists in the society, and the state no longer deserves the adjective communist. Those favoring communism's survival could attempt to preclude such conditions by not permitting the same individual to occupy multiple subsumed class positions within the state, by enforcing a rotation of these subsumed class positions among all members of society, by including all kinds of sophisticated voting procedures, by establishing equal rewards for all workers, and so on. Nonetheless, despite all of these and other like-minded attempts, differences among individuals are ceaselessly overdetermined and hence changing. Those changes in turn influence changes in the class and non-class structures of a communist, or any other kind of, society. The potential for transitions from communist to non-communist societies is always there, as is the potential for the reverse movement. The contradictions overdetermined within and among social processes may congeal into either transition. It all depends on the particularities of such processes' historical evolution. That means it depends, in part, on what is argued in books such as this and how the arguments are understood, developed, challenged, and applied. In the particular, concrete communism that this chapter posits, the state is subsumed to the communist class structures. It provides conditions of existence of those structures and receives distributed shares of communist surpluses. It cannot wither away without jeopardizing the communist class structure unless other social processes provide the supports previously provided by the state. At the same time, the contradictions overdetermined within the state and in its relationship to communist class structures can generate tensions, conflicts, and sometimes basic changes not only in the state but also throughout the non-class and class processes of the society. One possible change might be the withering away of the state apparatus while other conditions of existence of communism ensured its continuation without a state. But such a withering is contingent and in no way inherent in a communist society. The state is a site of many processes. Individuals and groups place all sorts of demands on state agencies, policies, and financial resources. These demands can and will conflict. One possible trajectory of such a network of contradictions can conclude this chapter's illustrative construct of a concrete communism. Suppose our concrete communism organizes its state such that one group of officials, a distinct sub-agency, is a communist party. 40 It organizes political meetings, for example, to discuss and implement the rotation of all persons through all the various communist fundamental and subsumed class positions. It likewise disseminates its interpretations of social events. These activities aim to secure the conditions of existence of communist class structures. Party members' wages and operating budgets depend in part on subsumed class distributions to the party from the communist surpluses appropriated in enterprises and households. 41. We shall suppose another sub-agency, a communist state economic ministry that plans and supervises communist enterprises. It administers the values of their outputs and inputs, allocates resources to them, and so forth. Top officials within this ministry also receive a distributed share of enterprises' surplus to sustain their activities. Still other such sub-agencies might include a police and military infrastructure, an educational establishment, a mass media organization, and so forth. Together, all these sub-agencies would comprise a communist state subsumed to the communist class structures in enterprises and households. Suppose now that the state's economic ministry seeks to increase the portion of communist surplus going to accumulation, adding to enterprises stocks of tools and equipment. Suppose that simultaneously the army and the state educational authorities also demand larger distributions of the surplus. All three state agencies justify their increased demands on the communist surplus on the same grounds. The increases are urgently required for these agencies to secure enterprise as communist class structures in the current social circumstances. Of the many possible reactions, each provoking still others, we consider this one first. Suppose that the economic, military, and educational state agencies struggle for increased surplus distributions by appealing to communist ideology, alarms about foreign encroachment, manipulation of administered values in budgets, and even force. The issue becomes a subsumed class struggle in the sense that different subsumed classes contest for shares of a given surplus available for distribution. A different reaction might involve pressuring communist producer/appropriators in enterprises to generate enough additional surplus to meet all the increased economic, military, and educational demands on the state. State officials might act alone or enlist the military, educational, and party officials to also exert such pressure. Communist laborers might respond by producing and appropriating an expanded surplus and distributing it to satisfy the increased demands. The rate of communist surplus appropriation, surplus relative to necessary labor time, would then have risen. Alternatively, the communist workers might resist, alone or with allies from others in the society. From a struggle over the size of the communist surplus, the conflict might, depending on circumstance, change and become a struggle over the nature of the class structure. Then the existence of the communist class structure itself becomes the issue. In the concrete communism we have sketched, the possible paths of historical development are literally infinite. They flow from the endless variations in the particular non-class processes, cultural, political, and economic, that provide the conditions of existence of the communist class processes. They flow as well from the contradictions within and between the communist fundamental and subsumed class processes. And they also flow from the contradictions between the communist class structure and the myriad non-class processes and non-communist class processes that comprise its social context. The overdetermination of any one social process by all the others renders each process contradictory because it embodies the different and conflicting pushes and pulls emanating from all those other processes. From the contradictions spring not only the change and movement of every social process, history, but also the tensions, conflicts, and struggles that motivate and erupt to punctuate that history. Our construction of a concrete communism illustrates the range of possibilities as well as the theory aimed at making them visible. Appendix: How Societies Differ, a Methodological Problem. Such questions directed to the history of the USSR are part of a much larger theoretical issue, namely, how does one distinguish one societal form from another? In other words, on what basis can we distinguish one form of communism from another or communist from non-communist forms? For instance, what differentiates a communism from a capitalism when both display generalized commodity production and individual rights to property ownership? On what grounds can we reject the notion that the USSR was a form of socialism or communism when its state planning and collective rights of ownership of the means of production strike others on the left and right as key indexes of what they claim is precisely its socialist or communist nature? These kinds of questions and the societal identification problem they involve are hardly unique to our argument. They exist for all social theories and not just for Marxism. Because all societies comprise infinite processes, identifications of their nature will vary according to which subsets of their processes are considered. Theories differ in terms of which subset of processes they consider definitive of a society's identity. It is not surprising, then, to find analysts debating over which subset of these processes are the ones that constitute the right way to identify a society or a change in a society's identity. Consider, for example, the two opposing positions that emerged in the well-known debates on the European transition from feudalism to capitalism between the 12th and 16th centuries, Hilton 1976. Sweezy identified the development of commodity production, money rents, and merchant capital as marking the end of feudal Europe and the transition to capitalism. Opposing him, Dobb and Hilton concluded that these developments marked the emergence of but a new kind of feudal society, a transition from one form of feudalism to another. More was at stake than understanding when capitalism emerged from European feudalism. At issue explicitly was how to go about identifying the boundaries of feudalism and capitalism as social systems. A parallel issue, lying urgently just below the surface of debate, was how to distinguish forms of capitalism from socialism and communism and to devise political strategies accordingly. It is clear from such debates and from our questions about the class nature of the Soviet Union that much rests on theoretical differences in distinguishing social systems. These differences matter to the central arguments of this book. We therefore need to clarify here how we will use class and surplus labor terms as our standard to theorize the nature and hence boundaries of any society. To borrow the Hegelian idiom, this idea of class, or class structure, represents an initial thesis. As such, it is stripped of all determinations, it exists prior to the specification of all its relationships to other aspects of the society in which it is posited. It has yet no content beyond the important fact of its being posited as the opening of a discourse aimed at producing a meaning. 42 To build from an initial positing of class or class structure to an elaborated meaning of class entails showing how the initial class concepts are linked to, bounded by, their others, namely, the non-class aspects or structure of social life. We do this as follows: class exists as the effect of all the non-class aspects of society. They interact to produce class, to overdetermine class. In other words, the non-class aspects of social life form the conditions of the existence of class. To develop a Marxian understanding of class, to do a class analysis, requires linking class to all the non-class aspects of society. Marxian analysis, understood in this way, is necessarily never finished or complete. This is because the meaning of class and class analysis depends on the accumulating linkages drawn between class and the infinity of non-class aspects of social life. Whenever a new linkage is drawn between class and some previously untheorized non-class aspect of a society, new light is shed on our understanding of class, it is further concretized. However, as a result, old formulations are changed, old conclusions questioned, and new questions posed. In response, new linkages will likely be explored between class and non-class aspects of social life. Then again the meanings of class and class analysis, as well as the analytical constructs built with them, will change. Thus, Marxian definitions of and boundaries between social systems, as constructed meanings, must be recognized as always changing. In this context, what can identification or labeling of a society possibly mean? The consequence of deploying overdetermination as a method is to be continually presented with a different society at any moment in time. How then are we to continue to label a society as communist, if at every moment that we theorize it, it changes? Any concrete labeling, whether of a particular process or of a cluster of processes comprising a society, necessarily compromises this ceaseless changing, Marx's dialectic. To identify an entity is to intervene in its movement and to create a momentary closure, an illusion of fixity. That is what identification or labeling means. It disrupts the process of change, for at such a moment we can say definitely what a thing is rather than recognizing that it exists only in a state of change, always becoming something different or other than what it is. Labeling introduces a notion of fixity that is logically inconsistent with an overdeterminist methodology. That is why identifying the boundaries of any society manifests a more general problem within non-determinist Marxian theory. 43. For example, in our discussion below of possible variant forms of communism we claim that the introduction of particular non-class processes, specifying how resources and or produced wealth are owned and distributed, yields different communist forms. We do likewise for non-class processes of power. In theorizing this way, new forms of communism are defined, new boundaries between communism and other social systems are specified. Of course, these definitions and boundaries are relative to the particular non-class processes we have theorized, they are different from the definitions and boundaries yielded by theorizing different non-class processes and their relation to communism. In effect, any and all definitions and boundaries utilized in social analysis depend on what subsets of social processes are selected, privileged, by the theorist for attention. On this basis the theorist makes claims about social structures and social changes, about the presences and absences, the rises and falls of feudalisms, capitalisms, communisms, and so forth. Privileging particular processes in this way is what makes societal distinctions possible, but does that not violate the very premise of overdetermination? DeMartino 1992, 296-305? It would if we asserted that the definitions and boundaries resulting from the social processes we privilege in our theorizing were fixed or absolute in any way. But we do not imagine that our theorizing, or anyone else's, is anything more than a momentary intervention fixing in one particular way what is ceaselessly open and in flux. Our theory with its particular privileging and fixing is itself both an overdetermined effect of the social totality and a cause of yet further changes in it. Indeed, every theory is a transient fixing of the unfixable precisely aimed at pushing its ceaseless changes more in some directions than in others. Our theorization of communism here is, then, a momentary, illusory fixing of the social changes swirling around us undertaken with the hope of thereby inflecting them in particular directions. These directions differ from those sought by other theorists who likewise privilege and fix, but do so with other concepts. 44. Chapter 2. The many forms of communism. The previous chapter summarized one basic form of communism, a combination of communist class structures interacting with several particular non-class processes. We started with that form because its non-class processes are the familiar property distribution, collectivized means of production, and allocation mechanism, state plan distribution of productive resources and outputs. Next we discuss some of the many other, less familiar forms of communism that are possible. We will show forms of communisms in which communist class structures coexist with 1. Private ownership of the means of production, 2. Undemocratic distributions of power, and or 3. Competitive markets. As forms of communism can vary, so too can forms of capitalism. To underscore this point, Chapter 3 will examine forms of capitalism in which capitalist class structures coexist and interact with collectivized property, state planning, and democratic political institutions. Thus, Chapters 1 and 2 demonstrate how each possible non-class structure can coexist with either communist or capitalist class structures, yielding various forms of communism and capitalism. Were we to consider other non-class processes, for example, religious, educational, or family structures, still more variant forms would come into view. We limit ourselves to the forms associated with property, distribution, and democracy because they establish the general point and because they figure prominently in the class history of the USSR presented in Part 3 below. The aspect common to all forms of communism is the class structure, a collective of surplus producers that also appropriates and distributes that surplus collectively. Their common class structure demarcates all forms of communism from any form of capitalism. Put simply, the forms of capitalism all display a different class structure. Those who appropriate and distribute the surplus are different people from the collective of surplus producers. This surplus-based demarcation of communism from capitalism differs from other theories' demarcations. For them, property distribution, private or collective, resource and product distribution, via markets or state planning, and or power distribution, democratic or not, differentiate capitalism from communism. Thus, for example, when private gave way to collective property and markets to planning in any society, many defined such changes as socialist or communist. Others disagreed, only a transition from undemocratic to fully democratic societies counted as socialist/communist for them. Debates among proponents of these non-surplus definitions of socialism and communism deeply influenced 20th century history, and especially that of the USSR. What they ignored, the surplus-based definition and demarcation, was equally influential by its absence. When, for example, socialist or communist regimes of collective property and planning left workers dissatisfied and alienated and eventually provoked their opposition, what happened? In frustration, anger, and despair, many socialists acquiesced in a return to private property and markets as the only and perhaps desirable option. Likewise, many enemies of socialism and communism exulted in their failure and the return to capitalism that private property and markets represented to them. For us, one ironic lesson of Soviet history is how dependent it was on the absence of the surplus labor approach inaugurated by Marx and developed herein. The problems associated with collective property and planning would have provoked a different response had the conceptualization of communism in class surplus terms been available and applied. Instead of returning to private property and markets, an alternative solution might have been long overdue policy debates over, and the eradication of, exploitative class structures inside the USSR and elsewhere. That alternative pertains equally to anti-capitalist regimes and movements across the world today. Class and property. We begin by examining the following change that might occur in the form of communism discussed in Chapter 1, collective gives way to private ownership of the means of production. For many conventional Marxian as well as non-Marxian theorists, this change alone would end communism, since they presume communism and private property to be mutually exclusive. The Marxists among them believe that changed property relations, the economic base of society, transform everything else in the society, its political and cultural superstructure. Those who lost their shares in the formerly collectivized property would necessarily become dependent on selling their only remaining asset, their labor power. Those who privatized the formerly collective property could and would therewith buy the labor power of those forced to sell it. Analyses proceeding in this way conclude that capitalism has necessarily emerged. The change from collective to private property becomes synonymous with the transition from communism to capitalism. We disagree. As we will show, a change in property ownership need not have any one particular effect on class structures or, indeed, on any other aspects of the society in which the property ownership changes. The larger context will overdetermine how a property change will influence all the different aspects of a society in each historical case. In asking how a communism that experienced such a property change might be altered, we focus on how that change might affect the communist class structure. We argue that private property can be consistent with and supportive of a communist class structure. Notwithstanding private property and means of production, a society's rules and laws, customs and culture, wealth production and distribution could together propel individuals collectively to produce, appropriate, and distribute their own surpluses. Then private property and communist class structures could socially coexist. We can call that a private property form of communism to distinguish it from a collective property form such as that presumed in Chapter 1. Suppose individuals who privately own productive property make it available to invest in enterprises with communist class structures. In return, the communist appropriators distribute to such private owners portions of the communist surpluses as dividends, much like dividends paid out of capitalist enterprises' surpluses to their private share owners. Laws and customs could make such investment in communist class structured enterprises every bit as normal as investment in capitalist enterprises is now. The change from collective to private property and means of production need neither coincide with nor produce a labor power market. Individual workers might be guaranteed paid employment and allocated by state officials to communist enterprises whether or not those enterprises' means of production were collectively or privately owned. Workers deprived of their share in collectively owned means of production do not, therefore, necessarily become sellers of labor power in a classically capitalist fashion. That is a possible outcome of changes in property ownership, but it is hardly necessary, as this example shows. Besides the dividends paid to private owners out of communist surpluses, other portions would be distributed to still other communist subsumed classes. For example, taxes to the state could pay for public education teaching the wisdom, morality, and efficiency of this form of communism, communist class structures coupled with private property and means of production. Tax flows would enable the state to make and enforce laws mandating the coexistence of communist class structures and private property. Another portion of communist enterprises' surpluses might flow as rents to landlords for making available their privately owned space. Still another portion might comprise more or less voluntary contributions to a communist party that developed and disseminated the ideological justifications for this form of communism, and so on. No doubt the contradictions unique to a communist class structure interacting with private property would generate particular kinds of strains and tensions. We might expect problems, jealousies, resentments, movements for and against forced equality of distribution, arising out of changing distributions of private property among citizens. One response, aimed to limit or contain such tensions, might be laws requiring that all citizens, regardless of what they own, must occupy, in rotation, all communist fundamental and subsumed class positions. Two other laws might limit the inequality of private property distribution by progressive personal income and inheritance taxes. Yet another response might be alterations in how the culture conceives private property. With or without state or party encouragements, private property might come to be understood, via ideological training, public education, literature, theater, film, as a kind of social trust rather than an individual owner's freely disposable resource. Indeed, the same culture that celebrates while constraining private property might also depict any class structure other than the communist as unacceptably undemocratic. The slogan might be, "Only and all those who produce the surplus must participate in appropriating and distributing it." Of course, no guarantee exists that such a coexistence and mutual support of a communist class structure and private property will endure. Political and cultural processes such as those illustrated above may not suffice to contain the contradictions and tensions of this form of communism. Suppose, for example, that private owners demanded and were able to obtain ever larger distributed shares of dividends from communist enterprises' surpluses. Eventually insufficient surplus might remain for distributions to secure those enterprises' other conditions of existence, taxes to the state, contributions to the party, new technologies, outlays for cultural programs, and so on. Struggles might then ensue over the communist dividends paid to private property owners. The outcome would depend, of course, on the entire social context. No presumption exists that communist class structures would necessarily survive. Perhaps the richest property owners would succeed in obtaining the right to hire relatively propertyless individuals in new, capitalistically class-structured enterprises. Alternatively, the struggles might eventuate in the end of private property in favor of collective property. Then again, perhaps various compromises might be reached allowing another combination of communist class structures and private property to prosper, albeit under new social arrangements reflecting the consciousness, goals, and relative powers of the parties to such struggles. We can illustrate how such struggles yield variations within a society that combines a particular class structure with a particular regime of property ownership by recalling capitalism's parallel history. In early European capitalism, the private capitalists who appropriated their workers' surplus also owned the means of production used in their enterprises. Later, this distribution of property changed. Joint stock corporations often replaced individuals as the capitalist appropriators of surplus, and the means of production were owned not by the appropriators but rather by an investing public quite removed from capitalist production. 3. This change in the social distribution of productive property affected capitalist enterprises as well as much else in the societies where it occurred. However, it did not make capitalist class structures within enterprises disappear. Capitalism changed its form, it did not vanish. Other recent property changes have likewise produced new forms of capitalism. Workers, individually or collectively, especially via their pension funds holdings, have bought shares of the firms in which they work. Sometimes workers' holdings suffice to gain positions for them on boards of directors and or in management. Such enterprises change, but no transition to communist class structures has occurred. The workers there still do not collectively appropriate and distribute the surpluses they produce. The cultural and political context secured a capitalist class structure while property ownership changed. Workers did not even try to use their property to alter the class structure of production. As with communism's variant forms, the tensions, strains, and struggles unique to social combinations of capitalist class structures and different property distributions might jeopardize the survival of those class structures. Workers in capitalist class structures, whether they own large blocks of shares or not, might struggle to replace them with communist class structures. A class transition structure can emerge from the struggles in any society. It depends on the overdetermining social context and how its contradictions shape the consciousness, goals, and strengths of the contending parties. For all possible social combinations of class structures and property arrangements, we presume that contradictions exist between them. Each particular class structure both supports and undermines the property system with which it coexists, and vice versa. This contradictory relation, interacting with its larger social context, creates the social dynamic that yields the variant forms of any type of society, capitalism, communism, and so on, and the occasional transition from one type to another, capitalism to or from communism. Here we propose to illustrate our argument by examining a hypothetical form of communism in which a centralized communist class structure interacts with the private ownership of its means of production in the form of shares. We will suppose, for simplicity, that the enterprise distributes such shares only to its productive employees. A state agency monitors these distributions and sets an initial share value. Productive workers have the right to sell such shares at whatever price they can get on a stock market, but only to other productive workers, in the same or other enterprises. Other citizens are thus excluded from productive property ownership, although not from personal or household property. This is a variant form of communism that differs from the more conventionally recognizable form in which all productive property is owned collectively by all citizens. Now suppose a law mandating that all adults rotate through communist fundamental and subsumed class positions. Thus, while each citizen functions within a collective of workers that produces and appropriates the surplus in an enterprise, the communist class structure, that individual will obtain shares and be able to buy or sell such shares. When workers exit communist fundamental class positions, they must sell whatever shares they then own to the state agency at a value it could set in a host of different ways. Exiting workers would enjoy capital gains or suffer capital losses on their holdings, thereby possibly producing wealth inequalities alongside communist class structures. Of course, state tax policies could constrain such a development. Income inequality might also deepen. For example, consider an individual occupying, in rotation, a communist fundamental class position in an enterprise and, therefore, receiving some of its shares. Such an individual could then receive three kinds of income. First, their individual necessary labor will be compensated, the wage paid to all communist productive laborers. Secondly, they will receive dividend payments if and when the communist collective allocates a portion of the enterprise's surplus to share owners, a communist subsumed class payment. Workers who had sold such shares would not receive dividends, while those who bought them would. Unequal incomes emerge here. Thirdly, still further inequalities of income can arise as communist productive workers realize capital gains or losses when selling shares. The first two kinds of income derive from productive laborers' participations in communist fundamental and subsumed class incomes. We call the third kind a non-class income because it occurs separate from, at one remove from, the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus. This particular private property arrangement could well support and strengthen the society's communist class structures. Since workers' incomes depend in part on the surplus portion they distribute back as dividends to themselves, they have an incentive to maximize their surplus. That incentive is strengthened to the extent that efficient surplus production enhances the value of the enterprise's shares and hence capital gains. The opportunity to amass considerable personal wealth in these ways may also make workers, especially the wealthier among them, quite enthusiastic about this form of communism. However, all sorts of difficulties also could arise. For example, whatever portion of communist surpluses flows into dividends reduces what is left to secure other conditions of the existence of the communist enterprises. Portions of their surpluses pay the taxes that the state uses to fund the agencies, public education, police, military security, and other institutions that the enterprises need. Other portions fund technical innovation and the Communist Party activities aimed at securing social acceptance of a communist class structure. Still other portions pay interest on the credit that the communist enterprise periodically requires, and so on. Inescapable conflict emerges among proponents of different combinations of such surplus allocations as they differently evaluate and balance the competing demands of communist enterprise surpluses, enhancing personal incomes versus securing communist class structures and balancing among the competing ways to secure them. The ever-present threat is that failure to fund the needed non-class processes, state and party action, credit extension, technical progress, etc., may undermine communism itself. Responding to conflicts over surplus distributions, workers might increase the quantity of surplus they produce by laboring more hours. Their goal might be to enable more dividend payments without reducing the other surplus allocations. Yet such a response risks worker exhaustion, alienation, and disaffection from communist class structures. It may also yield growing inequality of private wealth, if shareholding in such enterprises is restricted, and hence dividend receipts flow to a minority of workers. Growing inequality may provoke animosities directed against that inequality and/or against private wealth per se, in favor of a return to collective wealth, and/or against communist class structures, in favor of other class structures. Access to a stock market might also produce such difficulties. Stock market fluctuations and differing individual share trading abilities might deepen income and wealth inequality. This could undermine the culture of equality often celebrated in communist society as crucial to its existence and survival. Diverging consumption standards, status, AMD inheritances, new definitions of social power and success in society, and even new individual strategies to achieve such power and success might interact to generate a culture and a politics increasingly ambivalent about the communist class structures of enterprises. Ambivalence may become hostility toward the communist fundamental class process. Those who became wealthy on the basis of this form of communism might confront rising hostility and opposition from those who did not. They might then decide to preserve their wealth by ending communism rather than shifting to another form of communism. Freedom, democracy, and economic efficiency, they might then insist, require that individuals with the means to do so be free to establish private enterprises in which they would appropriate the surplus labor produced by others without such means. Such voices might rediscover and proclaim Adam Smith's invisible hand theory, or its modern reformulation as Pareto optimization, that the pursuit of individual self-interest is the surest route to optimizing the welfare of the whole society. Such a theory might legitimate a transition from communist to capitalist class structures on the grounds of their greater efficiency. Freedom to start capitalist enterprises could be defended morally as a matter of rewarding the successful and as a civic virtue itself. Our hypothetical example shows how communist class structures could enable, enhance, and strengthen private property arrangements. It likewise demonstrates how private property might induce workers to support and work hard within communist class structures. Yet the example also reveals how communist class structures in enterprises might undermine private property were increasing inequalities of wealth to clash with the collective values and turn people against private property. Similarly, the institution of private property could undermine communist class structures if it were to 1. Divert too large a portion of communist surpluses to personal accumulations and/or 2. Undermine workers' physical health by promoting overwork. The logic of overdetermination in our argument implies not only that contradictions characterize the relationship between class and property. The illustrative contradictions cited above, as well as many others that constitute the class-property relation, all operate simultaneously. The net result of a web of contradictions, those that sustain versus those that undermine, is contingent. It depends on the total social context of cultural, political, and economic processes. They overdetermine whether and how the contradictions sustain or undermine any particular coexistence of class and property structures. A different example can enrich the argument. Suppose a society characterized by a decentralized communist class structure. Productive workers appropriate and distribute only the surplus produced in their own enterprise. Ownership of each enterprise's productive property is vested exclusively in its workers. This form of communism avoids some of our first examples' contradictions, but it encounters others. The communist class structure in each enterprise will yield different quantities of surplus, for reasons of weather, planning errors, technical problems, local politics, etc. Thus, some communist workers will be able to distribute more surplus to themselves as private owners. Communist workers in other enterprises will have to settle for smaller distributions to themselves as owners. Still other communist enterprises may generate no surpluses and perhaps exhaust their workers' personal property to maintain their enterprises. If growing inequality of enterprises' performances and of wealth among communist workers results, the kinds of conflicts seen above may develop and perhaps evolve toward a change in the form of communism or even a transition out of communism. Such transitions may never become possibilities in citizens' minds, or they might be thwarted if begun. If interacting property and communist class structures generated unequal distributions of wealth, new laws might redistribute the wealth through inheritance or other taxes and subsidies. Cultural affirmations of communism and demonizations of exploitation may succeed in making a transition away from communist class structures literally unthinkable, precluding popular support for any program to abolish communist class structures. The coexistence of communist class structures and private property might come to be viewed overwhelmingly as the ideal balance between collective well-being, community values, and personal well-being, individual values. The ways that communist class structures and private property undermine each other may be more than offset by the ways in which they reinforce each other. A final example completes our discussion. First, we suppose a decentralized surplus labor appropriation and the enterprise's workers as sole owners, collectively, of its property, as in our previous example. However, we now add the legal possibility that the workers as private owners could agree to dismantle and sell the assets of their enterprises to anyone willing to buy. This might be touted as an ideally decentralized mechanism to close enterprises whose products were unwanted or whose technology was outmoded. Such asset sales would mean that communist workers had abolished their own communist class positions. The thus unemployed workers might then enter capitalist or other class structures, if no positions were available in communist enterprises. In this case, private property would have helped to undermine communist class structures. Alternatively, if the law allowed only communist class structured enterprises, no supersession of communist class structures would ensue. Perhaps new communist class structured enterprises would be required to give priority to such unemployed workers. Such a form of communism might combine efficiency and equity in a model way. These examples support several general propositions about the coexistence of communist class structures and property structures. Property regimes ranging from the collective to the private can coexist with communist class structures. The equality of persons within the collectives of producer/appropriators within communist class structures may sustain unequal and even increasingly unequal private property distributions. At the same time, such communist class structures and enterprises can range from the decentralized to the centralized. The possible combinations of property and communist class structures yield many variant forms of communism. The interactions between coexisting class structures and property structures are contradictory. The larger social context overdetermines whether, how, and for how long each particular coexistence survives and, if it does not, to which other class and/or property structures a transition will occur. Having shown that communist class structures can coexist with private as well as collective property, we turn next to a parallel demonstration. Communist class structures can coexist with or without markets, including a market in which labor power is exchanged for a wage payment. Productive resources and products need to be distributed among producers and consumers in all economies with developed divisions of labor. The mechanism of distribution can be administered allocations, by state, religious, communal, or other authorities, or market exchanges, with the usually associated prices, wages, and money. However, the distribution of resources and products is different from production and hence different from the class structure of production. How resources are assembled for production and how the resulting products get distributed socially are different matters from how surplus is produced, appropriated, and distributed. Mechanisms of distribution and class structures of production interact, but that is no argument for making them identical or fixing them in only one possible relationship. The next section shows how both markets and other distribution systems, for resources including labor power and for products, can coexist with communist class structures. Class and markets. To make this argument, we begin by considering two enterprises, one producing cloth, the other food. Both have communist class structures. They operate within a society whose system of distribution entails market exchanges between buyers and sellers. Workers in these communist enterprises collectively produce and sell their outputs. One portion of their sales revenues comprises the values yielded by their necessary labor. The collective appropriates this portion and uses it to pay wages to its individual members. The remaining portion of sales revenues, yielded by the workers' surplus labor, is collectively appropriated and distributed. In this way, communist labor has been embodied in communist commodities and communist surplus labor in those commodities' surplus values. These commodities deserve a modifying adjective, communist, to indicate which class process was involved in their production. The same adjective belongs with related nouns such as value, surplus value, price, and profit when they too pertain to communist class structures and their commodity products. As Marx, 1990, 953, noted, the commodity that emerges from capitalist production is different from the commodity we began with as the element, the precondition of capitalist production. Here as elsewhere, he underscores the difference between pre-capitalist and capitalist commodities. The commodities differed because they emerged from capitalist versus non-capitalist class structures. For our argument here aims to show how communist class structures can coexist with markets to yield yet more variant forms of communism. We begin by focusing on a market in labor power, since it is so often viewed, wrongly in our opinion, as a sign of capitalism. A market in labor power means that laborers sell their labor power to buyers by mutual agreement or contract. Laborers use the revenues from the labor power commodity they sell, their wages, to purchase means of subsistence. We make the usual assumption that these means of subsistence are also commodities as, indeed, are all the products of industry. In short, our focus on the labor market presumes a generalized context of markets as the means to distribute resources and products. In such a generalized market system, we ask the following two questions that are basic to our class analytical approach. 1. Inside the producing enterprises, who produces, appropriates, and distributes the surplus? And, 2. To whom are shares of the surplus distributed and for what purposes? If we answer that a communist class structure exists inside all enterprises, that means that the collective of communist workers is both the purchaser of labor power as a commodity and the seller of its products as commodities. The collective buys each individual unit of labor power from its own members, much as it also buys tools, equipment, and raw materials for production. 5. The collective alone thus acquires the use value of each unit of labor power sold by setting in motion the labor of these workers with other purchased means of production. In this way, the collective carries out production and then sells its output in market exchanges. It uses one portion of the revenues to pay the wages it owes its individual members. It collectively appropriates and distributes the remainder. The coexistence of such communist class structures inside enterprises with commodity, including labor power, markets defines a form of communism that we might call market communism. As with private property, so with generalized markets, communist class structures that coexist and interact with them will display particular qualities and contradictions. For example, market communism would likely require new laws and a new consciousness among its participants. Such laws might require that laborers who sell their labor power to communist enterprises must thereby also become part of the collectivity of workers that appropriates and distributes their surplus labor. The new consciousness might entail workers thinking it normal and unremarkable that they are simultaneously noted. The commodity that emerges from capitalist production is different from the commodity we began with as the element, the precondition of capitalist production. Here as elsewhere, he underscores the difference between pre-capitalist and capitalist commodities. The commodities differed because they emerged from capitalist versus non-capitalist class structures. For our argument here aims to show how communist class structures can coexist with markets to yield yet more variant forms of communism. We begin by focusing on a market in labor power, since it is so often viewed, wrongly in our opinion, as a sign of capitalism. A market in labor power means that laborers sell their labor power to buyers by mutual agreement or contract. Laborers use the revenues from the labor power commodity they sell, their wages, to purchase means of subsistence. We make the usual assumption that these means of subsistence are also commodities as, indeed, are all the products of industry. In short, our focus on the labor market presumes a generalized context of markets as the means to distribute resources and products. In such a generalized market system, We ask the following two questions that are basic to our class analytical approach. 1. Inside the producing enterprises, who produces, appropriates, and distributes the surplus? And 2. To whom are shares of the surplus distributed and for what purposes? If we answer that a communist class structure exists inside all enterprises, that means that the collective of communist workers is both the purchaser of labor power as a commodity and the seller of its products as commodities. The collective buys each individual unit of labor power from its own members, much as it also buys tools, equipment, and raw materials for production. 5. The collective alone thus acquires the use value of each unit of labor power sold by setting in motion the labor of these workers with other purchased means of production. In this way, the collective carries out production and then sells its output in market exchanges. It uses one portion of the revenues to pay the wages it owes its individual members. It collectively appropriates and distributes the remainder. The coexistence of such communist class structures inside enterprises with commodity, including labor power, markets defines a form of communism that we might call market communism. As with private property, so with generalized markets, communist class structures that coexist and interact with them will display particular qualities and contradictions. For example, market communism would likely require new laws and a new consciousness among its participants. Such laws might require that laborers who sell their labor power to communist enterprises must thereby also become part of the collectivity of workers that appropriates and distributes their surplus labor. The new consciousness might entail workers thinking it normal and unremarkable that they are simultaneously. This argument encounters questions. Does the coexistence of generalized commodity production and communist class processes in enterprises preclude the survival of those communist class processes? What happens to the viability of communist class structures when the fluctuations endemic to markets yield high unemployment? How can the notion of collectivity among workers survive the competitive, individualist, and alienating environment of markets and exchange? Are markets not necessarily, in the last instance, linked to capitalism? We responded to similar questions above concerning the coexistence of private property and the communist fundamental class process. There we argued that a contradictory relationship existed between them. Private property both sustained and undermined communist class structures, which effect would prevail was always contingent, dependent on the larger social context. A contradictory relationship also exists, we believe, between markets and communist class structures. It encompasses both instability and stability, concentration and competition, alienation and solidarity. Consider first the classic notion of worker alienation as it has widely been discussed in relation to capitalist class structures. Workers who competitively sell their labor power to capitalists are thereby alienated not only from their surplus labor, but also from controlling the process of their labor as well as its fruits, from one another, and ultimately from parts of themselves. Whether or not they are conscious of their situation, it is argued, their alienation generates endless problems of low motivation and low productivity that threaten the survival of capitalist enterprises. No doubt, similar problems would also appear if workers sold their labor power to communist enterprises. Such problems could, under certain social circumstances, even contribute to undermining communist class structures altogether. However, the problems of alienation associated with wage labor are only part of the complex, contradictory relationship between wage labor and class. Wage labor markets do not always and necessarily exert only undermining effects, regardless of the broader social contexts. Capitalist economies have found their ways to limit, mute, offset, or control the effects of wage earner alienation. Comparable ways to manage alienation would likely emerge in societies where communist class structures prevail within enterprises. Moreover, individuals' motivations and productivities, their senses of themselves and their social relationships, are not determined solely by, reducible to, market processes. We reject such determinist/reductionist logics in favor of overdetermination. 6. We presume multiple and contradictory causes of workers' alienation. Market processes interact with all the other social processes to overdetermine how individuals feel and construe their experiences in the labor market, in production, and elsewhere. Just as the presence of a particular class structure cannot be reduced to the presence or absence of a wage labor market as its essential determinant, neither can the existence of worker alienation. Communist class structures would, where they exist, also participate with all other social processes in overdetermining the consciousness that workers bring to their market experiences. For example, communist enterprises might well support state, party, and other activities that inculcate particular norms and values in workers. These might radically demote workers' individual market activities relative to the importance assigned to their collective production activities, producing, appropriating, and distributing the surpluses they themselves create. The latter would then function as the prioritized elements of their self-definition and sense of individual worth. What might come to matter most would be workers' proficiencies within the collective activities of enterprises rather than the wages they received. Societies with markets and capitalist class-structured enterprises often display a reverse pattern of self-definition and self-worth. In the United States, for example, education and advertising persuade many workers to define themselves minimally in terms of their labor and maximally in terms of the standards of conspicuous consumption that their wages and salaries make socially visible. Of course, the contradictions within the relationship between markets and communist class structures can evolve in ways that jeopardize those class structures. Depending on the overdetermining social circumstances, markets, communist enterprises, and workers' experiences may deepen alienation, weaken collective solidarity, and thereby undermine the survival of communist class structures. Under other conditions, the interaction strengthens both markets and communist class structures. The latter's supporters will presumably intervene wherever, and however possible to maximize the likelihood of that outcome. Their efforts may succeed or fail depending on time, place, and context. No historical inevitability attaches to the contradictory relationship between markets and communist enterprises. The same logic applies when a society in which markets and communist enterprises coexist encounters the instabilities associated with markets. Marx's analysis of market capitalism underscores how markets can fail, commodity supplies and demands unbalanced, and how their failures can lead to generalized economic crises. Markets and communism can also fail and threaten dire consequences. For example, suppose that some communist enterprises face insufficient demand for their commodity outputs to be sold at the prices needed to recoup their costs of production and realize their surplus value. Let us suppose further that they react by reducing output and employment. Communist workers might react to high unemployment, unsaleable products, and thus falling surpluses by deciding to reduce their surplus distributions, their subsumed class payments. They might, for example, cut outlays for daycare centers for workers' children or contributions to the Communist Party to enable their reduced surplus to maintain outlays on sales staff seeking buyers. For some communist enterprises, this strategy may succeed in overcoming market instabilities and restoring adequate surplus realization. In other communist enterprises, the strategy may well fail. Reduced childcare boosts worker absenteeism and lowers productivity, while underfunded party activities further depress worker morale and productivity. Communist enterprises experiencing these problems may be unable to continue to operate. In this form of communism, market interactions with communist class structures would have led some communist enterprises collectives of workers/appropriators to fire some or all of their individual members. If the unemployed were willing to take jobs producing surplus without becoming a part of the enterprise collectivity that appropriates that surplus, and if such non-communist enterprises existed in the society, capitalist enterprises might grow. The interaction of markets and communist enterprises might in this way undermine some, or, in extreme circumstances, perhaps all, communist enterprises and provoke transitions to differently class-structured enterprises. Such a class change would then react back upon markets to alter them, and so on. Generalized communist commodity production that produces unemployment may thereby threaten the survival of that form of communism or indeed any form of communism. However, no necessity for communism's passing follows. In societies where chiefly capitalist enterprises interact with markets, likewise no necessity exists for market instabilities to undermine the existing class structures. Capitalisms have long learned to survive and even prosper despite recurring periods of unemployed labor and capital. Various state policies and private sector adjustments have usually succeeded in preventing unemployment from undermining capitalist class structures. Cultural processes have aided this process. For example, economists have stressed the positive aspects of market downturns. They weed out the less efficient enterprises. In contrast, the negative aspects of lost jobs, traumatized families, wasted production facilities, and other such market inefficiencies tend to be minimized, ignored, or attributed to causes other than market instabilities. 7. The culture of a society with communist enterprises and markets would, of course, differ from the culture of a society with capitalist enterprises and markets. Both cultures would face troublesome market fluctuations, but they would respond in different ways designed to maintain their different class structures. Thus, state officials in communist societies might well justify interventions in markets by references to a commitment to guarantee the good life for communist workers. 8. Their interventions would include the outlawing of exploitation, much as other societies outlaw slavery, serfdom, or illegal discriminations of various sorts, as well as laws fixing minimum wages, annual incomes, and so on. Anticipating possible unemployment, such a state might require each communist enterprise to distribute some of its surplus to a central fund to sustain the unemployed. To overcome market difficulties, the communist state could increase support to communist enterprises, buying communist commodity outputs, finding new export markets, and so on. The state might establish new state enterprises, of course, with communist class structures, to absorb unemployment, at least temporarily, generated in existing communist enterprises. The state might also reduce its tax demands on communist enterprises' surpluses when market difficulties reduce their realized surplus. These are but a few of the possible state policies to prevent or offset market difficulties in societies where markets coexist and interact with communist class structures. Many such policies are analogous to ones that exist in capitalist societies. Such state interventions create new kinds of contradictions within market communism. For example, establishing state enterprises fosters new forms of competition for non-state enterprises. Locating them within the state also provides new opportunities both for communist state officials and for workers in those enterprises possibly to achieve more favorable, powerful, positions in society for themselves vis-à-vis the private communist enterprises. To expand state service supporting private communist enterprises while reducing its taxes on their surpluses, a strong program against unemployment, would throw the state budget into imbalance. If such a deficit were to be offset by raising taxes instead on workers' incomes, this might well provoke other problems. Market interventions that secure enterprises' communist class structures while preventing falling incomes and rising unemployment may also introduce problems often associated with actually existing socialisms. If the state does not let communist enterprises dissolve when market conditions render them no longer viable, it may thereby block the shift of workers and productive resources to the production of other goods and services that may be more important to social progress, in terms of standards of living but also in terms of citizens' attitudes toward and support for economic change. The analogies with similarly motivated state interventions in capitalist societies are striking. The state must, in both cases, weigh the costs and benefits of its support against those of letting the market decide. But each state weighs different costs and benefits. Thus, the communist state gives great weight to how its policies produce benefits for as against imposing costs on long-term survival and growth of communist class structures. The capitalist state clearly does not. A communist state may intervene, rather than let the market mechanisms proceed, if, for example, it shares a broad cultural consensus that workers should control markets rather than adjust to them. If such adjustment is seen as quintessentially capitalist and hence the opposite of socialism and communism, workers may expect and state officials oblige with market-controlling state interventions. As a result, the economic development of a communist society will be different from what it would have been had markets been left alone. Moreover, it is quite possible that at another time, with a different cultural consensus, the state might not intervene when market instabilities threaten some communist enterprises. We might well expect periodic oscillations in state policy toward markets in communist societies. Capitalist societies too have oscillated between phases of relatively active state intervention to regulate or control markets and phases where state interventions were minimized. We presume that similar oscillations in the extent of communist state interventions will likely emerge. Policymakers reach different conclusions in weighing the costs and benefits of state intervention because their ever-changing social context alters what they count as costs and benefits and how they measure them. But there is no reason to presume nor any evidence that such oscillations necessarily undermine the class structures that state policy aims to secure. Not only can communist class structures inside private enterprises coexist with markets, they can likewise coexist with more or less state intervention when those markets experience instabilities. These are thus still more forms of communism, those with markets and maximum state intervention as well as those with markets and minimum intervention. The complex coexistence of communist class structures, markets, and a state is, as we have shown, fraught with contradictions, tensions, and instabilities. The communist enterprises and the state will seek to cope with them in ways that reproduce communist class structures. It is possible that the interactions among markets, communist class structures, and state interventions will yield difficulties that exceed their coping mechanisms and undermine the survival of the communist class structures. This could help to inaugurate a class transition. The latter remains as much a possibility for communist societies with markets and a state as it has always been a possibility in societies where capitalist class structures interact with markets and a state. Class and power. Communist class structures may coexist with alternative structures of power and thereby display still more variant forms of communism, The argument here parallels our previous discussions of the coexistence of communist class structures with alternative distributions of property, private and collective, and alternative mechanisms of resource and product distribution, markets and planning. Given the politically charged associations linking communism to particular social distributions of power, we will focus on them quite closely. However, we seek only to suggest an approach. We cannot here do justice to all its implications for the relationship between class and power, a vast topic of a vast literature. Consider a society composed of adult individuals. Of these, a subset, N, participate as producers, appropriators, and distributors of surplus labor in the communist enterprises prevailing in this society. Thus, MN individuals do not participate as such communist workers. We propose to examine three different possible distributions of power among the adult individuals in this society. Power in the sense of effective authority to order/govern individuals' activities and relationships in this society, including their relationships to the communist class structure. The first distribution gives every one of the adult individuals equal power. The second gives only the communist workers such equal power. Finally, the third distribution that we consider allocates such power only to all or some of the individuals, MN, who are not communist workers in this society. We may call the first distribution a complete social democracy. Everybody shares equally in the power to order individuals' social activities and relationships. We term the second distribution a complete class democracy, power vested in the communist workers. The third distribution of power describes a kind of oligarchy, power in the hands of only non-workers, that might even take the extreme form of being concentrated in one person, a despot. The goal here is to keep separate the class processes of producing, appropriating, and distributing surplus labor from the political processes of distributing and exerting power or control over individuals' behaviors. Power, even when it is exerted on the class processes, remains separate and distinct from them. For example, consider a class democratic communism wherein producers collectively produce, appropriate, and distribute the surplus and also have the legal power alone to decide, 1. The size of that surplus and, 2. What portions of the surplus will be distributed to which recipients. For a contrasting example, consider a complete social democracy. Power there is distributed equally to all citizens. They would thus decide both the size of the surplus and how it is to be distributed. Note that here, the communist workers remain the sole appropriators and distributors of the surplus, but they would have to share, equally with all other adult citizens, the power to decide on the magnitudes and allocations of the surplus. Yet another relationship between class and power would emerge if social power were concentrated solely in the hands of the MN subset of the population, what we termed an oligarchy. Then the individuals engaged in the communist class structures of enterprises would be excluded from power over the size and distribution of the surplus. That is, they would continue to produce, appropriate, and distribute the surplus collectively, but the power to determine the size and particulars of the distribution would lie in others' hands. No invariant or uniquely necessary link connects communist enterprises to one or another social distribution of power. While we focused above on alternative distributions of power over the sizes and distributions of communist surpluses, the same logic applies to power over other aspects of individuals' behaviors. Alternative social distributions of power over, for example, child rearing or voting for political leaders or designing educational curricula can likewise coexist with communist class structures inside enterprises. Power relationships and class relationships within any society are neither identical with, nor uniquely connected to, nor deducible from one another. Each distinct coexistence of communist enterprises and a particular social distribution of power displays its unique contradictions. In complete social democracy, for example, every individual is endowed with equal rights to help shape the rules of social interactions among individuals, including their relations to communist surplus labor production, appropriation, and distribution. If such rights took the concrete forms of voting and majority rule, then that majority would decide, among other things, 1. The number and identities of the individuals comprising N, 2. The division between necessary and surplus labor, 3. What portions of the surplus to distribute to different occupants of subsumed class positions, 4. Whether or not to rotate individuals through different class positions, and 5. How to organize any rotation. Such a social democratic form of communism might become popular because every individual participates in exercising this power, making these decisions, over the class, and also the non-class, processes comprising the society. Contradictions, however, also exist in the interaction of power and class structures. Added to the tensions and conflicts that can arise in any situation where majority votes decide, There are particular problems that may arise between the end communist surplus labor producers and appropriators and the rest of adult society, MN. In a social democracy, the end producers of surplus must share control over the surplus with the other MN individuals who do not perform communist surplus labor. Suppose a democratic decision mandated increased surplus labor by the end performers. They might, under certain circumstances, question or challenge the non-performers' power over surplus labor. Complete social democracy might come to appear to the end communist producers to be grossly unfair. Its abolition might become the goal of workers' movements. Counter-movements might then define their goals in terms of abolishing communist class structures as inimical to the social democracy they champion. They might, for example, endorse some version of Jeffersonian democracy, understood as a social democracy coexisting with an ancient class structure, generalized individual self-employment. Whatever the good intentions that might lie behind establishing the egalitarianism of complete social democracy, such egalitarianism also establishes the basis for tensions and possible conflicts that could, under some circumstances, undermine either that distribution of power or the communist class structure or both. Under other social circumstances, specifically under other culturally hegemonic values, such tensions might not arise or become socially explosive. If the requirement that communist workers share power with non-workers, including power over how individuals relate to the communist class structure, were celebrated as the long-sought, utopian core of communism, that might minimize contradictions becoming openly antagonistic. Proponents might succeed in gaining wide acceptance of this definition of communism, a society in which enterprises have communist class structures, where all individuals rotated through all class positions, and where every citizen had equal control over deciding the rules of social behavior, including relations of individuals to the communist enterprises. Such acceptance might mute the contradictions between communist class structures and social democracy for indefinite periods. Within socialist and communist movements, many have focused on democracy as the essential difference between capitalism and the socialist/communist alternative. They have equated capitalism with merely formal democracy and socialism/communism with substantive, real democracy. 9 The prevalence of such thinking might help to secure the coexistence of communist class enterprises and social democracy by undermining other discourses that see democracy violated if communist producers must share power equally with non-producers. Once again, neither discourse necessarily prevails over the other. In the distribution of power that we labeled complete class democracy, the end producers/appropriators of surplus also have exclusive power over its sizes, dispositions, and so on. This form of communism would eliminate some of the tensions discussed above. As usual, eliminating one set of contradictions provokes another set. Concentrating power in the hands of communist workers may enable them to take actions unacceptable to others. The workers may use their power to raise their necessary labor, devoting more of their labor time to producing their own wage incomes. If we assume a constant length of the working day, this action would reduce the surplus they produce and hence the surplus available to be distributed by them to others. They may reduce distributed shares of the surplus to disfavored subsumed class recipients. In these and other ways, a class democracy could make life increasingly difficult for some or all who do not perform communist surplus labor. On the other hand, a set of cultural and political processes may be present that constrain such actions, despite the power over the surplus allocated exclusively to the communist producers of it. A system of regular rotation of all individuals in and out of communist class positions might dissolve the tensions described above. Discourses may exist that motivate producers to extend their workday without increasing their wages and to distribute the resulting higher surplus to non-producers. Done in the name of social welfare, solidarity, or other culturally sanctioned values. Such behavior by the communist producers could undermine hostility or opposition to the producers' concentrated power. Nationalist discourse, for example, might successfully exhort communist workers to increase their surplus labor so more of its fruits can be distributed to, say, subsumed classes of military or party officials or production managers viewed as essential for the nation's survival or expansion. The risk that performers of non-class processes who get smaller distributions of the surplus might no longer provide some of the conditions of existence for communist enterprises might also dissuade communist producers from using their powers in particular ways. How the contradictions unique to the coexistence of class democracy and communist enterprises change both depends on the social context. In our third kind of power distribution, in which an oligarchy of MN individuals wields power, or possibly only one despot does, the resulting contradictions with communist enterprises once again may but need not undermine either the power distribution or that class structure. 3 linked, hypothetical examples can make the basic point. In the first, A matriarchal society organizes all communist enterprises as exclusively male, while all or some women hold exclusive power. These women do occupy communist subsumed class positions, obtaining distributed shares of surplus for providing political conditions of existence of communist class structures, writing and enforcing laws, adjudicating disputes over those laws, etc. Our second example is a patriarchal society in which such power is vested exclusively in the hands of non-worker men who control the surpluses produced in communist enterprises in which only women produce, appropriate, and distribute surplus. Finally, consider still another form of communism in which both men and women collectively produce and appropriate surplus labor in communist enterprises, but only one gender of non-producers exercises power over that surpluses over other relationships in the society. Each of these power distributions can coexist with communist class structures in the society's enterprises. We can clarify this point by shifting attention momentarily away from enterprises to households where power and class processes also coexist. Production inside households, converting raw materials into family meals, repairing clothing and furniture, cleaning rooms, healing illnesses, etc., may display communist class processes. Adults collectively produce, appropriate, and distribute their surplus household labor. Fred, Resnick, and Wolf 1994. Such communist households might contain as well a patriarchal distribution of power. Father alone orders the behavior of household members in both their class and non-class processes inside and outside the household. Mother, grandparents, children, and others perform necessary and surplus labor collectively and likewise appropriate and distribute the surplus. Yet this household communist class structure coexists with a household distribution of power concentrated solely in the father. He alone decides the sizes and dispositions of communist household surplus and most other economic, political, and cultural issues relating to household relationships. He also draws a portion of the household surplus into his own hands, partly to enable his performance of patriarchal decision-making. Parents raising children, religious authorities guiding their flocks, school teachers, and others, might define gender, love, childhood, and kinship so as to naturalize and sanctify the household coexistence of patriarchy and a communist class structure. This would contribute to its continuation. Political oligarchy can interact as well with communist class structured enterprises. For example, see Part 3 below for details. The Soviet collectivization of agriculture established collective farm enterprises that temporarily exhibited communist class structures. However, the power to decide the sizes and dispositions of their communist surpluses, and much else about collective farm life, was reserved to a small number of Soviet state and party personnel. This coexistence of oligarchic power and communist class structures in the specific context of Soviet society did not endure in many collective farms. Communist gave way to capitalist class structures inside those collective farms. Some became state capitalist farms. State officials appropriated the surplus of agricultural wage workers on state-owned land. Others became de facto private capitalist agricultural enterprises. A subset of the collective appropriated and distributed the surpluses produced by the rest of the collective on the collectively owned land. In these examples, an oligarchical power structure had coexisted with farm enterprises communist class structures to define a particular form of communism. However, the contradictions of that form in the USSR of the 1930s produced transitions from communist to capitalist class structures in many cases. Finally, as an example of a despotic form of communism, we suppose that one individual, not a communist producer/appropriator, wields total power over a vast network of communist enterprises as well as over other social sites. Cultural processes persuade the population that this despot's power secures both social cohesion and progress. By endorsing communist class structures, ordering the workers to produce, appropriate, and distribute their surpluses collectively, despotic power provides crucial conditions for their existence. A portion of the surplus that the despot orders from the communist enterprises finances the agents who manage politically and legitimate culturally this form of communism. Such agents perform military tasks of protection, perhaps crucial irrigation works, religious and artistic activities, and so forth. They interpret and disseminate the despot's grand design, or that of a god, whose chief agent is the despot, which is, in our terms, the coexistence of absolute oligarchy and communist class structures in enterprises. As Marx argued in reference to Oriental despotism, societies organized in such ways have managed to contain and so survive the contradictions between their power and class structures for centuries. Wittfogel 1963, Anderson 1975, 462-549. Turner 1978. 10. As these examples show, Communist class structures can coexist with a wide variety of social distributions of power. Each possible configuration of power and class structures, each variant form of communism, has its unique contradictions and hence its unique pattern of change. Depending on social context, such configurations will change in myriad ways. Within the changes, the communist class structures may endure or may undergo transition to some other class structures. Forms of communism vary with the many alternative distributions of property and power that may coexist with communist class structures in production. To recognize this variability is to reject both scholarly and popular attempts to fix single and simple definitions of communism. Communisms are as variable as capitalisms. Blindness to the variant forms of both had and has serious consequences, political as well as theoretical, for efforts to understand and transform societies. This book not only challenges that blindness in the prevailing interpretations of what happened in the USSR. Part 3 below also argues that the blindness had disastrous consequences for the development and eventually the survival of the USSR. We are concerned to show how that blindness also hobbles countless efforts today to move beyond forms of capitalism to forms of communism. It is perhaps important to restate that we focus on class not because it is the essence of society or social change. Our commitment to overdetermination precludes any such essentialism. Our focus is a response to the class blindness of other interpretations, a class blindness with negative social consequences. 11. By examining communism in terms of surplus labor, we part company with those inside and outside Marxism who equate particular systems of property, mechanisms of distributing resources and products, or social allocations of power with communism. We likewise differ from conceptualizations of communism too narrow to grasp the variability of its forms, past, present, and future. Sketching communism's forms, a systematic task only begun here, had to precede this book's new formulation of the relationship among capitalism, communism, and the history of the USSR. Classless communism and proletarian dictatorship. To this point we have theorized communism's varying forms as differing combinations of communist class structures and the myriad non-class processes of social life, alternative property and power distributions, and so on. However, communism may also include yet another and different form, a classless communist society. The class categories of Marxian theory themselves suggest and enable the specification of a classless form of communism. 12 Being epistemologically self-conscious and self-reflexive, the Marxian theory we use here is driven to investigate its own conceptual limits, the boundary that defines it. This means taking a step beyond class forms of communism to consider a notion of classless communism. Communism may take a particular variant form in which the necessary surplus labor distinction has disappeared and with it the Marxian theory premised and focused upon that distinction. This is, after all, as it should be. If Marxian theory is committed to the ceaseless change of human society, the forever coming into being, changing, and demise of all aspects of society, then this must apply as well to communist, as to all other, class structures and to Marxian, as to all other, theories. The argument of this chapter represents, then, more than the application to communism of certain class analytics based on a particular reading of Marx. It represents as well acknowledging the limitation of those analytics and peeking beyond them. Marx's famous letter to Joseph Wedemeyer, March 5, 1852, insists that the discovery of class and class conflict was not his but belonged rather to bourgeois historians. His new contributions, he argued, were three: a specific definition of class in terms of surplus production relations, the concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and lastly, the notion of such a dictatorship as transitional toward the abolition of all classes, a classless society. Marx and Engels 1975, 64. While he wrote extensively on class in terms of surplus, he said little about either the dictatorship of the proletariat or classlessness. Yet Marx's work on class does provide us with some means for constructing at least an initial analysis of classlessness and taking it further than Marx or Marxists since have done. The very phrase classless society remarkably defines a social arrangement in terms of what it is not. What would be missing in such a society, from our perspective, is the distinction between necessary and surplus labor, that is, the fundamental class process. By contrast, feudalism, capitalism, slavery, ancient, and still other class structures, and even the variant forms of communism sketched above, are all approached by Marxian theory in terms of their differing organizations of the division between necessary and surplus labor. That theory presumes the necessary/surplus distinction and then proceeds to work out the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor in each society's unique class structure. In a classless society, no division between necessary and surplus exists. Hence the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor disappear. They pass from history much as poorhouses, absolute monarchies, and religious rituals of human sacrifice largely faded from the 20th century. The absence of class processes defines a classless society, given Marx's theory of class and the various forms of class societies. That definition provokes the following sorts of questions. What social changes might enable a transition from class to classless societies, as distinct from transitions between class societies such as those from non-communist to communist? How would labor be organized and divided among concrete production tasks in societies where class processes are absent? How are such societies different from those where some form of the class process is prevalent? Not only can we conceptualize a society in which class disappears, we also presume that the disappearance of class would react back upon class analysis itself. Marxian theory would change, perhaps by removing its focus on class. While not forgetting the salience of class, it might focus instead on new problems, new objectives, and new social movements generated by the particular contradictions of classless societies. Marxism could thus apply its commitment to dialectics, that is, to the ceaseless transformation of all things, to envisioning the conditions of its own change as well. The absence of the distinction between necessary and surplus labor means that all human labor applied to the production of use values for social utilization, as means of consumption or means of production, would be understood as abstractly equivalent expenditures of brain and muscle. No portion of such labor would be surplus. The Marxian distinction between productive and unproductive labor would disappear. All human labor, whether allocated to the production of food and cloth, or to capital goods and raw materials used up in their production, or to the production and dissemination of cultural artifacts and political laws, would, in a new and different sense, comprise necessary labor. 13. Compared to any class-structured society, for example, a classless society would require very different kinds of organization of work tasks, what and how to produce, and allocation of products, who gets what. Who does what kind of work for how long and in what way would depend on the needs and wants of all concerned, excluding any need or want to produce or procure a surplus. No persons or groups desire for profit, rent, interest, and so on, as class categories, could be effective, could actually determine what work anyone performs or what products anyone gets. That is a condition for classlessness to continue. Another condition of existence of classlessness might be the systematic rotation of all work tasks among individuals to prevent any technical/functional divisions of labor from hardening and possibly becoming class divisions. Cf. Bucharin and Preobrazhensky 1969, 115 ff. The absence of class implies as well as presupposes the liberation of all work from its historic subordination to class. Classlessness also has its cultural conditions of existence. For example, there would have to be education of all in the multiplicity of tasks to be accomplished if rotation were to be possible. There would need to be education for all in the coordinating and designing of tasks as well as their performance. In short, the distribution of skills characteristic of class societies would have to be replaced by a distribution appropriate to classlessness, a general, mass development of the population's design, research, production, and managerial skills. Another cultural condition of existence would likely be a hegemonic ethic that places the highest priority on the equality of all in relation to production and its fruits and on classlessness as the preferred means to achieve that equality. For classlessness to survive, still another condition is for politics to be the direct social means to decide the what, how, and for whom of production. These latter must be the direct objects of political processes without any regard to the maintenance of any class structure. Politics must at last proceed without the constraint of maintaining any existing class structure. Politics must prevent any of the rules of class maintenance, such as profit or surplus maximization, from interfering in the social decisions about economics or anything else. The absence of class implies as well as presupposes the liberation of politics from its historic interdependence with class. Classlessness has its particular social effects. These will of course vary with the specific social contexts within which class processes cease to exist. In this tentative, partial peek into classless communism, it may be useful to mention some possible effects of long-standing concern to Marxists. A social transition to classlessness removes one factor contributing to hierarchical divisions among individuals performing various tasks in the division of labor. Workers would no longer be differentiated, consciously or unconsciously, according to whether they produce or appropriate surplus or live off surplus produced by others. Since the history of class-structured societies suggests that individuals who appropriate the surplus of others tend often to arrogate disproportionate political power and cultural benefits to themselves, classlessness can contribute toward more democratic political and cultural life. Similarly, the absence of the necessary/surplus division of labor strengthens the scope and depth of collectivity in its gathering of all expenditures of human brain and muscle as equivalently under the continuous consideration, control, and transformation of politics. The production, distribution, and consumption of all goods and services, when classlessly organized, become more available as objects of democratic decision-making. No imperatives of maintaining a given class structure block movements toward a more democratic politics associated with classlessness. In this sense, classlessness represents a social step toward the rule of from each according to ability, and to each according to need. For the foreseeable future, one condition for the emergence of classless communism may be the spread of Marxian theories that systematically conceptualize both the differences between communist and non-communist class structures, and between them and classless communism. Such theories will, at the very least, considerably widen the scope of discussions as to the possible futures for contemporary societies. Alternative conceptions of communism, those never focused further than property ownership, who owns, than power, who rules, or even than surplus, who appropriates, will likely foster different social transitions. Theories that do not recognize the varieties of class processes and the possibility of their disappearance will, in our view, likely do little to facilitate a transition to classlessness, and may do much to block it. Socialism and communism. Having so far roughly equated socialism and communism, we need now to address their relationship differently. We begin by considering the many different usages of these terms. As very broad isms, they invite commentaries that emphasize economics, politics, or culture according to the commentator's orientation, conceptual entry point. For most, the terms are passionately intertwined with utopian or dystopian visions of the future. The futures we seek and those we dread play their more or less subtle roles in influencing all interpretations of these terms. For many on the left, the hope for socialism and communism now rests mainly with the future because they believe that the 20th century's experiments in constructing such social orders failed in the USSR, China, Cuba, and elsewhere. That failure is thought to reveal some fundamental, essential economic, cultural, or political defect that accounts for it. To correct that failure is then to create the conditions for that more prosperous, more humane, and freer society promised in and by the socialist and communist vision. Opposed to the left but agreeing with the assessment of socialism and communism as failures, rightist writers locate the essential determining causes of these failures as uncorrectable flaws inherent in all forms of socialism/communism. Most contemporary thinkers, left and right, focus on power, how it is organized and constrained, who wields it over whom, and so on. They account for the failures of socialism or communism in terms of the distribution of authority between state and citizen and among groups and individual citizens. Freedom, democracy, and political participation and control are the concepts that provide standards for defining the two terms, for assessing the claims of actual societies that they are socialist or communist, and for explaining their successes and failures. For those whose focus is culture, the definitions of socialism and communism often turn on issues of consciousness and ethics, how these social arrangements are informed by distinct conceptions of humanity. Actual societies labeled socialist or communist are then evaluated in terms of whether their citizens are new men and women in terms of their attitudes toward life and community, their broadly defined interpersonal ethics. For those concerned primarily with economics, socialism and communism have most often been defined in terms of collectivized property ownership and the means of production and the suppression of markets in favor of economic planning. They then analyze and assess socialist or communist experiments in terms of criteria of economic efficiency as relationships between inputs and outputs of production and/or criteria of what might be called ethical efficiency as expressed in the aphorism, from each according to ability, to each according to work, socialism, or according to need, communism. For many who admired, and still admire, the USSR and other similarly structured countries, they did not fail because of some intrinsic flaw in Marxism or some necessarily inherent tendencies of socialism and communism. Rather, specific conjunctural events are identified that undermined what could otherwise have been a successful socialism or communism. For example, many have pointed to misallocated resources and concentrated power in the hands of a state bureaucracy, perhaps necessitated and made perverse in the USSR by the unrelenting hot and cold wars launched against it since 1917. These and/or other conditions, such as technological and cultural backwardness, are asserted to have distorted and ultimately destroyed the otherwise solid prospects socialism and communism had to be successful there. A basic problem has afflicted such discussions of socialism and communism in the USSR and elsewhere. The various politically, culturally, and economically focused definitions of socialism and communism have not been necessarily consistent with one another. A distribution of property ownership called socialist often coexisted with market mechanisms, political power relations, or kinds of cultural life that were emphatically rejected as non-socialist and non-communist. Kinds of democracy could be achieved that some called socialist, notwithstanding economic conditions understood as non-socialist. In the face of conceptual difficulties and inconsistencies, at the level of basic definitions, discussions have often taken either of two equally sterile turns. One option has been to insist on one definition as essentially correct or ultimately decisive, thereby rendering all others as secondary or irrelevant and their proponents as wrong-headed or guided darkly by ulterior motivations. For example, the presence of political democracy, variously defined, has widely been asserted to be the central defining characteristic of genuine socialism and communism. Its absence then accounts for the failures of actually existing socialism or communism. For such thinkers, adding democracy to the collective property and economic planning of actual socialisms would have made them successful in the USSR and elsewhere. The other option has been to abandon the project of defining socialism and communism as intrinsically incoherent or practically inconsequential or both in an era of the end of ideology. Those so persuaded search, instead, for absolute, universal qualities, efficiency, equity, etc., of good societies transcending the outdated debates of capitalism versus communism. Inconsistency, polarized contests among narrow and deterministic definitions, doubt about the terms altogether, these problems have devalued as well as plagued recent discussions of socialism and communism. Yet defining these key terms remains necessary. At the very least, such an effort at definition amounts to learning and respecting the lessons from the rich tradition of many people's costly and creative struggles for what they understood as socialism and communism. It is needed if we are to be clear and persuasive about the kind of future society to which we orient our current activities. The task of defining socialism and communism continues to absorb Marxian theory, much as those specters continue to haunt all social theory, especially that which most loudly declares that socialism, communism, and Marxism are all dead. To move beyond the current unacceptable state of the definitions, we extend our specific class analysis of communisms beyond the loose conjoining of communism and socialism adequate to our argument so far. Indeed, that argument now enables us to formulate a new and different conception of the difference between communism and socialism. 14 We want to insert it into the ongoing discussions of socialism and communism because the class, in terms of surplus labor, conception is so often overlooked and because applying it in concrete analyses leads to arresting new conclusions. Communism, for us, denotes a social formation in which communist fundamental class processes and classless production arrangements, in varying proportions, predominate in the production of goods and services. In such a social formation, non-communist fundamental class processes do not characterize more than a small share of production activities. In contrast, socialism differs from communism in our perspective chiefly because it is not itself a class process, a distinctive form of producing, appropriating, and distributing surplus. Because the two terms are not synonymous, precisely in terms of surplus, we will henceforth stress their differences rather than conflate them. As a label for social formations, socialism has functioned with little or no regard to their surplus labor dimensions. It has referred rather to one or more of such defining characteristics as state economic intervention, state provision of social safety nets, low or no-cost housing, medical care, education, etc., income equality, collectivized property and means of production, democratic politics, and so on. It is thus not surprising that very different social arrangements could be and have been labeled socialist by advocates and enemies, across this century and across every continent. In these widely prevalent conceptions, socialism and communism differ chiefly in degree, communism being the further stage of state intervention, income equality, and so on. From our perspective, the overwhelming majority of societies hitherto labeled socialist have been forms of capitalism. That is, they have been societies in which capitalist class structures prevail inside productive enterprises and few if any communist class structures exist anywhere. They have usually been forms of capitalism in which state activity is great, especially in the economy, and in which the basic social welfare of the general population is a high priority. Less frequently, socialism has also been defined as a transitional society lying between the capitalism it rejects and the communism it seeks to achieve. The vast majority of supporters and detractors of Soviet society called it socialist in these traditional senses. 15 As we show below, it was actually particular forms of capitalist class structures that prevailed there, first in industry and then in agriculture. However, more than mere naming was always at stake. Calling the USSR socialist made its continuing capitalist class structure invisible as such, hence undebatable, and so off the agenda for social change. More than mere naming is likewise at stake now as new definitions of socialism and communism struggle into contention, carrying their heavy implications for contemporary social change. We can further clarify our differentiation of communism from socialism by briefly examining the thorny dictatorship of the proletariat that has haunted discussions of both terms. As Balabar, 1977, showed so definitively, Lenin's dictatorship of the proletariat had little to do with the organization of state power, more or less democratic, etc. It meant rather to distinguish between two alternative strategic commitments regarding class structures that a state apparatus, more or less democratic, could pursue. State supports for capitalist class structures and repression of anti-capitalist impulses and movements defined a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. The opposite commitment, to support, strengthen, and extend socialist/communist class structures while eliminating capitalist class structures and repressing anti-communist impulses and movements, was understood as a dictatorship of the proletariat. The terms concerned the class objectives, not the political organization, of the state. Our class differentiation of communism from socialism implies a corresponding distinction between different dictatorships of the proletariat. A communist dictatorship of the proletariat would exist when state power builds and extends, 1. Communist as against non-communist class structures and, 2. Classlessness as against all forms of class structures. Such commitments could become hegemonic within a state organized politically as a complete social democracy, a complete class democracy, various kinds of social oligarchies, or any combinations of these alternatives. A socialist dictatorship of the proletariat refers to state commitments to goals other than communist class and classless structures. These would be the goals traditionally associated with socialism: state management, regulation, and intervention in the economy, perhaps including nationalization of productive property, planning, and so on, to secure greater equality of incomes, a broad social welfare minimum, mass democratic political participation, and so on. A socialist dictatorship of the proletariat would advance the socialists' non-class goals and repress groups opposed to their achievement. A communist dictatorship of the proletariat might share many of those goals, but it would differ in adding and linking to them the particular goal of establishing and/or extending communist class structures and classlessness instead of capitalist or other non-communist class structures. Either kind of dictatorship of the proletariat could function by means of governmental forms ranging from democratic to autocratic. The social context in each case would overdetermine which political form actually served to enable which kind of dictatorship of the proletariat. From a class analytical perspective, the concept of proletarian dictatorship requires adjectives, socialist or communist. These distinguish which kind of dictatorship the proletariat has achieved where and when it wrests state hegemony from dictatorships of the bourgeoisie, or possibly of still other surplus appropriators such as feudal lords. The distinguishing adjectives also draw attention to the struggles that remain even if and when proletarian goals and a proletarian party achieve hegemony within a state. Proletarian dictatorship is one thing, what kind of proletarian dictatorship is something else. Thus the necessarily two-part question to be posed about the USSR, was a proletarian dictatorship achieved there and, if so, which kind? Finally, our differentiation among communism, socialism, and dictatorships of the proletariat rejects any teleological notion that any one of these leads necessarily to any other. Abandoning historical inevitabilities, we presume that transitions can occur, and likely have occurred historically, in every direction among them, and indeed among other class structures as well. Thus, the notion of socialism as a period of transition from capitalism to communism can only be understood, from this perspective, as an expression of some group's intentions for and/or interpretation of socialism. That is not our interpretation. For us, socialism is not inherently transitional in any particular way. Our class specifications of communism and socialism can be applied to evaluate societies that were and still are labeled communist or socialist. To do that, we first determine which class processes exist within such a society, with special attention to possible communist class and classless relations of production. We explore their coexistence and contradictions within the larger social context. We look especially for evidence of movements to communist from non-communist class processes and or vice versa. Our results comprise a class, qua surplus, assessment of any society's relation to socialism and communism, to communist class structures and to classlessness, the foci of the particular contribution class analysis seeks to offer. Just such class analytical questions inform the remaining chapters of this book. Our discussion of capitalism's different forms and especially our class analysis of the USSR aim to determine the Soviet system's status in terms of capitalism, socialism, and communism. Our assessment, focused on the social organization of surplus labor, will differ from those based on alternatively focused Marxian, and, a fortiori, non-Marxian, approaches and the different questions and aims of their proponents, cf. Trotsky 1961, 1972, Hilferding 1950, Ritzy 1985, Dunayevskaya 1971, Dobb 1966, Sweezy and Bettelheim 1971, Cliff 1974, Horkheimer 1978, Bellis 1979, Sweezy 1985a, Bettelheim 1975, Sweezy 1985b. We seek to add social analysis such as ours that focuses on class, surplus labor production and distribution, to some of those listed above whose emphases fall rather upon the organization of political power, property ownership, cultural formation, planning, moral incentives, and other aspects of social structure. We appreciate that they enter into their analyses of socialism and communism by focusing upon social dimensions other than class in the surplus labor sense. We recognize as well that much of what they describe as, for example, communist or socialist democracy is as much an indispensable component of the future society we seek as is its communist class structure or its classlessness. If, in turn, their visions of true social democracy, cultural freedom, and egalitarian economic well-being were to recognize and include what we have discussed as communist class structures and classlessness as components of the future they seek, a basis for integration of our differing theoretical perspectives and for practical alliances would exist. We recognize, moreover, that the famous dichotomies that have haunted the Marxian tradition, private versus collective ownership, moral versus material incentives, planning versus market, alienation versus non-alienation, and so forth, will be radically rethought as will be our own class analysis if such an integration and alliance occurs. Such an integration and alliance cannot and should not obscure our differences and the exploration and confrontation of them in the ongoing discussion and debate. However, based on such a mutual recognition theoretically, the discussions of socialism and communism can emerge from a long, if often brilliant and insightful, period of stalemate, that in turn might augur well for practical coalitions for socialism or communism. Steps in these directions would provide ample reward for the theoretical efforts in this and the previous chapter. Part 2. State Capitalism. Chapter 3. A Class Theory of State Capitalism. Capitalism has its variant forms just as communism does. Capitalist class structures, coexisting and interacting with a wide range of non-class processes, thereby generate those forms. In this second part of the book, we examine forms of capitalism much as we surveyed forms of communism in Part 1. However, we will proceed differently. Our survey of capitalism's forms will throughout focus on one in particular, namely state capitalism. We define that form as follows: capitalist processes of producing, appropriating, and distributing surplus coexist and interact with processes that place state officials, rather than private individuals, in the class position of appropriators and distributors of the surplus. Our stress on state capitalism so defined follows from the objective in Part 3 below, to present the findings from our class analysis of the rise and fall of the USSR. The chief finding is that Soviet industry was always organized as a state capitalist class structure, while Soviet agriculture became increasingly so across its history. Hence it is important, in this chapter, to delineate state capitalism by distinguishing it from other forms generally and from the more familiar private form of capitalism in particular. Since we are hardly the first to apply the term state capitalism to the USSR, Chapter 4 will show how our concept of state capitalism differs from all others. Capitalisms and exploitation. Capitalist class processes by definition involve exploitation. Because the producers of surplus do not also appropriate it, they are exploited. 1 Capitalists and productive laborers are different persons whose relationship thus includes an exploitative dimension. In contrast, communist class processes are not exploitative, the producers of surplus are also its immediate, collective appropriators. The relationships among such communist producers/appropriators do not include an exploitative aspect. Marx built his theory of capitalism on a familiar list of features, in addition to exploitation, that reflected the particular conjuncture in and for which he wrote. Hence, the opening sentences of Capital refer to the exchange of privately owned and produced commodities as one of those features. The wealth of societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails appears as an immense accumulation of commodities, the individual commodity appears as its elementary form. Our investigation therefore begins with the analysis of the commodity, 1990, 125. Marx nowhere argued that capitalist exploitation must always coexist with commodities and markets, that it must always be such a private capitalism. Capitalist exploitation can coexist with many different sets of social conditions, that is, capitalism can take various forms. Occasionally and without elaboration Marx touched on some of them. In Capital, Volume 2, for example, he wrote about state capital, insofar as governments employ productive wage labor in mines, railways, etc., and function as industrial capitalists, 1992, 177. To eternalize Marx's list of the particular qualities of the private capitalism of his time amounts to reading that private capitalism is the only possible form of capitalism in human history. Theorizing in this way fixes a rather narrow definition and boundary of capitalism. It would seem to violate the dialectical method deployed by Marx. Two Marxists have sometimes recognized this. For example, where market structures changed from competitive to monopolistic, they asked whether that altered or eliminated capitalist class structures within enterprises. Most concluded that capitalist class structures were changed but hardly eliminated. In a parallel way, we take Marxian analysis another step. We will argue that the post-1917 transformations in the USSR changed but did not eliminate capitalism. A system of state, rather than private, ownership and operation of industrial enterprises and state planning, rather than markets, amounted to a shift from a private to a state form of capitalism. Private capitalisms actually display a wide range of different forms, beyond the combination of private capitalist enterprises with alternatively competitive, oligopolistic, and monopolistic market structures. Private capitalist class structures are sometimes highly decentralized. Surpluses are then produced, appropriated, and distributed at decentralized sites, enterprises, scattered across the social geography. Alternatively, capitalist surpluses may be produced at many sites while they are appropriated in a concentrated way, literally gathered at a few or even one corporate headquarters for distribution from there. Hence, parallel to what we argued for different forms of communism, the centralization or decentralization of surplus production, appropriation, and distribution do not signal the presence or absence of private capitalist class structures. They refer instead to different forms of private capitalism. Another example concerns the ownership of the productive assets with which workers perform necessary and surplus labor. One private form of capitalism entails such ownership by the same individuals who also appropriate the surplus, the classic private owner and operator of a capitalist enterprise. An alternative private form, the large modern corporation, finds ownership of its productive assets in the hands of private individuals or groups who purchased shares in the stock market. In this case, the appropriators of the surplus, the board of directors, typically own few of the shares. Still other private forms of capitalism entail ownership of some or all shares by the workers themselves or even by government agencies. 3 These differing distributions of property and the means of production, to various combinations of private owners, neither necessitate nor imply that capitalist exploitation inside enterprises has disappeared. We have instead different private forms of capitalism, different arrangements of private ownership of the means of production coexisting with the capitalist class structure. Capitalism can take still other private forms. Capitalist class structures inside private enterprises can coexist and interact with either free markets or state-regulated markets or state-mandated non-market allocations. These different means of distributing resources and products would comprise private forms of capitalism. 4 Still further possible variations emerge depending on whether state regulations or allocations are centralized or decentralized. That is, do local or central state agencies do the regulating or allocating? Variant private forms of capitalism emerge as well if the relevant state agencies are responsible to electorates or not, and so on. In suggesting just this small portion of the universe of possibilities, we underscore that private capitalism, the exploitative production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus values by private capitalists, displays many forms depending on the social contexts in which it exists. 5 While other analysts may be concerned primarily with these forms, analyzing their different modes of operation, championing some and denouncing others for various reasons, our Marxian analysis focuses rather on their shared class and private dimensions. From that standpoint, they are variant private forms of capitalism. What defines state as opposed to private forms of capitalism is the social location of surplus appropriating enterprises, and the connection of appropriating individuals to the state. In private capitalism, individuals with no formal position within the state apparatus appropriate surplus in enterprises located outside of the state. In state capitalism, individuals with a necessary connection to the state, employed and selected by the state, exploit labor in enterprises that occupy locations within the state apparatus. These two features certainly affect the particular conditions of capitalist exploitation, but we have found no reason to conclude that their presence would make capitalism disappear. For example, if a state legislative body establishes state industrial capitalist enterprises, these may have a board of directors, surplus labor appropriating capitalists, appointed or elected by the legislative body. The board may acquire raw materials, means of production, and labor power via free market exchanges or exchanges that are more or less regulated by other state agencies. State capitalist enterprises may sell their products as commodities whose prices are determined in markets or in more or less state-regulated market exchanges. Or state capitalist enterprises may depend on other state agencies that physically distribute inputs and outputs instead of allowing market transactions. State capitalist enterprises may be highly centralized or decentralized, and so forth. State capitalism can, and historically does, demonstrate many other variant forms. State capitalist enterprises may exist at the margins of or scattered within predominantly private capitalist systems. A minority of state capitalist enterprises then interacts, and perhaps competes, with a majority of private capitalist enterprises. Alternatively, the private capitalist enterprises may be marginalized or delegitimated altogether, leaving most or all production to occur in state capitalist enterprises. This latter situation well describes Soviet industry after the 1920s, but not Soviet agriculture. State capitalist enterprises can also coexist with varying distributions of property in the means of production. With only collective or state property, state agencies might allocate productive assets among state capitalist enterprises. Agency functionaries would make such allocations according to criteria established for them, considering who might establish these criteria and how they might do so open still more possible state forms of capitalism, ranging from those whose allocational criteria emerge from a democratic determination to those that result from bureaucratic dictates. Struggles among and between state enterprises and allocating functionaries over such criteria would comprise a distinctively state capitalist, non-market kind of competition. Alternatively, some or all kinds of productive assets used by state capitalist enterprises might remain privately owned. 6. Then the state capitalists, much like their private counterparts, would compete for them in markets. Such markets in productive assets might be free or subject to state regulation of such things as minimum and maximum wage, rental, dividend, and interest rates. Such state forms of capitalism would likely refocus competition among enterprises on changing the design and administration of state regulations. The particular Soviet state form of capitalism was more or less replicated in other socialist countries. In them, state officials centrally appropriated the surpluses produced by industrial workers as per the classic definition of capitalist exploitation. Moreover, state administrative, command, allocation replaced markets, and state ownership replaced private ownership of industry's means of production, other than labor power, as well. The Soviet state form of capitalism was thus rather extremely statist. However, parallel to our discussion of variant forms of communism in Part 1, we needed here to survey some of the many possible forms of capitalism, private forms and state forms, before focusing on the particular state form in the USSR. Justifying the label capitalist. We turn next to demonstrating why the USSR displays a state capitalist rather than some other kind of exploitative class structure. Marx and Marxism generally recognize three basically different kinds of exploitative class structures, where the appropriators are different people from the producers of surplus, the slave and feudal as well as the capitalist class structures. 7. To determine which kind exists in any society requires examination of how its particular non-class processes combine to overdetermine its class structures. Proceeding in this way to read the texts and documents on the USSR, we found no evidence that slave class structures were significant there. If a culture, politics, and economy exist that allow human beings to be property and differentiate them into slaves and masters, the possibility of a slave class structure exists. The latter is exploitative, because slaves produce a surplus immediately appropriated by others, by masters. Slave class structures often require, as conditions of their existence, hegemonic cultures that inculcate norms of subservience and mastery. They render slaves' production of surplus for masters as necessary and/or inevitable. A slave class structure may also require a political system, laws, administrations with exclusive police and military powers, etc., to enforce a system of property in human beings and masters' rights to their slave surplus. A slave class structure may also be conditioned by an economic system in which masters breed slaves as they might other work animals with the costs likened to those of tools and machines. For a slave class structure to have characterized their industries, Soviet state officials would have had to create and sustain such cultural, political, and economic processes. In that way they might have propelled Soviet laborers to perform as slaves in relation to surplus appropriating slave masters. The evidence that Soviet officials appropriated industrial surpluses from others who produced that surplus is, as we will show, clear enough. However, we found neither arguments nor documents indicating that a culture, politics, or economy existed in support of a class structure that differentiated, de jure or de facto, slaves and masters inside Soviet state enterprises. Hence, we could not apply the label of slave to the exploitative relationship between the two classes. The hypothesis of a Soviet slave class structure warranted no further investigation. 8. Were a different culture, politics, and economy to exist that, while rejecting human slavery, nonetheless fostered another kind of human unfreedom, the hypothesis of a feudal exploitative class structure could be entertained. A feudal class structure involves formal relationships of interpersonal bondage, organic and/or natural and/or religious, such that one side produces surplus for the other. Pointedly absent is any widespread notion that production entails some voluntary exchange of equivalents among free people. Rather, a surplus produced by some and delivered to others is thought to flow necessarily from the personal bonds between them. For example, in feudal Europe, productive laborers were defined as bound organically to particular pieces of land and/or interpersonal, servile, but not slave, relationships to other individuals. Cultural norms existed, institutionalized in and enforced by church, state, and/or other organizations, that directly motivated as well as obligated individuals born and bound, as serfs, into such formalized relationships to produce surplus for other individuals, lords. Such exploitation was an intrinsic part of those relationships. In European feudalism, serfs produced surpluses appropriated by lords as customary rents either in kind or in money, or as the direct provision to lords of the serf's surplus labor, corvée. Were similar circumstances to exist in other times or places, we would hypothesize a feudal class structure for investigation. Fred, Resnick, and Wolf 1994. However, our review of the literature indicated that such cultural, political and economic conditions did not generally obtain in the USSR. The mass of workers was at least nominally free in the sense of having individual rights, albeit sometimes limited, to choose how, when, and for whom they worked as well as rights to struggle over the modes and remunerations of their work. The socially sanctioned concept of labor understood employer and employee to be contractually engaged in bargained exchanges of equivalents rather than bound by interpersonal relationships as in feudalism. Where feudal lords advanced means of production, lands, water, woods, for workers to use to produce their means of subsistence, Soviet state officials advanced wages to workers who purchased their means of subsistence in state-controlled markets. Such conditions, among others, led to our rejecting the hypothesis of a Soviet feudal class structure. 9. Our hypothesis that a capitalist class structure characterized Soviet industry did not emerge only because research eliminated the hypotheses of slave or feudal class structures. We were also persuaded that particular Soviet conditions such as a certain freedom of Soviet workers, upheld by culture, law, and politics as a constant theme, were conducive to capitalist class structures. That is, workers' freedoms from individual property and means of production or means of survival other than employment in state-owned enterprises under exploitative conditions led them then to choose to sell their own labor power. Thus they produced surplus for others, namely those who purchased their labor power. However, Soviet workers' freedoms also imposed some limits and constraints on the employment agreements arrived at and forever contested. The prevailing Soviet doctrines on labor held that the exchange of their labor power for a wage was, or could and should be, a full participation in a socialist economy, a kind of contribution equal to the wages obtained in return. Practices and doctrines such as these worked to preclude any recognition by Soviet industrial workers that they might be exploited within state enterprises. Precisely this situation, a limited freedom coexisting with a structured compulsion to produce surplus for others without seeing the class process involved, resembles no other class structure so much as the condition of workers in private capitalist structures around the world. There, too, a nearly universal discourse of individual freedom, rights, and voluntary exchanges of equivalents overlays a structured compulsion to produce surplus for capitalists. There, too, the concept of surplus in production is ignored, denied, and repressed if and when dissidents advance it in political debates or academic discourses. Meanwhile, the resemblance and parallel structural positions of Soviet industrial ministries, on the one hand, and corporate boards of directors of highly concentrated private capitalist enterprises, on the other, likewise suggested different forms of capitalism. And hence, We proposed and proceeded to investigate the hypothesis that the kind of exploitative class structure in the USSR was capitalist. Soviet culture and politics always stressed that workers there were now the masters of social life, free at last from centuries of feudal serfdom and from the attempt of private capitalists to replace the feudal lords. Workers were no longer tied to the land or the lord or the new private capitalists of pre-1917 Russia. The revolution had freed them to find their own places within public systems of education and production geared above all to workers' needs, present and future. Their party and state, administering the new system for them, would arrange for all workers to have secure jobs and incomes as a matter of basic right. The discourse of socialism meant, finally, that workers could obtain a fair exchange for the labor power they provided. The feudal and capitalist classes had been overthrown because their property and their power had been seized by a workers' state. With the demise of feudalism and capitalism, all talk of exploitation, let alone vague references to surplus, seemed inapplicable to Soviet reality, absurd, or dangerous counter-revolutionary propaganda. In such terms and tones, Soviet politics and culture successfully persuaded and pressured workers to continue to produce surpluses in state industrial enterprises, the excess of their contribution to output over what went for their consumption. They had little choice, since not working in such enterprises would have jeopardized their survival. Designated state officials, persons other than the producers themselves, appropriated the products of their labor in the form of state capitalist commodities. These commodities had values attached to them by other state officials, the economic planning personnel. The planners set these values and the values of the workers' money wages so that Soviet workers could afford to buy back a portion of the net output they had produced. In Marx's original language, this was the fruit of these workers' necessary labor. The other portion, the fruits of the workers' surplus labor, was appropriated by the state capitalists. They then distributed this surplus for investment in infrastructure and productive capacity, for the military, the party, and so forth. State and party officials established the social priorities governing this production, appropriation, and distribution of the surplus. State administrative agencies set commodity valuations and wage levels, thereby determining the size of the surplus. The agencies also allocated inputs, outputs, and surpluses flowing into and out of state capitalist enterprises. Markets as well as private property and the means of industrial production had thereby been replaced. The goal of the state's surplus allocations was to strengthen and expand the class structure that generated the surplus. The Soviet victories of collective over private property and of planning over markets altered how workers continued to be exploited. They did not eliminate the workers' exploitation. Successive Soviet governments, publicists, and theorists denounced capitalism, by which they meant private forms of capitalism, even as the USSR established another form of capitalism, a state form of capitalism. However, Marxists across Soviet society, and beyond, celebrated state property and centralized state planning as negating capitalism and constituting socialism. This obscured, to critics and supporters alike, the continuation of capitalist class processes inside state enterprises. Value analysis for state capitalism, a technical digression. The traditional literature in part defines capitalism as necessarily producing commodities for free markets. An implication of this definition is the argument that the USSR, having suppressed free markets, was therefore not capitalist. By contrast, this section will seek to undermine that implication and its underlying notion of necessity. We will extend the argument that in some forms of capitalism, capitalist class structures coexist and interact with non-free market forms of distributing resources and products. This recalls our argument in Chapter 2 that communist class structures can likewise coexist and interact with both market and non-market mechanisms for distribution. These mechanisms vary from free, competitive markets to those in which markets are restricted by monopolistic practices and or state regulations to those in which markets disappear, replaced by decentralized or centralized plans and planners allocating resources and products. A Soviet type of state capitalism deploys chiefly the last-mentioned mechanism for distribution. Soviet-style planning officials define, calculate, and announce the values of outputs produced in state enterprises for exchange. We will call them administered values. Outputs are exchanged within such an administered market at such administered values, rather than at free market values determined by private bargaining among the exchangers. Using conventional Marxian value accounting, Soviet-style planning officials attach to each product a specific value magnitude, the socially necessary abstract labor time required for its production. This magnitude measures the total abstract labor time, both in the currently applied living labor and that embodied in the raw materials and tools produced earlier that the current laborers use up in production. 11 It becomes then a rather straightforward operation to calculate the difference between the living labor, value, added during production and the values of the commodities workers could buy with the wages allocated to them by state planners. This difference is the state-administered surplus value appropriated in state capitalist enterprises. The planners might decide to set the actual prices at which products exchange among enterprises and citizens so that they equaled the state-administered values. Or they might establish particular differences between the state-administered values of products and the state-administered prices at which they actually exchange. This parallels Marx's famous example in the case of private capitalism when competition yields a uniform average rate of profit among private capitalists and thereby makes commodity prices diverge from their values. 12 There may well be reasons why a state capitalism's planners would likewise establish differences between output values and prices. As we show in Part 3, several special considerations persuaded Soviet planners frequently to administer different prices and values for the same output. Generally then, products produced by state enterprises for exchange, state capitalist commodities, could well have attached to them both state-administered values and prices. Indeed, the conventional Marxian practice of making both sets of calculations for private capitalist commodities, where markets set prices, might well be extended to state capitalist commodities where state agencies administer prices and values. In that case, state capitalist commodities would display state-administered values, prices, and profit rates. More generally, then, terms such as value, price, and profit in capitalism need qualifying adjectives, market set versus state administered, attached to them if we are to acknowledge and distinguish the different ways in which resources and products may be exchanged. Because the primary purpose of Marxian theory is to direct attention to the class process in production, the distinction between necessary and surplus labor and the exploitation it can entail, Marxian value theory highlights how class functions as one determinant, among others, of the actual prices at which commodities are exchanged in free or administered markets. That class determinant is precisely what other theories of value overlook or deny. 13 Moreover, Marxian theory aims to show how the totality of social conditions overdetermines the class processes and hence, in regard to its value theory, the values of products. A secondary purpose of that value theory is then to show how other, non-class determinants interact with the class processes to overdetermine the actual ratios in which commodities are exchanged, the prices set by market bargains or by state agencies. Now, there would be no role for Marxian value theory in a capitalism, or communism, that dispensed altogether with exchange, commodities, and hence values. In a state capitalism, for example, this would be the case if the state allocated resources and products in physical quantities without assigning any system of numerical valuations or prices to them. 14 Marxian theory, of course, would still be an appropriate framework of analysis because that state capitalism includes class processes. Hence it would direct attention to how the class processes help to shape the state's physical allocation of resources and products. However, Marxian value theory has a place in today's analysis because most economies in modern times, including both private and state capitalisms, have relied either on markets to produce a system of prices or on state agencies to do so, or combinations of both. Marxian value theory also would have its place in analyses of communism, because of our assumption that its class structure too would rely on either state planners to administer values and prices or on markets to do so. State-administered prices and the profit rates based upon them may or may not have far-reaching social consequences in ways quite parallel to the role played by profit rates based on market-administered prices. State planning agencies may allocate inputs and outputs among state capitalist enterprises according to their profit rates as based on the state-administered prices for their inputs and outputs. They might, for example, favor the higher-than-average profit enterprises at the expense of the lower-than-average. Alternatively, such profit rate comparisons might become merely one among many other variables taken into account in determining the allocations, for example, military survival of such a state capitalism, minimizing its ethnic and regional conflicts, attaining specific cultural goals, etc. If the state agencies within a state capitalism view profit calculations per se in deeply negative terms, they might not respect profit very much in deciding economic matters. 15 There is a literature on where, when, how, and why profit rates are similarly set aside in favor of sales, growth or other variables as determinants of investment in private capitalist market economies. The arguments there are quite parallel. If we presume that state enterprise profit rates, based on state-administered prices, are at least one among the criteria of those enterprises' performances and the rewards based on performance, there can and will be competition among them, so many state capitals competing. 16 This competition is analogous to that among private capitalist enterprises and market economies. Additionally, competitive strategies, adopted either by private capitalist enterprises reacting to market-set prices or by state capitalist enterprises confronting state-administered prices, could include a variety of other kinds of activities to enhance enterprises' success. In the Soviet state form of capitalism, for example, enterprises typically used special bonuses to state managers and productive workers, bribes to other state officials, hoarding of scarce inputs, overachieving state-administered quotas, and so forth to secure competitive advantages. While some of these, such as the overachieving of state-administered quotas, are likely to be found only in the Soviet form of state capitalism, others, for example, the use of bonuses, bribes, and hoarding, also might characterize competitive strategies typically deployed by private capitalist enterprises. Other kinds of private capitalist competitive strategies, such as advertising and mergers, typically would be excluded in state forms of capitalism such as the USSR. While competition and its social consequences will differ in state versus private capitalism, in market-set versus state-administered price environments, competition is not present in one and absent in the other. Parallel to what occurs in private capitalism, the contradictory effects of state capitalist enterprises' competitive strategies radiate throughout the state capitalist economy, impacting enterprises, households, and state agencies. An endless swirl of multiple effects is set in motion by such strategies as differently impacted institutions react in different ways and thereby set in motion still new complex effects. Hence it is never possible to isolate and count the infinity of resulting consequences, the benefits and costs of such strategies over all the impacted institutions and over all the relevant time periods. Because such a closure is not possible, there is no way to reach an unambiguous final judgment on the net results of any particular competitive strategy or allocations, for example, military survival of such a state capitalism, minimizing its ethnic and regional conflicts, attaining specific cultural goals, etc. If the state agencies within a state capitalism view profit calculations per se in deeply negative terms, they might not respect profit very much in deciding economic matters. 15 There is a literature on where, when, how, and why profit rates are similarly set aside in favor of sales, growth or other variables as determinants of investment in private capitalist market economies. The arguments there are quite parallel. If we presume that state enterprise profit rates, based on state-administered prices, are at least one among the criteria of those enterprises' performances and the rewards based on performance, there can and will be competition among them, so many state capitals competing. 16 This competition is analogous to that among private capitalist enterprises and market economies. Additionally, competitive strategies, adopted either by private capitalist enterprises reacting to market-set prices or by state capitalist enterprises confronting state-administered prices, could include a variety of other kinds of activities to enhance enterprises' success. In the Soviet state form of capitalism, for example, enterprises typically used special bonuses to state managers and productive workers, bribes to other state officials, hoarding of scarce inputs, overachieving state-administered quotas, and so forth to secure competitive advantages. While some of these, such as the overachieving of state-administered quotas, are likely to be found only in the Soviet form of state capitalism, others, for example, the use of bonuses, bribes, and hoarding, also might characterize competitive strategies typically deployed by private capitalist enterprises. Other kinds of private capitalist competitive strategies, such as advertising and mergers, typically would be excluded in state forms of capitalism such as the USSR. While competition and its social consequences will differ in state versus private capitalism, in market-set versus state-administered price environments, competition is not present in one and absent in the other. Parallel to what occurs in private capitalism, the contradictory effects of state capitalist enterprises' competitive strategies radiate throughout the state capitalist economy, impacting enterprises, households, and state agencies. An endless swirl of multiple effects is set in motion by such strategies as differently impacted institutions react in different ways and thereby set in motion still new complex effects. Hence it is never possible to isolate and count the infinity of resulting consequences, the benefits and costs of such strategies over all the impacted institutions and over all the relevant time periods. Because such a closure is not possible, there is no way to reach an unambiguous final judgment on the net results of any particular competitive strategy or, however, differences among forms of capitalism should not be confused with the differences between capitalist and communist class structures. To help avoid such confusion, we have systematically separated the differences between private and state enterprises, between private and collective ownership, and between market and non-market exchanges from the difference between capitalist and communist class structures. Toward the same end, we now extend the argument to other non-class differences that have also been confused with the communist/capitalist difference. Consider a state form of capitalism in which one group of state functionaries functions as a single board of directors for all state enterprises. Another state agency allocates to the board raw materials, means of production, and labor power. It also attaches values to these inputs as well as to the outputs. Board members consume the labor power of allocated workers by setting them to work with means of production and raw materials. The board, and not the collectivity of workers, is in the class position to receive workers' labor including their surplus labor. A portion of the workers' total output is returned to them as a value sum they can use to buy means to reproduce their labor power. This board now makes the following subsumed class distributions of the surplus. One portion finances the state agency charged with allocating resources to the board and calculating values. Another portion funds another state agency that makes payments to workers on the basis of their varying needs, relating to family size, health, etc. Such payments enable some workers to receive incomes that exceed their wages. Hence a distribution of produced wealth on the basis of workers' needs is not inconsistent with class exploitation of those same workers. Indeed, many private and state forms of capitalism have learned to adopt such distribution policies to soften workers' discontent when changing needs exceed incomes. Other portions of the surplus can be distributed to state officials to establish another fund paying a social dividend to workers who collectively own enterprises' means of production. Such dividends make it possible for all workers to receive incomes that supplement their wages. Still other portions of the surplus could be distributed to state officials charged with 1. Ensuring that all citizens have equal access, irrespective of their race, gender, or ethnicity, to gainful employment, schools, or any other sanctioned undertaking in society including equal access to the board and or any of the other state agencies, and 2. Creating and disseminating a set of ideas and images that define all such state distributions as the final achievement of a true utopian society. Thus, this set of state capitalist subsumed class distributions of the surplus may have helped to establish a set of incomes, laws, rules, norms, and attitudes such that workers exploited by state capitalists believe themselves to have achieved utopia. The workers favor the board continuing its appropriating and distributing functions as state capitalist. Of course, the contradictory consequences of the processes fostered by these diverse funds may undermine and weaken the state capitalist class structure. Workers, for example, may extend their sense of utopian life to include participating in the appropriation of the surpluses they have produced. They might then replace the state board with a new collectivity, themselves. A transition from capitalism to communism would then have occurred. However, no inevitability is attached to this step. And if it does not occur, we would be left with what one might call a good form of capitalism or capitalism with the human face preferable to other forms of capitalism without one or more of these desired features. Yet, a choice among forms of capitalism is still radically different from, and not to be confused with, a choice between forms of capitalism and communism. Like needs-based distributions of surplus, worker self-management has also often gotten confused with forms of communism as if the two were virtually synonymous. To argue otherwise, we need first to explore briefly just what managerial supervision entails. In both state and private capitalist enterprises, exploitation usually requires hiring supervisory managers. They occupy subsumed class positions, obtaining distributed shares of the capitalist surpluses, to ensure that workers provide the maximum possible surplus. In private forms of capitalism, such subsumed class managerial positions are usually located within enterprises. In state forms of capitalism, such as the USSR, they exist not only at the enterprise level but also at the centralized state level. In class terms, Soviet state capitalism displayed a vast subsumed class bureaucratic system of supervisors from heads of industrial ministries to on-site enterprise managers. Among other activities, managers exert power over productive laborers to press them to maximize surpluses. Given the strong workerist themes in Soviet culture and politics, managers were resisted and sometimes condemned as undemocratic, antithetical to socialism, and as ultimately counterproductive because manager-slash-worker conflicts undermined productivity. Arguments and social movements for worker self-management or worker control characterized Soviet state capitalism since its inception. Siriani 1982. In class terms, however, They rarely if ever were directed at the fundamental class issue of who in the USSR produced and who appropriated surplus labor. Their focus was rather on the related but different non-class issues of who was to exert power over workers and how this was to be done. Enterprise management and control are matters of power and its distribution among individuals. Because workers always exercise some control over their work, supervisors are hired on the assumption that they can secure more surplus than would otherwise be appropriated. The prevailing goal of worker self-management has been that workers should largely or completely displace such supervision. 17 Movements for worker self-management have been significant in both state and private forms of capitalism. There is no necessary contradiction between worker self-management and a capitalist class structure, private or state. Thus, worker self-management is not the same as a communist class structure. Capitalists might yield to workers' demands to manage themselves, if the workers delivered adequate surpluses without supervisory managers. The capitalists would then have saved the subsumed class outlays of surplus on the salaries and budgets of supervisory managers. In this case, a capitalist subsumed class would have been eliminated, but capitalist exploitation remained. Both private and state capitalists have, on their own or under pressure from workers, varied their historical reliance on managers versus workers' self-management. State capitalism, like its private counterpart, can thus exist with or without workers' self-management. 18 Soviet state capitalism oscillated between the two kinds of management, Kuromi 1988. The evidence on the workers' early seizures of industrial enterprises in the USSR, Siriani 1982, Chase 1990, suggests the following scenario: in hitherto private capitalist enterprises, they took over management functions as one of their key roles in the 1917 revolution. Their other key role was to dispossess the private owners and deliver the factories and offices to the state as collective property. Thinking that worker self-management plus state ownership of the means of production was the achievement of socialism, their subsequent attitudes toward enterprise organization were largely technical. The issue became maximizing outputs relative to inputs given decent workers' wages and conditions. The production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus never arose as issues central to workers' objectives. Their dominant notion of socialism, socialized property, central planning, workers' state, and sometimes self-management, left them quite content to deliver their outputs, including the surplus, to a council of ministers comprising state functionaries other than these workers. 19 Exploitation and a state capitalist, not a communist, class structure were thus installed in part by the revolutionary workers themselves, often alongside their self-management. Their class consciousness did not grasp the difference between capitalist and communist structures of surplus production, appropriation, and distribution. Their actions reflected that lack. Might workers have used their political powers inside and outside the enterprises after 1917 to demand and achieve communist class structures there? Surely, but that did not happen. They also might have used their powers to redirect distributed surpluses to themselves as new subsumed class occupants of managerial positions. That did not happen either. More generally, changes in ownership and management, even the occupation by workers of subsumed class ownership and management positions, do not necessitate a change in class structure from capitalist to communist. In fact, no such class change, in surplus labor terms, was debated among revolutionary intellectuals or policymakers. It did not appear on the Communist Party's agendas for action. No major popular movement for it ever materialized. One lesson from Soviet history is the need clearly to distinguish the class structures of production, capitalist or communist, from a. the distribution of property, the power to control access to objects, b. the organization of power over resource and product distribution, market or administered price systems, and c. the organization of enterprises' managerial powers. The class structure in these various power processes have often been conflated and confused by supporters and detractors of the Soviet experiment alike, Resnick and Wolf 1993. Rarely, usages of the term socialism have equated it to communism as a negation of capitalism in favor of a system in which the producers of surplus are identically its collective appropriators. However, across the 20th century and especially under the influence of developments in the USSR, a very different usage prevailed. In effect, socialism came to be defined instead as a kind of state capitalism. In broad outlines, socialism entailed more or less state ownership of productive assets, more or less state regulation of markets, more or less replacement of markets by state planning, more or less provision of basic welfare, education, housing, medical care, etc., as matters of human rights, and more or less popular democratic politics. Socialism came to mean state capitalism with a human, relatively democratic face. 20 Given the prevalence of a definition of socialism as such as state capitalism, communism came to be defined as simply a more extreme socialism. When productive property was wholly state-owned, when markets were completely displaced by planning, when products were distributed according to individual need, and above all when power was totally in the hands of workers, or a workers' party, then the transitional socialism would have eventuated in communism. Since the state capitalist version of socialism nowhere actually reached that ultimate form, communism was usually declared, as in the USSR, a goal for the future. It lay nearer or further in that future according to the optimism of the declarer. Such formulations of both the communist future and the current institutional, actually existing, socialism lacked any real concern with the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor in production. Class, in the surplus sense, had no place in the prevailing discourses of socialism and communism. Communism too, defined as the distant, ultimate goal/stage of socialism, slipped to the margins of most discourses about economic systems, or remained as at most a footnote. 21 The only serious other of capitalism as an economic system was socialism. This socialism was and remains a state form of capitalism. The last century's intense struggles, articulated as epic battles between capitalism and socialism, were conflicts between private and state forms of capitalism. For the enemies of state capitalism, quasi-socialism, capitalism's violent birth out of feudalism, articulated as the liberatory surge of individual freedom against absolute state power, has been endlessly replayed. The hallowed contest of individual and state had been made familiar and anchored deeply in their consciousness. It provided them with ready-made words, phrases, moralities, and certainties to wield for private and against state forms of capitalism, renamed as capitalism versus socialism/communism. Thus, freedom, liberty, democracy, and individualism have opposed dictatorship, totalitarianism, and collectivism. The old concepts and battle cries of capitalism's birth resurfaced to understand and fight the battles between private and state capitalism, quasi-socialism. The supporters of state capitalism, quasi-socialism, disagreed, but their response remained on the same familiar terrain. For them, it was private capitalism that negated individual freedom in countless ways by its concentrations of economic and political power. A state that truly represented the mass of individuals could overcome that state of affairs by negating private property and private market behavior in favor of socialization. The state as agent of society as a whole, rather than agent of the minority of private capitalists, could and would secure individual freedom. Debates centered on whether a vanguard workers' party or a coalitional parliamentary majority, whether violent insurrection or education and voting, were the best or only ways to capture the state and make it serve the people. Thus for the supporters of state capitalism, quasi-socialism, as for its opponents, communists became simply the more extreme kind of socialists. For all sides in the capitalism versus socialism/communism debates, the class structures in surplus terms dropped out of sight or out of mind. Marx's attempt to focus attention, and revolutionary action, on the class, quasi-surplus, aspects of capitalist societies was lost. Instead, Marxism became a set of doctrines affirming socialization as the solution to the ills of private capitalism. In any case, socialism, quasi-state capitalism, was understood to be the only possible, available alternative to private capitalism. Opponents of the latter had therefore to embrace and fight for the former. The alternative communist class structure, embodied embryonically or potentially in countless revolutionary upsurges by capitalism's victims, had been rendered visible by Marx's systematic critique. But the social conditions of the time repressed that visibility on all sides, losing Marx's surplus theory of class as a weapon for critics of all the forms of capitalism. Nor was this limitation of vision merely a matter of consciousness shaping history. The line of causation ran the other way too. Every time private capitalism's development generated a crisis threatening its survival, the practical solution found by left, right, and center typically entailed more or less extensive experiments with state capitalism. Every time state capitalism's development generated a crisis threatening its survival, the practical solution found by left, right, and center entailed the rediscovery of and return to the virtues of private capitalism. In every country, capitalism's history of oscillations between private and state forms of capitalism encouraged supporters of each form to proclaim it as the necessary and the only alternative to the other. The few claims about a communist alternative to all forms of capitalism, including those called socialism, fell on deaf ears. However, it may now be possible to reopen and renew the communist alternative, after the many socialisms that have been tried across the globe and especially after the demise of the longest, boldest, and in many ways most successful socialist experiment that was the USSR. The latest oscillation back to private capitalism will yield again, as it always has, too many crises, victims, and opponents. This time, however, historical memory of the insufficiency and unacceptability of past shifts to state capitalism, or socialism, may provoke different outcomes. The notion and goal of a communist alternative in surplus terms, perhaps needing and acquiring a new name to break the hold of the old specters, may finally regain a place on the agenda for social change. That private forms of capitalism have always been prone to more or less regular cycles that sometimes become severe enough to be called crises is well known across many theoretical frameworks. Wolff and Resnick 1987, 185-192. That Keynesian and other state policies of managing crises display, at best, a mixed record and cannot guarantee success is likewise widely agreed. Nonetheless, the crises of private capitalism have, for 2 centuries, always called forth more or less state management policies, more or less movement to state capitalism according to the severity of each crisis and the balance of power between those favoring the one versus the other form of capitalism. The 20th century offers a richly illustrative display of movements to state capitalisms when private capitalisms encountered crises. World War I provoked such crises as did the Great Depression, World War II, the decolonialization processes, and so forth across all continents. However, the 20th century also displays the reverse movements. More has given way to less state management of private capitalist economies. State capitalisms have given way to private capitalisms. Indeed, the USSR is a stunning example of the passage to state capitalism near the beginning of the century and the oscillation back near its end. These oscillations suggest that state forms of capitalism engender crises rather like private forms. State management policies for dealing with crises in state capitalisms have shown a similar history of failure mixed with success. When their crises were severe in depth and duration or badly mismanaged or both, their victims often raised demands for a solution that entailed a reversion to private capitalism. Struggles ensued over such a reversion. The outcome each time depended on the powers wielded by both sides, powers in turn dependent on the complex of economic, political, and cultural conditions then in place. Part 3 of this book analyzes the oscillations between private and state forms of capitalism in the USSR. The 1917 revolution effected a transition from private to state capitalism. The contradictions of war communism as state capitalism provoked a shift back to a hybrid of private and state forms of capitalism over the 1920s. Crises of that hybrid then entailed the shift to Stalinism as the return to a more unalloyed state form of capitalism that lasted for the next 50 years. Eventually, the contradictions and crises of that state capitalism produced a series of reforms culminating in the oscillation back to a largely private form of capitalism in the late 1980s and still underway. Remarkably, the rhetoric of struggles over transitions between state and private forms of capitalism have been largely the same no matter which direction was at stake. In times of crisis for private capitalism, its opponents argued that it was economically inefficient, unjust, and fundamentally undemocratic. Private capitalist depressions in the first half of the 20th century were, after all, showcases of economic waste and unequally distributed losses across their populations. Proponents of moving to state capitalism celebrated its possibilities of coordinating production so as to eliminate the wastes and losses of private capitalism and substituting a democratic, more egalitarian distribution system. In strikingly similar terms during the second half of the century, opponents of state capitalisms in crisis denounced their economic waste, unequally distributed losses, and lack of democracy. They anticipated the economic efficiency gains to be achieved if only private property, free markets, and minimal state activity in the economy could be returned. They celebrated the democracy that movement to a destatified, private capitalist economy would secure. The history of the USSR, as we shall argue below, is a telling case not only of the workings of a systematic state capitalism. It also exemplifies the oscillations between private and state forms of capitalism and the uniform arguments for shifts in both directions. The oscillations and the arguments reveal the limited range of alternatives that most people, both supporters and opponents of the USSR and of socialism, could conceive and struggle for. If the socialisms of this century have been state forms of capitalism, then it is no great surprise that they have encountered cycles, crises, and failures of crisis management similar to those of private forms of capitalism. The crisis mechanisms embedded in both state and private forms provoke the historical oscillations between them. Yet the repeated oscillations across many nations also provoke a question. Under what circumstances might future crises in either kind of capitalism engender not another oscillation between them but rather a break to a different, non-capitalist class structure? Chapter 4. Debates over state capitalism. Since day one of the Russian Revolution, friends, foes, and others have disputed the actual class structure of the USSR. On one point, most admirers and many detractors agreed: in terms of class, the USSR was socialism en route to communism. Among critics, some saw it as a degenerated or deformed socialism or collectivism, while others judged it to be a bureaucratic or state capitalism. Some even construed the USSR's class structure to be a merger of private and state capitalist enterprises akin to European fascisms. The groping for appropriate names to identify the USSR's class structure, and the above are but a sample, reflected both its uniqueness and disagreements over how to understand it. Intense passions, ideological commitments, and high practical stakes attached to these terms in a debate that has flared up recurringly from 1917 through the present. A small but significant part of that debate has focused on the term state capitalism. However, neither supporters nor opponents of using this term for the USSR's class structure ever defined it as we did in Chapter 3 above. Instead, they deployed the word capitalist to refer to a particular distribution of ownership of means of production or, most often, to a particular distribution of political power or to combinations of both. Thus, the long-standing disagreements over the definition of class resurface again. Where we use a surplus labor concept of class to build an analysis of the USSR's class structure as largely capitalist, other references to state capitalism have marginalized or, more often, altogether ignored surplus labor. This chapter aims to demonstrate how both their analyses and conclusions consequently differ fundamentally from ours. Conflicting concepts. The term state capitalism has a long, variegated history. One previously published overviews of major portions of that history, Jerome and Buick 1967, Bettelheim 1976 b. 464-476, Bellis 1979, Buick and Crump 1986, 102-125, allow us here simply to summarize the basic alternative ways in which the term has been used. Too early in Chapter 3 we documented how Marx and Engels explicitly recognized the possibility that private capitalists could be replaced by state officials. Their comments were brief probably because state capitalism was then relatively rare. Nonetheless, they stressed that capitalist exploitation need not change significantly simply because state officials replaced private individuals as capitalists. Chattopadhyay 1994, 26-29. Notwithstanding what Marx and Engels stressed, in the generation before the Soviet Revolution most Marxists developed and used a very different concept of state capitalism. They believed that the modern European state increasingly regulated, subsidized, and coordinated private capitalist enterprises in a qualitatively new phase of capitalism's development. This had occurred to such an extent that the state interventions had transformed the logic and momentum of capitalism itself. Writing in 1916, Karl Renner argued that Marx had not quite envisioned this result. Organized national capital uses the state power precisely as a positive economic agency. The state deliberately assists in the concentration of capital. State power and the economy begin to merge. The war has merely accelerated an already apparent line of development. Only might say that laissez-faire capitalism has changed into state capitalism. Socialization, which Marx regarded as inevitable, has thus taken a course which was not to be foreseen. 3. The possible role of the state as itself an industrial capitalist was missed or de-emphasized. State capitalism instead meant increasingly comprehensive state intervention in and control over private capitalist enterprises, with or without the presence of state capitalist enterprises. Increasingly, Marxists understood the state as the mechanism designed to bring stability to private capitalism, to prevent or offset its crises. 4. Other Austro-Marxists such as Rudolf Hilferding, Max Adler, and Otto Bauer and German Marxists such as Karl Kautsky articulated similar arguments. 5. Lenin drew on them for his imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. These Marxian theories of state capitalism as state control over private capitalist enterprises, rather than the different concepts of Marx and Engels stressing the direct state appropriation of surplus, most influenced thinking and policies in the USSR. This happened both directly and indirectly via the intense debates over the relationship between the state and socialist revolution, Lenin 1932. One side in those debates held that state capitalism, as the epitome of rational coordination of production, distribution, and accumulation, represented the final preparation for a transition from capitalism to socialism. It was the ultimate socialization of the forces of production achievable within the shell of capitalism. This side could cite Engels concerning capitalism's final stage of state capitalism. Concealed within it, state capitalism, are the technical conditions that form the elements of a transition to socialism. 1962, 382. The next historical step, enabled by such state capitalism and provoked by its contradictions, would be the socialist revolution. The revolution would take over this state that already controlled private capitalism and then also abolish private property. The newly socialized production would serve workers' interests in a society where all were workers. A basis for genuine democracy would thereby have been established. Buckran systematically elaborated this kind of argument in various forms. 6 Production would then soar, freed of the fetters of private profitability, business cycles, and the like, and the socialist future would unfold as poverty, exploitation, and oppression faded. The other side in the debate over state capitalism expressed deep suspicions about merely taking over state capitalism. For them, socialism required and the socialist revolution meant a profound discontinuity in history, a necessarily linked destruction of both capitalist relations of production and the capitalist state. The abolition of private property was necessary but hardly sufficient to secure transition from state capitalism to socialism. A radical break and something radically new, in terms of both productive enterprises and the state, were necessary. 7 As we shall show, this side came to focus its attention on the issue of a radical break in the social distribution of power, changing who controlled enterprise and state before and after any revolution. Had the workers really won power over the state? If not, might a state capitalism survive a workers' revolution that had somehow been betrayed into permitting that survival by keeping the workers, as opposed, say, to bureaucrats, from real power? Without workers' real power over the state, would the state's socialization of productive property really have transformed state capitalism into socialism, as opposed, say, to another form of state capitalism? Power had become the central concept, power over objects, property, and power over people, politics. In contrast, the issue of how the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor was organized in state versus private capitalism, in socialism versus state capitalism, and so forth drew very little attention. The early debates about state capitalism had coalesced into opposing positions on a basically political question: how would control over the state and production be socially distributed? Before 1917 these positions shaped and were shaped by the contending strategies of anti-capitalist parties and factions. After 1917, the debates congealed into major battles between supporters and enemies of the class structure actually evolving inside the USSR. One set of critics of Soviet development argued that state capitalism had never been surpassed in the USSR. Instead of completing the passage from private capitalism to state capitalism to socialism, the revolution had been aborted in the middle. The USSR was actually a state capitalism. Despite the de jure abolition of private property, ultimate de facto property and power congealed in an apparatus composed of the Communist Party and a state bureaucracy. No radical break in the power of a few over the many had been achieved. Worse still, by stressing the commanding role over the state and production wielded by the Communist Party, defined as the vanguard representative of all Soviet workers, state capitalism masqueraded as socialism. Thus, in the view of the leading Marxian Menshevik, Martov, Soviet workers were suffering all the hardships and injustices associated with capitalism inside the concentrated state capitalism of a backward society. 8. On the other side, early defenders of the Soviet Union's development path, including Lenin, also used the term state capitalism, but positively. Reminiscent of Engels's remark, they saw Soviet state capitalism as a necessary stage between the overthrow of capitalism and the achievement of socialism, not to speak of communism. In Lenin's view, the unforeseeable twists and turns of social conditions forced the Soviet leadership periodically, and always conditionally, to rely on a controlled state capitalism as the means to their socialist ends. The workers are advancing towards socialism precisely through the capitalist management of trusts, through gigantic machine industry, through enterprises which have a turnover of several millions per year, only through such a system of production and such enterprises. The workers are not petty bourgeois. They are not afraid of large-scale state capitalism, they prize it as their proletarian weapon which their Soviet power will use. 9. In effect, Lenin was arguing that state capitalism, if under the control of workers committed to the transition to socialism, i.e., communists, was an acceptable as well as necessary stage for the USSR to pass through. The transition was ongoing so long as Soviet power was secure. Not the organization of surplus labor, but rather power relationships stood at the core of such qualified endorsements of state capitalism in the USSR. In the years after Lenin's death in 1923, The term state capitalism was less frequently used by defenders of the USSR as a descriptive or analytic term for state industry. After Stalin's ascendancy in the late 1920s, it vanished. Bettelheim 1978, 371-372. Instead, those who admired or defended the USSR's actual class structure labeled it socialism. Having abolished private property in the means of production, replaced markets with state planning, and subordinated the state to the workers' power via the Communist Party, they reason, the USSR had thereby eliminated capitalist exploitation and classes altogether. With socialism secure and communism ahead, there was no possible object for and hence no need to undertake class analyses of Soviet society. 10 Ironically, most Marxian defenses of the USSR thus came to share with most anti-Marxian defenses of Western capitalism a strong disinclination to use any class surplus analysis. The defenders' reasons for banishing class analysis in this way included the undesirable and uncomfortable connotations of phrases like state capitalism or class structure. Having achieved the USSR's survival at stupendous social costs, its defenders could not tolerate phrases that seemed to them to denigrate the achievement and render those costs in vain. They also sought to distance themselves from and to counterattack the critics who denounced state capitalism in the USSR. The defenders thus rejected the notion of state capitalism as hostile propaganda. State capitalism evolved then as a concept used chiefly by critics to attack Soviet leaders and social development for betraying the 1917 revolution's goals. One recent example casts Lenin, Trotsky, and the Bolsheviks in toto as capitalist revolutionaries whose activities built state capitalism in the USSR, Buick and Crump 1986, 112. However, the earlier and later conceptions of state capitalism have a much greater importance than their hyperbolic renditions in partisan debates. They comprise the most developed of the few, and even then rarely elaborated, class analyses of Soviet society undertaken since 1917. They kept alive the idea that Marxian class analysis could and should be applied to the USSR to glean the unique insights that such analysis makes possible. While we disagree with their definition of class and hence with their interpretations of the USSR, we acknowledge their importance in enabling and providing resources for the very different class analysis developed in this book. 11. Although suggestive and influential in terms of provoking research, controversies, or strategic rethinking, the different meanings attached to the term state capitalism were also mostly quite vague, general, and abstract. Barry Hindus has argued that this reflected the related imprecision in existing definitions of socialism and communism. The absence of a rigorous definition of the socialist mode of appropriation of surplus labor means that the domination of socialist relations of production tends to be identified with specific forms of domination of the workers over the means of production. In the case of the system of state enterprises, the dominance of socialist relations is identified with certain specific forms of the domination of workers with respect to the political apparatus of the state. Thus an economic relation is conflated with what are thought to be its political conditions of existence. 12. In some arguments, state capitalism refers to ownership, to a situation in which the state owns the means of production, yet leases such means to private capitalists. In several speeches from 1921 to 1923, Lenin spoke of state capitalism in that sense. Lenin 1961, 696, 738, 770, 772, 777, and 817-819. As did Stalin in 1925.13. Lenin explained that the strategic retreat represented by the new economic policy, NEP, required allowing such leasing to private capitalists and also allowing them to use their own productive assets. Such state capitalism was a political necessity dictated by a circumstance, but since the proletariat and not the capitalists controlled the state, Lenin insisted that the transition to socialism remained intact. Indeed, the capitalist enterprises, by enlarging the ranks of the proletariat, contributed to the transition. 14. Where state capitalism referred to state-owned productive assets leased to private capitalists, socialism, in contrast, referred to state-owned means of production not leased to private capitalists, but rather used directly in state enterprises. Thus, Lenin divided the Soviet economy in 1918 into 5 groups: patriarchal, the most primitive forms of agriculture; small commodity producers, the majority of peasants who trade in grain; private capitalism, state capitalism, and socialism. Lenin 1961, 770. Socialism here meant specifically state-operated enterprises. How the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor was organized inside state-owned and operated enterprises clearly did not determine whether their class structures were socialist or capitalist. Socialism differed from capitalism according to whether state officials or non-state, private persons owned and operated productive enterprises. However, at other moments, under different pressures, Lenin and others articulated alternative definitions of state capitalism and its relation to socialism. In these definitions, the adjective capitalist, not socialist, was used to refer to large state-owned and state-run enterprises. What made them capitalist were their capitalist hierarchy of authority and of wage levels, the capitalist forms of organization in the overall management, and the participation of capitalists and bourgeois technicians in these forms of organization. Bettelheim 1976 b. 469. In 1917 Lenin wrote a defense of the capitalist nature of these state-owned and state-run enterprises. In a truly revolutionary democratic state, state monopoly capitalism inevitably and unavoidably means progress toward socialism. Lenin 1932-37. Workers in the USSR understood the need for state capitalism and did not fear it because Soviet state power could and would, in Lenin's words, hedge it about with conditions to ensure its transformation into socialism in the near future. Italics and original, Bettelheim 1976 b. 483. In Trotsky's words, the dictatorship of the proletariat is expressed in the abolition of private property and the means of production, in the supremacy over the whole Soviet mechanism of the collective will of the workers, and not at all in the form in which individual economic enterprises are administered. 15. In and from such formulations, a remarkable evolution of Soviet thinking unfolded. First, industrial enterprises owned and operated by the state were admitted to be capitalist. The internal organizational structures of those enterprises replicated those of private capitalists. Second, such capitalist organizations of production were seen to function as temporary way stations to socialism because of the control exercised over them by the Soviet state. Finally, such state-owned and operated industries came to be seen as already socialist by virtue of their subordination to the power of the Soviet state. Their internal organization of production ceased being relevant to the differentiation of capitalism from socialism. In the framework of this theoretical development, state capitalism and socialism display virtually identical functioning productive enterprises. What distinguishes the two systems are not their enterprises' production processes, not their surplus labor processes, but rather who controls these enterprises and toward what ends, in whose interests. In Lenin's trenchant summary, socialism is nothing but state capitalist monopoly made to benefit the whole people. By this token it ceases to be capitalist monopoly. 1932-37. Most importantly for the subsequent debates over state capitalism and socialism in the USSR, Lenin's and Trotsky's formulations placed questions of power, who controls or manages the economy, labor processes, wage levels, etc., and who sets basic policy goals, at the center of the controversy. 16 The distribution, between the state and everyone else, of final control, power, over enterprises, not the existence of expropriation and exploitation within their productive structures, became the criterion for differentiating socialism from capitalism. Trotsky's power focus led him to oppose the concept of state capitalism as inapplicable to the USSR, 1972, 245-246. He viewed the substitution of state for private ownership of means of production, state rather than private control of enterprises, as absolutely incompatible with capitalism. When such substitution had been attempted historically, private capitalists necessarily and always tried to stop or limit it to maintain their control. For Trotsky, a move from limited to full state capitalism would necessarily risk more than the loss of private capitalists' final control. Such state capitalism would be too tempting an object for social revolution. 1972, 246. Hence, the USSR's total expropriation of private capital, precisely because it was not limited and did deprive private capitalists of their former control, proved to Trotsky that the term state capitalism was inappropriate and misleading. 17 The distribution of power over productive assets, property, functioned in Trotsky's view to determine whether the class nature of the USSR was capitalist or not. Not state capitalism, but rather the Soviet bureaucracy's political misdeeds distorted the achievements of 1917 and suspended the transition to socialism in Trotsky's judgment. That bureaucracy's operations risked an eventual regression to capitalism, but that would necessarily be a private capitalism. 18 Trotsky thus defined capitalism in terms of private property ownership, dismissing the notion of state capitalism as irrelevant to the USSR because of the extent of state ownership and control there. He concluded by focusing analytical attention exclusively on the distribution of power inside the USSR as the key variable determining the USSR's future. Albeit in different ways, Both Trotsky's and Lenin's writings guided discussions of the USSR as a kind of social system. For many of their readers, those writings legitimized analyzing the USSR with the focus not on exploitation, not on the organization of surplus labor, but above all upon the distribution of power. 19. The following sorts of questions became central: were Soviet workers, whose power over production inside state enterprises was subordinated to state officials, nonetheless ultimately dominant via their control, through the party, of the state? Or had groups other than workers, state bureaucrats, party officials, gained control of the state and thereby control over production, in state enterprises, and over distribution, displacing markets by means of planning? Had they pursued their interests against the workers' interests? Had those groups congealed into new exploiting classes? How had Soviet history reflected struggles and shifts among workers, state bureaucrats, and party personnel? The focus on power has characterized most writers in the debates over state capitalism, and, indeed, over most other aspects of Soviet society. The particular conditions that provoked Lenin's changing formulations, and those of his opponents, faded from memory, leaving the formulations themselves for subsequent debaters to develop. Thus, the issue of the workers' power in industry and their power in the state took center stage in the ongoing struggles to define and situate state capitalism and its possible relationship to socialism in the USSR. Power is the theoretical key. One large group of arguments advanced variations on the theme that socialism or the project to create socialism had been defeated in a complex power struggle after the revolution between workers and capitalists, or their agents or proponents of capitalism. Capitalism triumphed in the form of state enterprises which, while thoroughly capitalist, were disguised as socialism to provide ideological cover in the face of Soviet workers' expectations and aspirations. Thus, for example, Ray and Anaevskaya often argued that there were two antagonistic planning principles struggling for dominance in the USSR, the workers' plan versus the capitalists' plan, 1971, 214-240. The workers' plan aimed to raise consumption while the capitalists' plan emphasized accumulation. The latter plan prevailed because it focused above all else on expanding means of production rather than means of consumption. It kept workers' wages to a minimum and maximized the resources devoted to capital accumulation. Stalin and his successors, betraying the revolution, substituted a fetishism of capitalist planning for the fetishism of commodities that had characterized private capitalism. They thereby imposed and developed state capitalism in the USSR rather than socialism. While Anaevskaya made state capitalism a centerpiece of her analyses and referred tangentially to surplus, she differentiated state capitalism from socialism chiefly according to which planning principle prevailed. Anaevskaya thus constructed definitions of state capitalism and socialism in terms of power. The distribution of social power determined which planning principle prevailed, that, in turn, determined whether a state capitalism or socialism existed. 20 An argument similarly focused on who held effective economic power. The international group Socialism or Barbarism wrote, the means of production will never be genuinely collective property as long as the workers do not directly and totally manage production, determining both its methods and its objectives. Bellis 1979, 214. 21 Written in the 1950s and 1960s respectively, Anaevskaya's and the socialism or barbarism arguments echoed earlier statements by Bolsheviks. In 1918, the left communists had declared, "We stand for the construction of the proletarian society by the class creativity of the workers themselves, not by the ukases of the captains of industry. Socialism and socialist organization will be set up by the proletariat itself, or they will not be set up at all, something else will be set up, state capitalism." Brinton 1970, 64. In 1925, Zinoviev published a book entitled Leninism that concluded that the NEP had ceded so much power that the USSR had abandoned socialist economic forms for state capitalism and a proletarian state. Bettelheim 1978, 370. The consistently central issue for all these writers was who wields power, not how surplus labor was produced, appropriated, and distributed. If the proletariat wielded effective power in the USSR, its class creativity would ipso facto construct socialism. If power were wielded instead by state and party functionaries, state capitalism would result. Nor were such power-based definitions of capitalism and socialism restricted to proponents of the thesis that state capitalism existed in the USSR. Buchhorn rebutted the thesis bluntly: there can be no talk of state capitalism under the dictatorship of the proletariat. State capitalism presupposes the capitalist state. 22 Who wielded state power settled the debate for him. Since the state was not controlled by private capitalists via parliamentarism, or such, but rather by the workers via the Communist Party, the existence of state capitalism was therefore impossible, unthinkable. Socialism or something in transition to socialism was what actually existed. Power operated within these debates as strictly bipolar. Either workers or non-workers would have state power over production. In the latter case, capitalism would prevail, notwithstanding the formal ownership of means of production by society as a whole. In Bettelheim's careful articulations concerning Soviet state enterprises, he decomposed the notion of property into an issue of power, defined this time as the polarity of separation and possession. He found that Soviet state enterprises displayed a de facto separation of workers from their means of production, which has, as its counterpart, the possession of these means by the enterprises, that is, in fact, by their managers. Bettelheim 1975, 77, italics and original. Together with the separation of enterprises from one another, this effective possession by managers of only nominally nationalized productive property comprised, for Bettelheim, the central characteristic of the capitalist mode of production, ibid. Not formal property relations but rather actual power distributions over production define capitalism. He concluded. In transitional formations, when the agents who are bearers of state property have acquired an autonomy in relation to the immediate producers, they form a state bourgeoisie, and the different powers that correspond to this state property can be dissociated among different categories of agents: directors of enterprises, directors of trusts, managers of economic administrative bodies, managers of ministries, planning agencies, etc. Ibid. 148, italics added, see also 1978, 210 ff. The reference here to a state bourgeoisie implies that the distribution of power Bettelheim found in the USSR rendered it, in his eyes, a state capitalism. One of Bettelheim's associates, Paresh Chattopadhyay, 1994, has usefully updated and extended his analyses both to reinforce a property-based theory of Soviet state capitalism and therewith to interpret the USSR's demise. Still other analysts concluded that Soviet socialism was undermined in favor of capitalism because of its failure sufficiently to transform the distribution of power. The communist revolution is not a struggle for control of the same political edifice but a struggle to replace one form of power, exploitative and oppressive, by another, popular and emancipatory. Corrigan, Ramsey, and Sayer 1978, 12. This remarkable sentence, by defining communism's goals as first and foremost political and by contrasting exploitative with popular, demotes the theoretical pertinence of the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus. These processes become marginal, derivative of more important processes, or simply irrelevant to the debate over the USSR, as does the kind of class analysis undertaken in this book. Discussions of state capitalism have sometimes been more narrowly aimed not at state power but rather at power hierarchies at production sites. Hierarchy itself is seen as power over workers, its presence then signals the presence likewise of capitalism. The alternative, presumably a non-hierarchical organization of production, is defined as socialist or communist. Thus, C.L.R. James writes about the USSR that in state capitalism the state becomes capitalistic in the sense of administration, supervision, control against the proletariat, 1986, 55, and about Yugoslavia that it follows. The administrative plan of Stalinist Russia, consciously organizing production according to the principle of the hierarchy in production which, as we have explained, Marx analyzed as the heart of capitalist authority, Ibid. 83, italics added. Note again the equation of capitalistic with the organization of power, authority, over production rather than with how surplus is produced, appropriated, and distributed. Individuals identified with the Frankfurt School of Marxism also developed power-focused concepts of state capitalism that were sometimes applied to the USSR. 23 Although he explicitly rejected the concept's applicability to the USSR, Friedrich Pollock, 1978, authored the most systematic discussion of state capitalism originally in 1941. For him, state capitalism was the logical next step after private capitalism's market phase had developed into its monopoly phase. The model was Nazi Germany, although he noted the possibility of democratic as well as totalitarian forms of state capitalism. For Pollock, state capitalism left industrial property in private ownership but under more or less total state control. The market was replaced by state command, possibly including administered markets and prices, as the method of distributing all resources, including labor power, and all products. Profits, although private, were everywhere subordinated to the state's plans for full employment, target levels of consumption, and expansion. While not agreeing with the notion of state capitalism as Pollock defined it, his fellow Frankfurt School theorist, Otto Kirchheimer, summarized his similar sense of Nazi Germany in 1941 as preserving the institution of private property, whilst abolishing the correlative to private property, the freedom of contract. J. 1973, 159-160. Max Horkheimer's famous 1940 essay The Authoritarian State extended Pollock's and Kirchheimer's thinking by differentiating state capitalism from fascism and from what he termed integral statism, 1978, 95-117. He theorized these as variant forms of the authoritarian state, the contemporary social distribution of power generated by the dominant political tendencies of modern history. State capitalism was its economic expression. It combined 1. Monopolies and trusts replacing individual, competitive capitalist firms, and 2. State controls over these monopolies effectively displacing markets as sites of individual, private decision-making. This basic kind of authoritarian state and its expression in state capitalism displayed to Horkheimer less and more extreme variations. Fascism was the less extreme, since it still allowed some private property and hence some base, in Horkheimer's view, for anti-state thinking, organization, and activity. Integral statism was his term for the most extreme variation, 1978, 102. There, all private capitalists were eliminated, state power then became virtually limitless, and factory regimentation was extended to the entire society. Horkheimer clearly meant the USSR as his model for integral statism. It was a state capitalism that seems almost like a parody of the classless society, 1978, 114, since it so starkly displayed the oppression of the masses by the state party bureaucracy. It was not, for him, a socialism in any of the senses that it motivated generations of workers, utopians, and Marxists to engage costly struggles. If anything, Horkheimer shared the views of other Frankfurt School theorists in seeing all the variations of authoritarian states and state capitalisms, and their associated social phenomena, as the latest stages of exploitative society, ripening through its contradictions to make visible once again the possibility of a genuinely socialist revolution, society, and future. Horkheimer even wrote pointedly that integral statism, that is, the USSR, kept the labor as wage workers, proletarians, no matter how much is done for them. 1978, 102. These workers would eventually have to make a genuine socialist revolution. The Frankfurt School's usages of the term state capitalism made virtually no references to the production and distribution of surplus labor. It used state capitalism to denote the apex of tendencies toward authoritarianism that it located deep in contemporary society, ultimately in the contradictory economic structure of capitalism. However, it was much less to that structure and much more to that authoritarianism that Frankfurt School theorists paid attention. Thus, true socialism was far from merely formal collective property ownership and state planning, and even further from the contemporary authoritarian state's abuse of such ownership and planning for the benefit of the state bureaucracy. State capitalism and its extreme forms, fascism and integral statism, were the antitheses of socialism. This was the case because their distributions of power were so utterly contrary to the basis of socialism, which they located in power actually being wielded democratically by the mass of producers in society. Pollock drew out the logical implications of the argument. The displacement of private capitalism by state capitalism signifies the transition from a predominantly economic to an essentially political era, 1978, 78. That is, with state capitalism, political economy must give way to politics or political sociology as the science needed by socialists to criticize social reality. The profit motive is superseded by the power motive, 1978, 78. In this statement, Pollock and the Frankfurt School demonstrated how they had de-emphasized the political economy of the previous generation of Marxists and concentrated instead on politics and power. Power had become the central issue and thus the conceptual framework through which to demonstrate that the USSR exhibited not socialism but a virulent state capitalism. The very rare and extremely brief mentions of surplus value and related economic concepts, such as Horkheimer's cited above, never evolved into a sustained analysis of the organization of surplus labor as a basis for deciding the question of state capitalism in the USSR. It was rather the distribution of power that Frankfurt School thinkers analyzed to decide that question. Indeed, the USSR was the ultimate state capitalism, having not only removed distribution from the market to the state, but also property, and having thereby empowered the state completely to regiment all social life. Earlier, private capitalisms had dreamed of such power but had found it impossible to achieve. Writing more recently, about their native Poland, Kuran and Mogilevsky's famous manifesto offered yet another variant of the power argument. State ownership of the means of production is only a property form, the property belongs to the social groups controlling the state. One party has a monopoly, as in any hierarchical apparatus, commands issue from an elite. As the wielder of state power, this hierarchy has the nationalized means of production at its disposal, their surplus product is taken away from them, the workers, by force, they have no control over the amount or how it is allocated, and used for ends which are alien and even inimical to them. Therefore they are exploited. 1972, 18, 19, 27. This quotation is noteworthy for its unusual inclusion of some mention of surplus within its primary focus on power. The author's preferred term is a bureaucratic class system, but the referent here is not significantly different from what others called state capitalism. While surplus is mentioned, it is rendered derivative of the social distribution of power, control, over people and property upon which they focus. 24 Hierarchical power is the cause, exploitation, within a bureaucratic class system or a state capitalism, and not real socialism as the result. Buick and Crump, 1986, offer one of the more sophisticated power arguments that also marginally recognizes surplus labor, although, once again, as derivative from power distribution. They make the existence of wages, commodity production, and an orientation toward profits and accumulation their composite definition of capitalism. For them, since state enterprises have the power to operate exactly as if they were wage-paying, profit-maximizing, market-oriented, and accumulation-driven private capitalist enterprises, they must therefore also exploit workers and appropriate surpluses. Hence they are state capitalist enterprises. Soviet-type systems are state capitalist. Buick and Crump share with Wallerstein the view that so long as a state exists and functions in a world capitalist economy, defined in terms of wages, commodities, and profits, it cannot but preside over a state capitalism. Buick and Crump 1986, 15-16, 90 ff, Wallerstein 1979, 68-69. The power of the world market interwoven with the special power of a section of society, the state, combine here to yield a state form of capitalism as the necessary result. 25. The Marxian theorist Bernard Chavins developed a concept of socialist capital that is very close to state capitalism, 1980. He recognized the issue of surplus in his insistence that the USSR was an economy that organized the production of surplus by workers and its appropriation and distribution by the state. However, contrary to our approach, this point is asserted as logically necessary given the USSR's reliance on a wage labor system, evident pressure to accumulate capital, and disconnection of workers from any real property and the socialized means of production. It is because the state, not the collective of workers, really owns the means of production and because it pays workers wages and primarily accumulates capital that Chavins finds the Soviet system to be socialist capital rather than true socialism. Chavins concentrates on criticizing the official Soviet political economy of socialism for denying these realities. 26 He argues the need for a systematic exploration and analysis of the capitalist organization of surplus in the USSR that he asserts existed there, but he does not himself anywhere produce it. This book is an effort to do just that, although without reducing the organization of surplus to an effect merely of the existence of wages or of a particular property distribution as Chavins does. Yet at least Chavins found the social organization of surplus relevant to determine what the USSR actually was in class terms. We owe him an acknowledgement for that. Finally, Paul Maddox's notion of state capitalism centralizes attention on power but inflects it somewhat differently. Though private ownership no longer exists, the means of production still have the character of capital because they are controlled by government instead of being at the disposal of the whole society. 1969, 290, and the state capitalist system may be regarded as Keynesianism in its most consistent and most developed form, in the projected wider sense of a comprehensive socialization of investments, Ibid, 280-281, and the exploitation of men by men continues by way of an unequal system of distribution in both the conditions of production and the conditions of consumption. This inequality perpetuates competition as a struggle for the more lucrative positions and better paid jobs, and carries the antagonisms of capitalism into the state capitalist system. Ibid, 290. Noteworthy here is Maddox's move from the unequal distribution of social power, control over means of production, as the cause of a state capitalism system, to the unequal distribution of incomes and, more importantly, of bureaucratic status positions as that system's result. It thus follows that one can infer state capitalism from the empirical evidence of such unequal distributions. Maddox formalizes the logic implicit in so many designations, scholarly, journalistic, and artistic, of the state capitalist nature of the USSR across the last 75 years. That nature is inferred from the empirical existence of unequal bureaucratic status positions. It is thus the distribution of power that determines, in the last instance, the capitalist versus the socialist class structure of a society. The conceptualizations of the USSR as a state capitalism reviewed here share certain basic features. The Soviet nationalization of productive property, or at least the commanding heights of its industry, is seen to have failed to erase its basic capitalist class nature. It was merely de jure and not de facto collectivization of ownership of the means of production. This view severs the logical link between the absence of private property and the means of production and the absence of capitalism. The USSR's elimination of the former did not eliminate the latter. The pre-1917 consensus that private property's demise would be capitalism's demise perished among those Marxists who criticized the Soviet Union as state capitalist. Now it was a de facto change in the social distribution of power generally, and not merely changes in the de jure and even the de facto distribution of property, that was required to achieve socialism. Writers who shared in this analytical shift from property to power nonetheless elaborated their arguments differently. Some focused on how unequal distributions of power over the state, i.e., workers denied effective control over the state by its bureaucracy or by the Communist Party or both, reintroduced the separation of workers from the now nationalized means of production. This re-established capitalism in a state capitalist form rather than in the previous private form. Others centered attention rather on the productive enterprises. They stressed the workers' lack of decision-making power and/or management powers over production as reproducing the typical capitalist enterprise hierarchy. That circumstance plus state ownership and political power convinced them that a state capitalist system existed in the USSR, Lafore 1986, 65-77. Still others read the inequalities of income, prestige, and authority they found among Soviet citizens as direct signs that workers lacked power, since workers' power would necessarily have equalized all that. This lack of workers' power, given state property, was then equated to state capitalism. Most conceptions of state capitalism thus refer to the distribution of power in society, power over state action, power over enterprise activity, power over income streams and job access, and so on. Because that distribution in the USSR, and in other societies based on nationalized, state enterprises, was demonstrably unequal despite state ownership of property, the term state capitalism seemed to capture the situation. The distribution of power in the USSR seemed to many to resemble more the distribution found in societies based on private capitalist enterprises than the equality they associated with socialism. They drew the conclusion that socialist was an unacceptable misnomer for what was better described as state capitalism. Buick and Crump 1986, 125. On the other side, and not surprisingly, the arguments of those who saw and applauded the USSR as socialist instead of capitalist tended to make the term socialist a matter of state ownership, usually linked with planning rather than markets, versus private ownership, usually linked with markets rather than planning. 27 Some defenders of the USSR as socialist also advanced power arguments like those favored among their adversaries. They claimed that power did in fact lie in workers, or their representatives, hands in the USSR. 28 However, the difficulties, not to speak of derision, often encountered by such arguments made the state capitalism debate a contest that chiefly pitted property theorists defending the USSR as socialist against power theorists who criticized it as state capitalist. The critics of the USSR as state capitalist whom we have discussed so far were all influenced by and mostly sympathetic to Marxism. In general, they opposed state capitalism as they opposed private capitalism. They criticized the USSR for failing to go beyond state capitalism in their sense of placing the real social power into the hands of the mass of workers. Their reliance on power theories paralleled the same reliance among most anti-Marxian critics and opponents of the USSR. The latter took the unequal power distributions of the USSR as intrinsic to socialism per se. They then attacked socialism for its centralized, undemocratic power distributions, which they judged inferior to private capitalism's relatively decentralized and democratic power distributions. State capitalism rarely arises as an explicit category for anti-Marxian critics of the USSR, they prefer to theorize within a dualism of private capitalism versus socialism. The refusal to think in terms of state capitalism comprises the common ground shared by the anti-socialist critics and the Stalinist defenders of the USSR. Neither side, to our knowledge, ever explored what that commonality might mean. In retrospect, it is not surprising that many socialists could find no theoretical comfort on either side of the 20th century contest between defenders and enemies of the USSR. These socialists opposed private capitalism but also the actually existing socialism of the USSR. Unable conceptually to break free of the contest's dominant terrain, capitalism versus socialism, they split over how to define their socialist positions. One group advocated private capitalisms with enough state controls to give them a human face, welfare supports, income redistribution, etc., and enough civil liberties to limit state power. The other group advocated either state ownership with enterprises leased by worker collectives interacting within more or less state-controlled markets or else state-owned and operated enterprises within legally and culturally secured structures of democratic rights and popular participations inside such enterprises as well as in relation to the state. 29 The first group often took the name Social Democrats, while the second was called Democratic Socialists. Both kinds of socialists oriented their arguments around the social distribution of power. The same power considerations underlie the arguments of many, mostly socialist in orientation, who rejected the USSR as neither capitalist nor socialist. Chattopadhyay 1994, 101-120. Rudolf Hilferding, for example, used a power argument to denounce any notion of the USSR as capitalist. Because the state wielded the power to allocate resources and products, a free market was absent and that was the decisive symptom of the capitalist system of production. 1950. Only if the power to allocate products and resources remained in private hands and was mediated by a free market did capitalism exist. At the same time, the USSR was not socialist, for Hilferding, because of its unrestricted absolutism, its particular distribution of social power. He thus coined one of the many similar terms used by theorists who reject both capitalism and socialism as appropriate labels. The USSR was a totalitarian state economy. As power was the defining characteristic and criterion of an economic and social system, considerations of the surplus once again vanished. In the words of Hilferding, otherwise recognized as one of the 20th century's greatest Marxian economic theorists, politics, i.e., the state, plays a determining and decisive role. This specialist in Marx's theories of surplus labor and surplus value nonetheless lost sight of or interest in them when the USSR's economic system was the object of debate. Instead, joining fully in the theoretical debates that essentialized power and banished surplus, he offered a power as essence theory of his own. Weaknesses of power theories. Serious weaknesses beset the power theories of state capitalism that have been applied to the USSR. The first concerns the basic concept of power's social distribution among individuals. To determine such distributions in any quantitative terms has proven to be notoriously difficult. Moreover, the quantitative determinations actually made have been equally notoriously difficult to sustain when subject to criticism. For example, the conventional wisdom held that under Lenin's new economic policy, the Soviet central state dominated the private capitalist producers and independent merchants scattered across the countryside, at least in its early years. Yet close, critical inspection yielded a much murkier picture of who held how much power in which domains under what set of constraints: Nepman, private capitalist producers, the self-employed, local, regional, and central party authorities, and finally different state agencies at all levels. Ball 1990, 15-37. The same dissolution of simplistic notions of the distribution of power has emerged over recent years as revisionist historians re-examine Stalin's first five-year plan for industrialization and his collectivization of agriculture. The prevalent idea, that Stalin wielded a total monopoly on power, had held these developments to be simply Stalin's revolution from above. The revisionist literature has demonstrated that there was also a complex revolution from below in the precise sense of all sorts of powers wielded by diverse groups of workers, intellectuals, planners, managers, and others, powers with which Stalin had to contend and compromise. Fitzpatrick 1984, Cohen 1985, Chase 1990, Viola 1987, Coromia 1990, Thurston 1996, Bales 1978, Davis 1993. In this context, one might also mention the contemporary transformations of the USSR and all other Eastern European countries. Their speed, contentiousness, and multidirectionality strongly suggest that distributions of power in these societies not only are now but also were in the past extremely diverse, complex, and contradictory. This contrasts sharply with the simplistic images of central omnipotent state versus powerless masses in the prevalent power theorizations of those societies. For example, the history of Poland's communist government testifies to the many social groupings wielding all sorts of power separate from and often hostile to Communist Party and state power and to one another. The Roman Catholic Church, ship workers, intellectuals, and eventually the Solidarity Organization were prominent among such groupings. Even after the state imposed martial law on December 13, 1981, partly to cope with the effects of their power, it still confronted all sorts of power-wielding groups such as the Church, the formerly dissolved but still active Solidarity, Underground, the Association of Polish Journalists, the Union of Polish Writers, the newly organized People's Universities, and the Council of National Education, Kamiński 1991, 213-236. To take yet another example, relevant to nearly all the Eastern European countries, national and ethnic conflicts that are now intense have forced the recognition that national and ethnic groups had wielded effective, if officially unacknowledged, power there for a long time. The image of dominating central authorities unaffected by national and ethnic power is unsustainable. The location of industry, the specifics of state spending on infrastructure, and access to prestigious positions in all aspects of social life were objects of struggle among national and ethnic groups. The struggles not only left mounting legacies of resentment and anger that are surfacing now, revealed, for example, in the 1990s wars in the Balkans. They also offer testimony to the effective power such groups wielded throughout the history of all the communist regimes in Eastern Europe. Social theories built upon the distribution of power in society as an essential determinant of social life confront a serious conceptual difficulty at the outset, namely the specification of how social power is distributed. The works cited above suggest that discourses on state capitalism, and much else, in the USSR have avoided this difficulty only by presuming simplistic and inadequate bipolar notions of how power was actually distributed there. These notions may have served well the needs of Cold War rhetoric, but as serious analysis they were deeply deficient. One close observer of the USSR's political history recently noted the consequences of such notions in the face of the reforms forced in part by its shifting distribution of power. Sovietologists who denied for decades that change was possible in the system now lack useful concepts for even defining the success or failure of such reforms. Cohen 1992, 262. A second weakness, closely linked to the first, concerns the very meaning of the term power. As Stephen Lukes has shown, examination of the classic definitions, by authors ranging widely from Max Weber, Bertrand Russell, and Hannah Arendt, to Talcott Parsons, Nikos Poulantzas, and Michel Foucault, yields fundamental and contradictory differences among their diverse meanings. Lukes 1986. Not the least of the problems in using the term power is its usually close proximity to influence. Thus, if human relationships in general are conceived, defined, to include complex patterns of interpersonal influences, and hence interpersonally effective powers, it makes little sense to reduce any relationship to an absence of power on one side and its presence on the other. Rather, all participants in any relationship both exercise and have exercised over them a qualitatively diverse set of powers. To collapse these qualitative differences into some quantitative uniformity obscures far more than it illuminates. What matters are the particular patterns of who exercises what kinds of powers over whom and toward what ends. 30. An example relevant to the discussion of state capitalism in the USSR may illustrate the definitional ambiguities intrinsic to power theories. Most journalistic and scholarly critiques of Soviet centralized economic planning and administration focused on the power at the center. The planning and management centers were asserted to possess all the power while the workers and local managers lacked power. Organized on this presumption, such critiques proceeded to conclude that the problems and failures of Soviet economic performance were effects of this power situation. The solution then lay logically in decentralizing power. However, recognizing the basic problems and contradictions in the received bipolar power theories, one might equally reasonably have supposed that Soviet workers and local managers always had some powers of various kinds, in the sense of influences over the flow of events in production and elsewhere in Soviet society. 31 From this standpoint, a critique that presumed a flat quantitative absence of such power lost much of its sense and its punch. Instead, the questions to ask would have been, what local powers, influences, existed at various moments in the USSR's history and how did they interact with one another and with the centralized state powers to shape the society's economic performance and much else besides. We may push this example one step further. Suppose that workers were given all the self-managing powers proposed, say, in Van Eyck's Careful Work, 1975, 11-36. Such workers might well have chosen to elect a board of directors to operate the enterprise in ways virtually identical with the profit-maximizing norms of a contemporary private capitalist enterprise in Western Europe. They might have considered this elective procedure and enterprise operation an example of self-management, the fruit of their power, and even socialism itself. The workers' wielding of such power made the system socialist in their power-focused conception, regardless of how the production and appropriation of surplus was organized inside their enterprises. Alternatively, these workers might have insisted instead that all individuals rotate periodically through all enterprise functions from the board of directors through the management to the workers. The workers might have invited fellow citizens of their localities who were neither workers nor managers to occupy some seats on such a rotating board of directors. Such a board could well decide that not profit maximization but other goals would assume priority in enterprise decision-making. Under still other conditions, the workers' power might have dispensed with a board of directors in favor of weekly or monthly meetings of all the workers, and perhaps others, who would then have collectively decided specific questions not only of management and laboring activity, but also in explicitly questions of the size of surplus labor and of its disposition. Socialism might then have been quite precisely understood as that arrangement wherein the collective of producers undertook collectively to appropriate and distribute its surplus labor. Which questions would the self-managing workers address, given that they can no more address the infinity of all aspects of production than any conventional capitalist or other kind of management ever could? The effects of the power that self-managing workers wield always depend on the objects they wish or think appropriate to manage. For example, workers may focus exclusively on which products to produce and how technically to produce them. They may not think in terms of nor concern themselves with how the labor process affects workers' physical or mental health, the natural environment, or the relations between parents and children within households. Those dimensions of production and its consequences may therefore not change much with the advent of workers' self-management. When workers empowered with self-management do not know or strategize around Marxian concepts of class in terms of surplus labor, they will not likely use any self-managing powers they might obtain to transform the organization of surplus labor inside their enterprises from capitalist to communist class structures. In that case, workers' self-management may yield minimally consequential variations on the conventional private capitalist enterprise. The only difference might then be that the board of directors, a group of non-workers, is elected by workers rather than shareholders. Otherwise the production and appropriation of surplus labor proceeds much as it did before worker self-management. Changing who elects or who serves as a non-worker board of directors appropriating surplus is not the same as changing the whole organization of surplus labor, for example, changing from a few non-workers appropriating the surplus produced by the workers to the collective appropriation of the surplus by its producers. Workers' self-management, like other ways of enhancing workers' powers, may or may not provoke particular changes in class processes, workers' interpersonal relationships, environmental conditions, or anything else. There is no necessary class change consequent upon a power change. This conclusion parallels our earlier findings in this book. For example, we noted how changes in property ownership, from private to collective, are likewise not essences that necessarily exert particular effects on other aspects of society. Similarly, we noted that changes from markets to state planning and administration were consistent with a vast array of other social arrangements, thereby underscoring that planning is not some essence that always and necessarily produces a class structure change or any other particular result. Changing the distribution of power is like changing property ownership or systems for distributing resources and products. What social effects each of these changes has are not contained within them as their necessary effects. Here again, our particular argument reflects and reinforces the basic theoretical rejection of essentialism, and its correlates, determinism and reductionism, and commitment to overdetermination embodied throughout this book. To essentialize power, as most participants in the debates over the USSR have done, yields analyses that miss much of the dynamic of Soviet history including especially its class dimensions. Several writers have recognized the absence of attention to the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor in analyses of the USSR and in specifications of the differences among capitalism, socialism, and communism generally. Some, like Chavins, underscored the importance of constructing such an analysis. Yet no one has yet produced it. Barry Hindus referred to the absence of a rigorous definition of the socialist mode of appropriation of surplus labor, Bettelheim 1976a, 19. Bettelheim, in agreement with Hindus on this point, spoke of the importance of analyzing the production relations of the immediate production process. Yet Hindus never constructed such a rigorous definition of socialism even though he and his co-author, Paul Hurst, prepared important definitions for most of the other class structures that figure in Marxian analyses, Hindus and Hurst 1975. Bettelheim did construct what is arguably the best available class analysis of the USSR, but he organized it around a power definition of class under the headings of forms of management, discipline, cooperation, and organization of labor, Bettelheim 1978, 210 ff. This power-theoretic approach omitted attention to the forms in which surplus labor is produced, by whom and how, immediately received, by whom and how, and distributed, by whom, to whom, how, and for what purposes. Bettelheim's was a class analysis in the particular sense that it defined the protagonists in a power struggle as classes. An individual was a member of a class according to whether he or she wielded power or had power wielded over them. Classes pitted the powerful against the powerless across social sites, enterprise, state, etc. The definition of class in terms of power and the studied disinterest in the modalities of surplus labor that characterized Bettelheim's work warrant at least two conclusions. First, he shed extremely valuable light on the distribution of and struggles over power as constituents of Soviet development. Second, his disregard of surplus labor rendered his work unable to remedy what he had recognized, with Hindus, as so important an absence in analyses of the Soviet experience. Kuran and Mogilevsky, 1972, merited special consideration here because they were among the very few who did focus explicit attention on the distribution of the surplus product, the fruit of the workers' surplus labor, in a Soviet-style economy, Poland. However, that focus was inappropriately partial and basically tangential to their major concern. First, they failed to ask about the organization/form of the production and appropriation of that surplus, before it can be distributed. There is no warrant, indeed, they offered no justification, for neglecting the production and appropriation of surplus labor and addressing only its distribution. Secondly, they centered their analysis not on who produced, appropriated, and distributed the surplus and how these processes were socially organized and reproduced. Rather, they were interested in who controls the size and distribution of the surplus product. 1972, 22, 26. They clearly did not understand that while particular individuals can be identified as producers, appropriators, distributors, and receivers of distributed shares of the surplus, it is a quite different matter to determine who wields power over the sizes of that surplus and its distributed shares. That power is dispersed across many individuals and groups. For example, the private capitalist corporation's board of directors can be pinpointed as the persons who appropriate and distribute the surplus. All sorts of legal, cultural, political, and economic processes ensure this and can serve as evidence for it. However, power over the surplus, its size and distribution, is wielded not only by the board of directors, but also by trade unions, business associations, state officials, tax receivers, environmental regulators, monetary authorities, and so on, criminals, churches, and so on. Kuran and Mogilevsky began with the intent of analyzing surplus labor, but their work, like so many others, never did more than analyze who wielded power over its distribution. They left untreated such questions as who produced and appropriated the surplus, in what multiple forms did this occur in their society, and how did these forms interact with one another and with the rest of the economy and society. They did not investigate who received the distributed shares and how those distributions interacted with the production and appropriations of the surplus. In short, while they recognized the importance of and promised to deliver a class analysis in the surplus labor sense of the term, the sway of power essentialist theories proved too strong. They never fulfilled the promise. The blindness of analysts, Marxian and otherwise, to the class, surplus labor, dimensions of the USSR both reflected and reinforced the same blindness of the people living the Soviet experience. Rank-and-file workers as well as Communist Party personnel, trade unionists, and state officials struggled almost continuously over the power to determine the size and sum of the distributed shares of surplus labor, but they did not do so consciously, aware of the particular class structures that generated surpluses. 32 In other words, they did not struggle over the capitalist and other forms of the surplus labor's production and appropriation. In Marxian terms, they did not see, think, or contest the state capitalist form of the class structure. In effect, they accepted exploitation, the reality that the producers of the surplus were not its appropriators, that instead, state ministries occupied the class position. Friends and foes of the USSR defined and measured socialism and capitalism overwhelmingly in terms of who exercised control over the state and production. This was not Marx's method. He pointedly disaggregated his analysis of production to focus especially on the specifics of the organization of surplus labor and its social effects. In contrast, they dwelt on the aggregated generalities of production and state, and there they focused their analysis especially on the distribution of power and control. As we shall show in detail below, with few exceptions, both Soviet participants and analysts of the Soviet experience accepted, took for granted, and theoretically ignored the class structures of state industrial enterprises in terms of how they organized the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor. Nearly everyone accepted these class structures, which Chapter 3 argued to be state capitalist, without much reflection, as obvious or necessarily entailed by technology or natural and therefore perfectly consistent with socialism or communism. Most participants and observers of Soviet society did not see class structures at all. Their eyes were focused elsewhere, on power. Power, not surplus labor, defined class structures for them. Power, after all, has been the theoretical priority of the bourgeois age. Freedom and democracy have been the goals and justifications of its history. Blindness to class has been the other side of the fetishism of power. The Russian Revolution and the USSR later, despite their self-definition in Marx's language and imagery, remained deeply impressed with power as the essential object of thought and action. This condemned them to remain blind as well to the other side of that power essentialism, to class as the structure of surplus labor. The history of discussion of state capitalism, like the history of so many other aspects of the Soviet experience, reveals the conceptual blinders of its time. The passions of the 1917 revolutionaries and their czarist and liberal enemies, of the Stalinists and Trotskyists, and of the Cold Warriors endlessly juxtaposing state and private property and planning and markets, most were obsessed with power. They struggled, albeit in different ways and toward different ends, to understand and transform the distribution of power in society as the key lever by which to shape history. They presumed, rarely stopping to wonder why, that power was the object that must be the focus of theoretical attention and political action. Marxian class analyses thus became analyses of the distribution of power, whereas Marx had prioritized surplus labor for revolutionary attention. Marxists defined classes literally and almost exclusively in terms of who wielded power over objects and other people, capitalists or the propertyless masses. Anti-Marxian analyses likewise focused on power, equating Marxism with centralized, economically inefficient, dictatorial statism and contrasting private capitalism as equivalent to individualism, democracy, and economic efficiency. Because power was production. This was not Marx's method. He pointedly disaggregated his analysis of production to focus especially on the specifics of the organization of surplus labor and its social effects. In contrast, they dwelt on the aggregated generalities of production and state, and there they focused their analysis especially on the distribution of power and control. As we shall show in detail below, with few exceptions, both Soviet participants and analysts of the Soviet experience accepted, took for granted, and theoretically ignored the class structures of state-industrial enterprises in terms of how they organize the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor. Nearly everyone accepted these class structures, which Chapter 3 argued to be state capitalist, without much reflection, as obvious or necessarily entailed by technology or natural and therefore perfectly consistent with socialism or communism. Most participants and observers of Soviet society did not see class structures at all. Their eyes were focused elsewhere, on power. Power, not surplus labor, defined class structures for them. Power, after all, has been the theoretical priority of the bourgeois age. Freedom and democracy have been the goals and justifications of its history. Blindness to class has been the other side of the fetishism of power. The Russian Revolution and the USSR later, despite their self-definition in Marx's language and imagery, remained deeply impressed with power as the essential object of thought and action. This condemned them to remain blind as well to the other side of that power essentialism, to class as the structure of surplus labor. The history of discussion of state capitalism, like the history of so many other aspects of the Soviet experience, reveals the conceptual blinders of its time. The passions of the 1917 revolutionaries and their czarist and liberal enemies, of the Stalinists and Trotskyists, and of the Cold Warriors endlessly juxtaposing state and private property and planning and markets, most were obsessed with power. They struggled, albeit in different ways and toward different ends, to understand and transform the distribution of power in society as the key lever by which to shape history. They presumed, rarely stopping to wonder why, that power was the object that must be the focus of theoretical attention and political action. Marxian class analyses thus became analyses of the distribution of power, whereas Marx had prioritized surplus labor for revolutionary attention. Marxists defined classes literally and almost exclusively in terms of who wielded power over objects and other people, capitalists or the propertyless masses. Anti-Marxian analyses likewise focused on power, equating Marxism with centralized, economically inefficient, dictatorial statism and contrasting private capitalism as equivalent to individualism, democracy, and economic efficiency. Because power was. Part 3. The Rise and Fall of the USSR. Chapter 5. Class Structures and Tensions Before 1917. We propose here to sketch, with broad brush strokes, the multiple, interdependent class structures that existed in Russia before the 1917 revolution. We will explore the tensions within as well as the contradictory interactions among these systems of producing, appropriating, and distributing surpluses. By examining how these particular class structures shaped and were shaped by the individuals who lived within them, we aim to show how the multiple class dimensions of their lives contributed to the history that culminated in the revolutionary conjuncture of 1917.1. To our knowledge, no class analysis of this kind exists for pre-1917 Russia. We acknowledge that the available primary evidence and secondary analyses enable only a rather impressionistic account of how surplus was organized and its fruits distributed before 1917. This might have troubled us more had not analysts of the period with very different conceptual approaches qualified their arguments similarly. Figes 1989. The fundamentals: feudal, ancient, capitalist, and communist. Since most Russians, and others within the former USSR, lived in rural areas and performed agricultural labor, we begin with the class structures there. Feudal class structures were prevalent, as is well known, before the 1861 emancipation of the serfs. As we shall show, they remained important, albeit in different forms, thereafter. Russian feudalism before 1861 involved both large landholdings centralized under the control of private landlords and larger, more centralized holdings by the Tsarist state itself. Given our earlier argument about the coexistence, tensions, and oscillations between private and state capitalism after 1917, we note here the comparable relations between private and state feudalism in Russia before 1861. Over 50% of serfs belonged to the state rather than to private landlords at emancipation. Bloom 1961, 475 ff. Pavlovsky 1968, 75 ff. The differences and relationship between the two kinds of feudalism were important influences shaping Russian history before 1917. Bloom 1961, 475 ff. Crisp 1976, 73-95. In the 150 years before 1861, the Tsarist state pressed its own serfs to deliver ever more surpluses, expanded its claims for obligatory portions of the surpluses received from lower lords, and levied general per capita taxes to raise still more revenues. The state's expenditures built an army to protect Russian feudalism from external threats such as Napoleon, to sustain and administer the growing Tsarist empire, to start and expand state industries, and so forth. On the one hand, the private feudal lords welcomed the state activities that secured their conditions of existence and expansion. On the other, they resented and sometimes resisted the Tsar's demands for ever greater shares of the private lords' surpluses to pay for it all. Because such resistance was dangerous, the private lords tried to solve the problem instead by expanding their feudal estates and borrowing money. Their strategies mostly involved squeezing more surpluses from their serfs, to meet their rising obligations to the state, to pay interest to creditors, to expand their estates, and to enhance their conspicuous consumption as a mode of competing for favors from the Tsar, including grants of land and serfs. Contradictions between the private and state feudal class structures, especially struggles over political power between Tsar and lords, deepened the pressures upon both private and state serfs to produce more surplus. This provoked ever more and better organized resistance by serfs against the private lords and the state. Lyaschenko 1949, 270-280, 370-374. These complex class conflicts among serfs, private feudal lords, and the state contributed to the historic decision to emancipate the serfs and compensate the private lords in 1861.3. Before 1861, individual serf households or, more commonly, groups of serf households, organized in villages or communes, functioned within relationships of loyalty and fealty to their landlords, that is, the private lords or state lord of the lands to which they belonged. Religion and tradition enshrined these as fixed relationships entailing specific patterns of necessary and surplus labor performance and specific deliveries of surplus labor, or its fruits, by serfs to their lords. Sometimes the latter provided not only land but virtually all the other means of agricultural production as well. Sometimes serfs owned and provided some of the means themselves. Either serfs delivered their surpluses individually to their landlords, or else villages delivered their individual household surpluses collectively to the landlords. Serfs performed necessary labor on lands allocated to them for that purpose and retained its fruits for their own reproduction. Some then performed surplus labor on that same land and delivered the fruits of that surplus labor to landlords as rents, obrok, in kind or cash. Other serfs delivered their surplus labor to their landlords as such, barshchina, roughly equivalent to the corvée elsewhere in European feudalism, with the landlord immediately appropriating the fruits of that surplus labor. The feudal landlords existed in a hierarchical relation to one another, culminating in the Tsar, such that lower lords distributed some of the surplus they appropriated from their serfs to higher lords. These distributions secured the lower lords' social positions as landlords under the protection of the higher lords. The higher lords used these distributions partly to provide that protection. Many landlords both distributed surplus to higher lords and received surplus from lower lords. In general, each landlord distributed portions of the surpluses appropriated from his own serfs to other individuals to finance their activities if and when they were deemed necessary for his continued existence as a feudal lord. These portions of the surplus included contributions to the church, interest payments to his creditors, funding for his armed retainers and household servants, tribute to his overlord, and so on. Alongside the feudal class processes, the lords appropriating and distributing the serfs' surplus, various power processes connected lords and serfs. Some landlords directly controlled how serfs and serf villages functioned economically, politically, and culturally. In other cases, villages or even individual serfs exercised considerable powers. Lord and serf wielded different, varying, and often contested powers over decisions on the feudal manners, including how large a surplus would be produced and how it would be distributed by the feudal lord. As political powers were variously distributed among lords, so too were powers among the serfs. Sometimes a few elders monopolized power vis-à-vis other heads of village households, usually men prevailed over women, and so on. 4. The private landlord's considerable power to decide upon the size of the surplus and how to distribute it, how big a portion each recipient would receive, had also to be shared with others beside the serfs. The church, the Tsar's state, creditors, and still others wielded varying influences over these decisions. The Tsar's state, as feudal landlord, had similarly to share its decision-making powers. The powers to determine the sizes of the feudal surpluses produced for either private feudal lords or the Tsar's state were also dispersed in ways that varied across time and region. The church had its applicable doctrines, the serfs their modes of resistance, the Tsar's state its military and other imperatives, and so on. The feudal class processes connecting lords, serfs, and recipients of surplus distributions, on the one hand, and the power processes distributing influences over decision-making were different but mutually dependent and mutually constitutive. The feudal class structure that connected serfs to landlords in agricultural enterprises, the feudal manor as a farming unit, was highly centralized. Typically many serfs produced surplus for a lord. Another, much more decentralized form of feudal class structures existed elsewhere in Russian society. Inside most rural households, another kind of feudal class structure linked its individual inhabitants as they produced household goods and services, crops and animals, clothing and furniture, cooking, cleaning, repairing, etc. 5. The kind of feudal class structure inside the Russian rural household interacted in complex ways with the kind of feudal class structure outside on the feudal manor. 6. The migration to the cities during the century before 1917 seems simply to have moved feudal class structures so that they prevailed in both rural and urban households. Inside the Russian household, its particular kind of feudal class structure assigned the surplus appropriator's role most often to the father. Religion and tradition enshrined him in the position of owner-provider of the house and other physical means of household production. Women, chiefly his wife but possibly also her children and/or their spouses, performed feudal necessary and surplus labor in the household. Tianshanskaya 1993, 3-10, 124-125. They performed some gardening, cooking, cleaning, and so forth for their own sustenance, necessary labor, but also did more, surplus labor, and delivered that to the father. Having appropriated the household surplus, the father then distributed portions of it to secure his feudal class position there. He contributed to the church, paid household taxes, fulfilled obligations to the village, possibly paid interest on personal debt, and so forth. He directed some of the surplus to sustain the children until they could join the ranks of household serfs performing necessary and surplus labor. Depending on the relative strengths of church interventions in household affairs, interpersonal household relationships, and other aspects of the social context, the feudal father had to share with others the power to decide household affairs, including determining the size and distribution of the household surplus he appropriated. The lord of the household thus functioned within class and power processes that were different from but quite analogous to the functioning of the lord of the land. Since household feudal class structures endured long after emancipation, Russian feudalism was not actually abolished in 1861. Some kinds and social sites of feudal class structures continued while others disappeared. Indeed, a new kind of feudalism rose after 1861, decentralized feudalism. Before 1861, a relatively small number of private lords and the state appropriated the surplus labor of the vast majority of agricultural laborers in the Russian villages. After 1861, the villages and individual laborers reorganized their system of production, including its class structure, that is, its manner of producing, appropriating, and distributing the laborers' surplus labor. The former, relatively centralized feudalism was replaced by a decentralized and often contentious mixture of class structures. Individual farming units within the post-1861 villages displayed non-feudal as well as feudal class structures connecting the individuals who cultivated those units. The household feudal class structure that survived largely intact from pre-1861 Russia often extended its reach onto the farming units. To that degree, a decentralized agricultural feudalism partly replaced the former centralized agricultural feudalism. However, the most widespread and prevalent class structure of post-1861 village farming was not feudal, it was the ancient class structure. The latter and the small but rapidly growing capitalist class structure of village farms are the objects of the next two sections of this chapter. Yet before moving on to non-feudal class structures in Russia before 1917, it is worth mentioning the existence of still other kinds of feudal class structures located at sites of production other than manorial agricultural enterprises and individual households. Before emancipation, nobles and the state also used their serfs as surplus labor performers inside the industrial enterprises they owned. Bloom 1961, 287-320. Merchants also sometimes used their trading profits to establish industrial factories based on the labor of serfs. In this case, the merchants either leased or otherwise acquired serfs from their traditional feudal lords and then set them to factory work in a class relationship identical to the serf's former situation on the rural manors. 7 In effect, the individual merchant thereby established himself in the class position of industrial, feudal lord. Bloom mentions that a few serfs even established feudal industrial factories based on the labor of other serfs acquired much as the merchants had done. 1961, 299. 8 such serfs thereby came to occupy both sides of the fundamental feudal class relation, producers of surplus for their lords and appropriators of surplus from other serfs. Russian feudalism, like feudalisms elsewhere and at other times, displayed a wide variety of forms at different social sites. Such distinguishing adjectives as state and private, urban and rural, enterprise and household, centralized and decentralized, and agricultural and industrial indicate the range of different kinds of feudal class structures that comprise the totality of Russian feudalism. These differences also attest to the adaptability of feudal class structures to the diverse social and natural conditions of a vast territory across a long history. Later in this chapter, we explore some of the complex ways in which individuals in pre-1917 Russia occupied these multiple, different feudal class positions. There we consider the male feudal serf who provided surplus labor to an appropriating landlord, private or state, agricultural or industrial, etc., while also appropriating the feudal surplus labor of women inside his household. We also consider his wife's possible occupation of multiple class positions such as feudal surplus labor provider inside the household to her husband and outside the household, alongside her husband, to the feudal appropriator of their surplus. As we show, these feudal class positions are but a few of the many possible different class positions, feudal and non-feudal, occupied in varying patterns by most Russians in the 18th and 19th centuries. Knowing these patterns is a prerequisite for venturing some suggestions on how the class aspects of Russian society contributed to the revolutionary conjuncture of 1917 and to the complex class structure of Soviet development thereafter. The ancient class structure differs markedly from the feudal. The person who performs both necessary labor and surplus labor does so individually, not as part of any group or collective. This individual, and no one else, also appropriates his/her own surplus. The ancient producer/appropriator of surplus labor thus also distributes his/her own surplus to others who provide the conditions enabling the ancient class structure to continue. Ancient class structures had long existed alongside Russia's predominant feudal class structures. 9 For centuries, many Russian men and especially women, beside working as feudal serfs on the manor farms, also individually produced crafts distributed to consumers via markets or other social mechanisms. The latter included intrafamily distributions and individual distributions to another person for which the Russian language had a term, remeslo, that specifically differentiated such activity from production for markets, promysl, Matosian 1968, 11-12. This craft production often entailed an ancient class structure as individuals appropriated and distributed their own surplus labor. 10 The evidence suggests that for some time in parts of Russia before 1861, Feudal class structures had been transformed into ancient class structures as lords responded to growing difficulties with rebellious serfs by, in effect, changing them into ancient tenant farmers. In any case, after 1861, ancient class structures became much more important as they generally replaced the feudal class structures in non-household agricultural production. Individual Russian peasants, freed from their former feudal obligations, now cultivated on their own. They performed necessary and surplus labor on land that was theirs or had been allocated to them by the village communes. They sustained themselves with the fruits of their necessary labor, and then distributed the fruits of their surplus labor to secure the varied conditions of existence of this ancient class structure. Chief among these distributions of ancient surpluses were large state taxes, revenues used to compensate the private lords for their losses from the emancipation, the famous redemption payments. The 1861 emancipation sharply accelerated the transition from feudal to ancient class structures outside, although not inside, Russian households. 11. After emancipation, the village communes became complex associations of families whose working adult members farmed the communal land chiefly as ancient producers. Resnick 1968. 12 Each such family performed necessary and surplus labor on the strips of land allocated, and periodically reallocated, to it by the commune. The periodic reallocations accommodated changing household demographics, differential fertilities, and so on to reduce, if not eliminate, the differentiation among ancient producers. The goal was to prevent the erosion of the ancient class structures, and the communal life built upon it, that differentiation would have threatened. Some families did break away from the communal villages to varying degrees of more independent economic activity. 13 While the periodic communal reallocations of land largely succeeded in sustaining ancient class structures on the communes, individual household production, including household gardens, was not affected. Waters 1968, 143. Russian villages distinguished, albeit in terms other than ours, two social sites and two class structures, feudal households and ancient farms. Each ancient communal farmer appropriated the fruits of his/her surplus labor and then distributed it to other persons. 14 However, the power to influence the size of the surplus and of distributed portions and who would be their recipients was shared by the ancient farmer with many others. For examples, the council of village elders, other ancients within the commune, collected a portion of the ancient's surpluses, in cash or kind, for various purposes. State officials had rights to another portion. Church rules governed work time and hence the size of the surplus, while the church also tapped the surplus for contributions, and so on. The distributions of power over the ancient class structure of the Russian peasantry varied regionally and periodically after 1861. The transition from feudal to ancient class structures, however glorified as emancipation, was no escape from poverty, pressure, and class conflicts for the rural peasantry. Many ancients discovered that, while different, the demands on their surplus labor were often greater after 1861 than before. The feudal lords were gone, their political and cultural domination reduced, and delivery of serf surpluses to them stopped. Yet the ancients now found their individually appropriated surpluses heavily taxed by a czarist state to finance redemption payments to former feudal lords and ambitious administrative, military, and modernization projects. Ancients faced the instabilities of the markets increasingly penetrating the Russian countryside. Ancients inside the village communes, and hence subject to their constraints, encountered competition from ancients not similarly constrained outside the communes and from the small but rapidly growing agricultural capitalists. Former feudal lords often retained some of their own land, which they offered for lease. They likewise retained rights to water and other necessities for farming. Ancients who required these resources as conditions of their continued existence found their surpluses heavily charged for access to them. The class struggles that occupied the ancients differed from those that beset the feudal serfs before them. Ancients fought over how village communes would periodically redistribute their lands among the ancients. They wrangled with the czarist state over the taxes they paid and the state services they needed. They resented a state that seemed to favor instead the former feudal lords and the growing capitalist industry. The growth of the Russian Empire after 1861, with its military and administrative costs and state subsidization of capitalist industrialization, subjected the ancient class structure at the base of Russian society to incredible pressures, controls, and predations upon the ancient surplus. The peaceful resolution of one class crisis in 1861 prepared the ground for the violent resolution of a different class crisis in 1917. Not only did ancient producers predominate within the totality of Russian agriculture after 1861, but ancient producers gained in importance in both rural and urban handicraft industries. Even in pre-1861 Russian feudalism, The seasonal nature of agricultural work, the gender division of labor, cultural traditions, and other factors overdetermine that many serfs also spent time as self-employed producers of crafts, destined for markets or other forms of distribution. Similarly, serfs who fled to the urban areas often survived there by establishing ancient craft enterprises to supply Russia's growing urban markets. Just as feudal class structures varied in kind as among private landlords' estates, state lands, and serf households, so ancient class structures varied in kind before and after 1861, in rural and urban areas, in agricultural and handicraft pursuits, and so on. Ancient class structures also occurred inside households with only one working adult, usually females because of widowhood or abandonment, where a feudal class structure was thus impossible. Cf. Fred, Resnick, and Wolf 1994. Before concluding this overview of Russia's ancient class structures before 1917, we note that increasingly after 1861, Russian peasants combined ancient with other class positions. Some ancients periodically hired laborers and so functioned partly as capitalists. Many ancients periodically or regularly drew other household members into farm work alongside themselves. This usually meant that the feudal class structure inside the household was extended onto the farm. The usually male ancient peasant then occupied as well a feudal class position vis-à-vis his wife, and perhaps other family members, both inside and outside the household. The evidence suggests that in the 50 years before 1917 Russia consisted of multiple, different class structures. As we have shown, it was largely an ancient society that retained a vast feudal class structure inside households as well as feudal and capitalist class structures in many agricultural, craft, and industrial enterprises, cf. Gabriel and Martin 1992. Moreover, as detailed below, individual Russians typically occupied multiple class positions within these structures. Differing from the ancient class structures, the capitalist entails, 1. The appropriation of surplus by persons other than its producers and, 2. Collective rather than individual labor processes within enterprises. Differing from the feudal, in capitalist class structures, laborers are not personally bound to the land or the surplus appropriator by ties of mutual obligation, loyalty, or religion. Moreover, they deliver the fruits of both necessary and surplus labor to the capitalists. 15 The latter must then contractually return the fruits of the necessary labor time, in cash or kind, as the quid pro quo for the laborer's work. This return by capitalists may or may not take the form of a commodity exchange, labor power for wages. 16. In private industrial capitalism, the class position of surplus appropriating capitalist is occupied by individuals with no official status within a state administration or bureaucracy. Private capitalist enterprises grew in Russia across the 19th century, especially in urban areas. A century of debate concerns the growth of private capitalism in agriculture after 1861 as well. Lyashchenko 1949, 445-472, Lenin 1956, Shannon 1986. Some private capitalist class structures emerged from a certain differentiation among ancient producers. The vagaries of climate, soil fertility, access to markets and credit, and many other conditions of production often yielded prosperity for some ancients and disaster for others. Sometimes, ancients sustained social organizations that prevented such differentiation from undermining their ancient class structure. The Russian village communes often reallocated land, subsidized individual peasants' temporary difficulties, and otherwise tried to counteract natural and social threats to Russia's ancient class structures before 1917. However, the village communes did not always nor everywhere succeed. Some peasants left the communes or else remained but operated with decreasing respect for or relation to communal egalitarianism. Ancients who did well entered into new relations with ancients who failed. The former purchased the labor power of the latter and set it to work with other means of production to make goods increasingly destined for markets. These new capitalists returned the fruits of the new laborers' necessary labor to them and kept the surplus for themselves. Private capitalist class relations arose in other ways as well. The feudal manors had long included some serfs with craft skills. The products of their part-time craft work circulated inside the feudal manors and villages. Often, skilled serfs were able, or encouraged by lords anticipating enhanced feudal rents from them, to specialize full-time in their craft and produce for ever wider markets. This was the origin of the famous Kustar industries, Lyashchenko 1949, 478-481. Initially, these craft productions exhibited a feudal class structure located alongside the feudal class structures elsewhere on the Russian manors. Before, but especially after emancipation, Kustar industries grew in ways quite similar to the Western European putting-out system. Raw materials were put out to the homes of part-time or full-time craftspersons by enterprising landlords, merchants, or others with sufficient wealth. These craftspeople worked on them to produce finished goods, typically in exchange for a money payment. In many cases, the class process involved here was no doubt ancient. Individual craftspersons did necessary and surplus labor on the materials provided to them and appropriated their own individual surplus, in value form, once the providers paid them for their product. However, capitalist class processes materialized where and when the relationships changed, however slowly and subtly, and the craftspeople became persons selling their labor power rather than their craft products. It was then a small step for the capitalist to gather such craftspersons under one roof in the manner of early European private capitalism. Sometimes capitalist class structures emerged when modernizing landlords converted their estates from feudal to capitalist enterprises, ejected feudal serfs and hired agricultural wage workers instead. Other landlords, who had collected rents from ancient tenant farmers, evicted them to establish their own capitalist farms. The landlords become capitalists hoped to amass more surplus by exploiting hired workers than by exploiting feudal serfs or obtaining rents, surplus distributions, from ancient tenants. The rapid growth of private capitalist industries outside Russia across the 19th century increased foreign demand for Russian exports and domestic demand for capitalist commodity imports. Foreign capital and technologies arrived, foreign private capitalist enterprises expanded into Russia. These sources of capitalist development were especially important in the last decades before 1917. Finally, the Tsarist state also actively facilitated the emergence of capitalist class structures in pre-1917 Russia. The state played the leading role in bringing large-scale capitalist enterprise into existence. Ryasanovsky 1984, 425. The state provided private capitalist industrial enterprises with massive, guaranteed profit orders, for industries supplying Russian railways, the military, and telecommunications, tariff protection, foreign capital inflows, cheap credit, loan guarantees, and docile workers. Grossman 1973, von Laue 1963. At the turn of the century, the Russian state owned 3.5 billion rubles out of the entire capital of 4.7 billion rubles invested in railways. Lyashchenko 1949, 534. The Russian state owned and operated many banks. It derived very significant revenues from its vodka monopoly. The post-1861 Tsarist state also promoted capitalist class structures in its own enterprises much as earlier Tsars had established state industries on the basis of serf labor. Grossman 1973, 488. Besides owning vast lands and mines, the Tsarist state enterprises hired wage labor to process their ores and produce vast quantities of alcohol. Lyashchenko 1949, 554. State coexisted with private capitalist enterprises within a context of massive state subsidies and supports chiefly for private capitalist development. The decades preceding 1917 display sharply curtailed and decentralized feudal class structures outside households alongside an enduring feudalism within them, a sea of ancients as the prevailing class structure, and a capitalism that could reasonably be described as the most challenging economic dynamism in view. Shannon 1986, 13. But that capitalism was still relatively small. The state's efforts to promote it were offset by other steps it took to secure ancients, especially in the rural areas, and still other steps it took in support of the remaining feudal elements. Lyashchenko 1949, 445-472. Similarly, struggles within the village communes in some ways enabled capitalist class structures to grow while otherwise blocking them to secure the ancient class structures. Even Lenin, arguing that capitalism was fast displacing all previous class structures, admitted that he exaggerated to make readers see capitalism as the revolutionary agency transforming Russian society. 1956, 347. The growth of capitalist class structures, rural and urban, was attracting increasing numbers of people into part-time, seasonal, or full-time wage work. Old political and cultural patterns were shaken in the countryside and even more in the urban areas. Institutions favoring the ancient class structures fought back against the capitalist tide, often successfully. The complex class structures of Russia before 1917 were experiencing momentous transitions, strains, and struggles for hegemony. These interacted in socially explosive ways with transformations in the non-class aspects of Russian society. Waves of new and cheaper commodity imports interacted with rural migration to Russian cities, new modes of lending, new technologies, new kinds of business organization, and class conflicts to shock and rapidly transform the Russian economy. In politics, the inherited state apparatus, built upon and loyal to its feudal past, confronted the conflicting demands of rising ancient and capitalist class structures seeking returns for the surpluses they paid as taxes to the treasury. A deepening animosity between state and citizen came to pervade Russian politics. Meanwhile, the corrosive challenges of European modernisms in all the arts, sciences, religion, and so forth fertilized and empowered internal Russian movements to transform its inherited culture. The communist class structures merit our attention because they did not exist significantly in pre-1917 Russia. Only some relatively small-scale and short-lived experiments with communist class structures occurred within religious movements such as the Old Believers and Sectarians, Stites 1989, 16-17. They nonetheless warrant discussion because, 1. Very important social movements argued that something like communism did exist before the revolution, and, 2. A stated Bolshevik objective was to establish communist class structures in place of the other class structures. While communist class structures, in our surplus sense, were never significant before 1917, many in the large populist movement claimed that the village commune prevalent across rural Russia, represented a partial or full communism. Here we encounter again a confusion or conflation of a power structure with a class structure. The evidence is quite clear that village communes were, as noted above, composites of ancient, feudal, and capitalist class structures. The power/class confusion arises when the political relations of the mirror are taken for class relations. The village communes did often display more or less egalitarian participation by heads of households, mainly male. They made collective decisions, sometimes quite democratically, on vitally important issues, excluding internal household affairs, periodic land reallocations, rules governing labor and outputs, maintaining common lands, and so on. The power of the mirror, however, was not absolute. Powers over the same decisions were also exercised by the church, the state, and, of course, the individual surplus producers and appropriators themselves. The mirror per se neither produced nor appropriated surpluses itself. Its members did so within a set of class structures that did not, as we have shown, include the communist class structure. The complexities. To this point, our survey of the pre-1917 class structures existing in Russia has considered chiefly the different fundamental class processes, the feudal, ancient, capitalist, and communist. Our analysis focused thus on the different kinds of class positions that Russians might occupy as producers and or appropriators of surplus labor in each of these forms. However, to earn incomes and survive, all Russians did not need to participate in one or another fundamental class process as a surplus producer, appropriator, or both. Instead of, or in addition to, these fundamental class positions, Russians could occupy what we call subsumed and non-class positions. The subsumed class positions are defined as those whose incomes are distributions of portions of the surplus from its appropriators. For example, village money lenders provided credit, a condition of their existence, to feudal, ancient, and capitalist appropriators. In return, such lenders got distributions from the latter's surpluses as interest payments. Similarly, governments provided police, road maintenance, and other services in return for taxes and fees paid by appropriators from their surpluses. Merchants provided feudal, ancient, and capitalist appropriators with quick and regular ways to convert their products back into money in return for a fee paid out of their surpluses. 17 In all class structures, fundamental class positions, as producers and appropriators, coexist with subsumed class positions, obtaining distributed shares of surplus from one or more of its appropriators. Individuals earn incomes by occupying either or both kinds of positions within the varying class structures that coexist in any society. Finally, societies contain individuals who earn incomes in non-class positions. That means they can earn incomes without participating in either fundamental class processes, they do not produce or appropriate surplus, or in subsumed class processes, they do not obtain a distribution of surplus from the appropriator. Individuals in non-class positions are thus one social remove from any class structures. Individuals who earn incomes exclusively from occupying non-class positions will, of course, interact with the existing class structures in many different ways, but they do not participate in any as producer, appropriator, or recipient of distributed surplus. Examples from pre-1917 Russia would include, for example, employees hired by money lenders, merchants, and governments. 18 Such employees neither produce nor appropriate surplus nor are their wage payments surplus distributions by appropriators. While they are thus one remove from the class structure, they remain indirectly dependent on it, as it is indirectly dependent on them. Since our concern here is not a comprehensive class analysis, requiring detailed examinations of the relevant subsumed and non-class positions, we have concentrated our brief survey on the fundamental class structures in Russia from 1861 to 1917. That survey permits the conclusion that most of the Russian people occupied, outside their households, ancient fundamental or subsumed class positions or non-class positions dependent on the ancient class structures. Inside their households, most participated in or depended upon feudal class structures, and, as noted, the latter also sometimes extended their reach onto village farms. Capitalist class structures, rapidly intruding in both urban and rural areas, were the most contentious, dynamic, and socially divisive class structures. They provoked strong feelings and expressions ranging from envy, hostility, and resentment to hope, admiration, and passionate advocacy. Communist class structures lay almost completely outside the experience of pre-1917 Russia. Each of these class structures, ancient, feudal, and capitalist, was the site of many diverse pressures. Within them, producers and appropriators struggled over the quantities and qualities of their surpluses. In the case of the ancients, such fundamental class struggles occurred within the same person. 19 Beside fundamental class struggles, over the production and appropriation of the surplus, there were also subsumed class struggles, over what shares of appropriated surplus would be distributed to what recipients/claimants. The different class structures often threatened one another's conditions of existence, competing for laborers or other resources, supporting different state policies, and so on. Struggles among class structures thus intertwined with the class struggles within each structure to comprise the complex patterns of class struggles characterizing pre-revolutionary Russia. We presume that individuals in any society typically occupy more than one class position within one class structure. We found this to be the case in pre-1917 Russia. They did so across different periods in their lifetimes and often across different periods of a day or week. To demonstrate how class structures shaped Russian history requires identifying how individuals were distributed across multiple class positions. On the basis of the major patterns in the Russians' multiple occupations of fundamental, subsumed, and non-class positions, we can then begin to assess how class structures influenced the history building to the 1917 revolution. To take some examples of Russians occupying multiple class positions, we may consider first a peasant wife. She might, 1. Perform feudal surplus labor inside the household and deliver its fruits to her husband, and, 2. Labor alongside him as an ancient partner producing and appropriating her own surplus on the land allocated to them by the village commune. Her husband might engage in 1. The seasonal sale of his labor power to a capitalist industrial enterprise, taking time from 2. His ancient class position within his village commune, and 3. His feudal class position within his household. Their adult, unmarried son might have left the village altogether to 1. Spend weekdays as a surplus labor performer in an urban capitalist enterprise, and 2. Work weekends as an ancient producer/seller of transport services utilizing his horse and cart there. Their adult, married son might also move to the city in order to 1. Appropriate the household feudal surplus labor of his wife, and 2. Appropriate the capitalist surplus labor of a few fellow villagers who had followed him to the city looking for employment in his small furniture workshop. Their adult, married daughter might, 1. Provide feudal surplus labor to her peasant husband, 2. Produce and sell in local markets her ancient handicrafts, and 3. Occasionally do part-time work in a local capitalist's textile mill. In these examples, Russian individuals occupy various, and historically quite typical, patterns of multiple fundamental class positions. We can readily extend the argument to provide examples of patterns that include various subsumed and non-class positions as well. A peasant's younger son and his wife may leave the village and establish a household in the city. The son may find work as a night watchman at a factory, while his wife works part-time as a clerk in a merchant's store. He and she occupy feudal class positions inside the household in relation to its production activities, cooking, cleaning, and so on. Outside, he occupies a capitalist subsumed class position. He provides a condition of existence, security, for the factory capitalist's appropriation of surplus value in return for a distributed share of that surplus as his wage. She occupies a non-class position outside the household, since her wage is not payment for producing a surplus nor a distributed share of someone's appropriated surplus. Other similar examples drawn from pre-1917 Russia might include a feudal housewife who also works part-time as a small merchant buying farm produce from ancient peasants and reselling them in local markets. She occupies, 1. A feudal fundamental class position inside the household, as well as, 2. an ancient subsumed class position, she quickly and regularly converts ancient products into money in exchange for a discount on those products which she then resells. Her husband might then occupy 1. A feudal fundamental class position as lord of the household, 2. A capitalist subsumed class position as a peddler who buys socks from a capitalist factory for resale, and 3. A non-class position as a part-time auxiliary fireman paid out of tax receipts by a state agency. Individual Russians' standards of living, levels of goods and services actually consumed, depended on how much real income flowed from each of the multiple class and non-class positions they occupied. How each position influenced their thinking and feelings, their ideology and politics, depended not only on how much income it generated for them, but also on how they experienced the time spent in each position, as a trauma or a privilege, as a temporary necessity or a situation to be treasured for the future. The contribution of a Marxian class analysis nuanced in this way flows from its illumination of the different, multiple class structures that individuals in pre-1917 Russia had to negotiate daily, 1. In leaving and re-entering their households and, 2. Traversing their class and non-class positions outside the household. The decades between emancipation and revolution were times of great changes in class structures and hence in the set of class and non-class positions available for Russians to occupy and live from. Strains within all the contending class structures provoked intense struggles over the production and distribution of surpluses. At the same time, Russians were in conflict over which class structures should be hegemonic in society and whether and how they could coexist. A profound insecurity about class positions settled into the thinking and feelings of the Russian people. However, because of the lack of class consciousness, the strains and conflicts were not seen as class issues. Instead, they were experienced as specific interpersonal problems and/or regional, religious, and ethnic conflicts, and/or as a vague, ominous sense that Russian society was disintegrating, that all that is solid melts into air. 20. The cultural, political, and economic history of Russia was shaped, in part, by the specific and ever-changing patterns of class positions occupied and negotiated by its people. The broad social movements that evolved depended in part on the multiple class positions actually occupied by most Russians and in part on the intensifying contradictions among those positions. The movements also arose in relation to class positions that Russians wanted or hoped to occupy in the future within the context of a dramatically changing society, especially after 1861. The contradictions and the revolution. Contradictions between serfs and feudal landlords sharpened across the 19th century as the lords pressed for greater surpluses to offset their eroding conditions of existence. Lyashchenko 1949, 358-375. The serfs both resisted, increasingly in violent ways, and reacted by deserting feudal agriculture for the towns or for non-feudal, chiefly ancient, class positions in the countryside. The feudal subsumed classes, merchants, moneylenders, the church, and others, demanded ever larger cuts of the surplus in return for continuing to provide the conditions of existence of feudal class structures. These feudal subsumed classes began to shift their activities toward those other class structures, becoming subsumed to their surplus appropriators, as the latter increasingly challenged and displaced Russian feudalism. Merchants saw better futures buying and reselling ancient and capitalist products, moneylenders switched to the same classes, and so on. The increasing pressure on feudal class structures in turn provoked lords to consider transforming estates into collections of ancient farmers paying them rents or into large capitalist farms. When this occurred, the remaining feudalism was often still further weakened, its contradictions exacerbated, and the vicious circle of its decline engaged. Contradictions within the ancient class structures of the peasantry after 1861 have been exhaustively treated in the literature, beginning with Lenin's polemics against the Narodniki and continuing with Shannon's recent work, Lenin 1956, 11-49, Shannon 1986, 172-173 Passim. On the one hand, ancient peasants had to distribute large portions of their surpluses to the state as redemption payments and taxes. Where they leased land from landowners, they had also to distribute another portion of their surplus as rental payments to those landowners. As suggested above, these outlays, when added to the other subsumed class demands on ancient producers, from the church, from the village commune, etc., could well exhaust or even exceed ancient surpluses. When prices for marketed ancient outputs fell, the situation deteriorated even further. Borrowing to relieve such burdens added interest obligations to the already unmanageable demands on ancient surpluses. In such cases, ancient producers had to decrease their own consumption, sometimes below its levels when they were serfs, to free produce, or its cash equivalent, for distribution to subsumed classes. This explains the widespread evidence of extreme poverty, loss of land, and increasing landlessness in rural Russia before 1917. Sometimes the communal village organization could offset these problems somewhat by sharing the subsumed class burdens among the ancients in the village, by reallocating land to assist ancients in the greatest difficulties, and so on. Yet, these very measures provoked debate, discord, and departures from the mir. Where the mir organization failed and among peasants outside the mir, the contradictions between successful and unsuccessful ancients mounted until their class structure gave way to rural capitalism and the emigration to urban class positions, capitalist and ancient, and non-class positions. The contradictions within the capitalist class structures likewise sharpened in the decades before 1917, although within the context of quite spectacular growth of their capitals and labor forces. Conflict between surplus producers and appropriators over the size of the surplus frequently erupted in violence as atrocious working conditions, extremely low wages, and dangerously poor living conditions made workers angry and volatile. Bunnell 1983. The same conditions attended the mass of workers occupying capitalist subsumed and non-class positions in the towns. The state frequently had to act directly to contain eruptions. On the other hand, contradictions between capitalist appropriators and their subsumed classes were systematically ameliorated by supportive state policies, especially but not only under the influence of Finance Minister Serge Witt. In effect, the state provided capitalists in industry with credit, subsidies, protection, and other conditions of their existence and rapid growth without demanding in return much of a cut of industrial capitalist surpluses, as taxes on capitalist profits. This enabled capitalists to devote larger portions of their surpluses, saved from taxes, to accumulation instead. Similarly, the agrarian reforms before and especially after the 1905 revolution, associated with Prime Minister Peter Stolypin, enhanced many of the conditions for small-scale rural capitalism to grow. In a sense, then, contradictions within capitalist class structures, while sharp, won the attention of the state, which acted to soften, repress, or otherwise overcome them in ways parallel to how the village commune organization sought to overcome contradictions within their ancient class structures there. Contradictions among, as opposed to within, class structures took different forms. The ancient and feudal class structures in village communes lost laborers who went to work instead for rural capitalists or emigrated to the cities to provide surplus labor to capitalists or find subsumed and non-class positions there. Yet capitalists in the cities lost laborers to the village communes when wages and working conditions drove their employees to return to ancient class structures there. The success of capitalist class structures in manufacturing, both domestic and foreign, flooded relatively low-priced consumer goods into the countryside. They provoked problems for the ancient and remaining feudal class structures there whose outputs could not successfully compete with the capitalist commodities. Debts incurred by Russians occupying all class positions, undertaken in part to afford those commodities, added new burdens. The feudal class structures inside Russian households experienced increasing pressures and internal strains as their members attempted to negotiate the class structures and struggles outside. Drawn increasingly to part-time or full-time positions in non-feudal class structures outside, household members encountered new ways of working, new associations with others, and new ways of thinking. These problematized their acceptance of the inherited feudal structure of household life. To the influence of Western European ideas and customs in challenging the traditions of the Russian family and household from the outside, we would add the disruptive force of an increasingly unsustainable feudal class structure within it. As feudal class conflicts inside Russian households reacted back upon the class structures outside, survival required men and women to negotiate increasingly diverse and crisis-ridden multiple class positions. It is hardly surprising that extremes of optimism and pessimism, revolutionary energies and deep resignation, hopes and fears for the future arose and raged across the minds of most Russians. The demise of Russia's once prevalent centralized feudal class structure ushered in a very conflictual mix of decentralized ancient and feudal class structures and a rapidly growing and centralizing capitalist class structure. This mix confronted Russian society with class contradictions and struggles that were deeply destabilizing. Feudalism inside the household confronted the end of feudalism almost everywhere else. Adults had to find positions within or relating to profoundly new and/or transitional class structures. Their children had to cope with the economic, psychological, and other effects of the new fundamental, subsumed, and non-class positions found by the adult members of their households. How children, women, and men negotiated the complex, multiple, and contradictory class structures had much to do with how they understood and transformed society before and after the revolution. To this point, we have sought to offer a particular, Marxian class analytical alternative to other analysts' approaches to the half-century before the Soviet Revolution. We turn next to sketch some of the social consequences of the complex relation among class structures that we have identified. Our goal is to suggest how Russia's class structures help to influence those changes that were and were not achieved across the Soviet experience. No broad social experience of communist class structures existed to guide or orient Russians dissatisfied with the existing set of class structures, feudal, ancient, and capitalist. The virtually complete absence of a consciousness of class structures, in terms of surplus labor production and distribution, precluded any developed social awareness of the existence, let alone the social effects, of class in Russian society. Russians therefore identified those social problems they could recognize in non-class terms. They likewise developed solutions in non-class terms. Even those who used the word class in their social analyses or programs for social change did not mean class as a designation of systems of surplus labor production and distribution. Instead, for them, class referred chiefly to groupings defined by property, rich versus poor, or power, powerful versus powerless, or to combinations of both criteria. Not surprisingly, a basic transformation of the Russian class structures, in surplus labor terms, did not figure explicitly within the analyses, programs, or results of the 1917 revolution. Among the most aggravated contradictions in the decades before the revolution were those within and between the private capitalist and village ancient class structures. The emancipation had displaced, or at least demoted, the social prominence of the contradictions within the feudal class structure and between it and ancient peasant class structures. Their place was taken instead by the contradictions within and between capitalist and ancient class structures. Domestic and foreign private capitalist class structures grew very rapidly in industry and in urban areas, bringing capital and labor contradictions, tensions, and struggles into social prominence. At the same time, village ancient class structures confronted problems stemming from competition with both those capitalists outside and with the development of rural, agricultural capitalists inside the villages. Differentiation among ancients undermined village unity and society, dropped many into extreme and intolerable states of poverty while others accumulated wealth, and drove a growing number of former ancients into rural capitalist class structures instead. Rage, despair, emigration, envy, conflict, and violence grew. Leading analysts of otherwise divergent persuasions all recognize certain major dimensions of these conditions, although not in surplus terms. Witt stressed the importance of private capitalism in leading manufacturing industries. Stolypin and Lenin, although in different ways and for different reasons, stressed the transformation of ancient into capitalist class structures among the peasantry. Countless commentators devoted prose and fiction to the emerging contradictions, and especially to the suffering they entailed, among both urban and rural masses. Increasingly, major social events became crises in the minds of contemporary observers who linked them to an underlying social disintegration, disruptive divisions, and deepening conflicts. Anarchist movements, the Russo-Japanese War, the 1905 revolution, and defeats in the early years of World War I appeared to increasing numbers of Russians as awful signs of an impending general collapse of Russian society. The previous omnipotence widely accorded to the pinnacles of centralized feudalism, the Tsarist court, the church, and the great landowners, seemed to fade before the elemental force of change and collapse. Hitherto marginal social formations moved forward into the vacuum, thereby opened associations of industrial capitalists, increasingly centralized banking enterprises, and militant organizations of ancient farmers, on the one hand, and socialist industrial workers on the other. They glimpsed opportunities for social influence out of all proportion to their strengths because the confluence of changes was disorganizing all the existing patterns and networks of conservative social cohesion. Rural and urban capitalist class structures could not absorb the emigrants from village ancient class structures. Nor did they well manage the tensions between accumulating capitalists and impoverished proletarians. The village's ancient class structures faced the relentless erosion of their conditions of existence and mounting internal conflicts. Feudal alternatives outside households were fading and thus offered no resolution for the contradictions within and between capitalist and ancient class structures. Finally, the intensifying stresses among capitalist, ancient, and feudal class structures outside households reverberated inside them to place unbearable strains upon the traditional feudal class structures there. This cauldron of specific class contradictions and conflicts added its particular determinations to the explosions before 1917 as well as to the revolution itself. The Tsarist state apparatus found itself the focus of social contradictions that it understood poorly and could not control. The contradictions within and among class structures often surfaced as intense struggles over state policies. The different appropriating classes, capitalist, ancient, and feudal, sought conflicting policies in return for the subsumed class distributions they made to the state. Each wanted the state to stabilize, advance, or protect its beleaguered class positions regardless of how that might endanger other appropriating classes. Landlords used their special, traditional access to the Tsar to protect themselves in conflicts with both their ancient tenant farmers and their agricultural proletarians. Private industrial capitalists persuaded and bribed state functionaries for privileges, subsidies, purchases, and protection from foreign competition and from the demands of their workers. Large banks subsumed to these industrial capitalists wanted state guarantees of the credit they extended. The richer ancients and new village capitalists sought to use existing village government, and appeals to the central state apparatus as well, to secure their new, somewhat precarious, and deeply resented wealth and class positions from the poorer ancients and the landless agricultural proletarians. The middle and poorer village ancients used their numerical strength and aggregate wealth to press the state to support the continuation of their class structure as the proper basis for Russian social stability. Not only the appropriating and subsumed classes, but also the surplus-producing classes demanded state support. Urban and rural proletarians appealed to all levels of the state, also to the church and to intellectuals, to limit their exploitation and their impoverishment. Periodic uprisings, more than consideration of the taxes workers paid out of their wages, pressed the state to support and protect workers. Many Russians occupying subsumed and non-class positions threatened by social change and conflict also looked to the state for help. To manage these often conflicting demands, the Tsarist state needed to intrude upon and control daily life far more systematically than ever before. It therefore needed much more revenue. Trying to meet these needs, the state encountered massive, widespread resistance, increasingly articulated in terms of movements for liberation from Tsarist oppression. July 1973. Each of the contending classes struggled to provide the least state revenue while securing the most state aid and support. Depending on the rapidly shifting international and national conditions confronting the state, its likewise shifting policies ameliorated some class conflicts while aggravating others. World War I arrived and exploded the already boiling internal situation. The political and cultural unity needed for a protracted war and the financial resources to pay for it were not available to the state apparatus. Indeed, the effort to secure the resources only more totally undermined the state and the fragile social peace among contending classes. A transitional social conjuncture had been reached, in class as well as non-class terms. The 1917 crisis and its aftermath amounted to a revolutionary response to and partial resolution of the cumulative aggregation of Russia's unresolved contradictions. The vast majority of Russians did not conceptualize those contradictions in class terms. Thus they did not consciously direct their activities toward reconfiguring the existing structures of production and distribution of surplus labor. They aimed rather at altering other, non-class, economic, political, and cultural dimensions of their society. In so doing, however, they unavoidably also transformed the class structures. 21 Some structures were eliminated, some new ones were inaugurated, and all the rest were changed. The class changes occurred, so to speak, largely outside the consciousness of the revolution's protagonists and antagonists. In particular, the revolution's supporters and leaders were constrained all the more by that which they could not conceptualize. 22 The existing configuration of contradictory class structures proved resilient and deeply rooted. Not only did the ancient farms survive, but so did the feudal households with their feudal extensions onto farms. The capitalist class structures survived as well, both in private enterprises so long as they could function and in the Soviet state enterprises that replaced them. It was inside the Soviet state enterprises that the absence of a consciousness of class in terms of the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus made itself felt most clearly. The state enterprises reproduced the same basic structure of surplus production, appropriation, and distribution as had existed in the private capitalist enterprises before. Productive laborers delivered their product to a separate group of individuals, now state officials rather than private boards of directors. Those state officials returned to them the fruits of their necessary labor while keeping the surplus for distribution aimed at reproducing this state capitalist class structure. The changes actually achieved by the 1917 revolution were important. The goals and methods of surplus appropriating state officials differed from those of the previous, private appropriators of capitalist surpluses, hence, they distributed those surpluses differently. For example, more went directly to the Soviet state for all sorts of public welfare purposes, none went to the expropriated former private owners and bankers. In addition, workers took or were given rights and influences within the enterprises that Russia's private capitalism had always rigidly refused. But these changes, however historically momentous, did not constitute a class revolution. Instead, a state capitalism with strong welfare and workers' rights commitments replaced a private capitalism with the opposite commitments. In class terms, this was reform, not revolution. The absence of class consciousness, along with the euphoria over what had been achieved, enabled this change from one form of capitalism to another to be understood and celebrated instead as a revolutionary transition from capitalism to socialism. The transition to communism that remained in the policy debates after 1917 concerned how to complete the state ownership and control of production amid shifting circumstances, how to realize from each according to his ability and to each according to his need. Issues of how communism entailed altogether different structures of surplus labor production and distribution could not become significant for debates or policy determinations, in part because consciousness of class in such terms was and long had been almost totally absent. Diskin 1990. The Soviet revolutionaries defined socialism as a way station to communism not in terms of surplus labor but rather in terms chiefly of the distribution of power. They had reorganized the distribution of power over objects, property, and the distribution of power over people, political authority. Private gave way to state property. Private markets gave way to state planning. The political authority of czar, gentry, church, and the new, largely capitalist rich, gave way to the alliance of middle and poor peasants and workers organized and expressed by their vanguard agent, the Communist Party, and their workers' state. And they called these political changes a class revolution in which capitalism had been vanquished and eliminated. The Bolsheviks neither destroyed ancient, feudal, and capitalist class structures nor could they recognize their failure to do so. Instead, they imagined and proclaimed themselves victorious in erecting socialism and moving, however unevenly and slowly, toward communism. They convinced themselves, several generations of their people, and millions of others around the world, friends and enemies, to think likewise. As we seek to show, what this meant was 75 years of socialism built upon the foundation of what remained ancient, feudal, and capitalist class structures, but largely invisible as such. Chapter 6. Revolution, War, Communism, and the Aftermath. The USSR's first decade exhibits a contradictory but successful state capitalist development. In contrast, the Bolsheviks believed that they were establishing and developing a socialist society en route to communism. Actually, as we propose to show, having become the new Soviet state, the Bolsheviks installed a subset of themselves as the appropriators and distributors of the surplus produced by workers in Soviet industry. They did not do the same in agriculture. Their Soviet policies enabled a vast and growing mass of private ancient producers to prevail, although they were soon joined by limited numbers of small private capitalist farmers. Finally, Bolshevik plans to socialize housework, and thereby eliminate production inside individual households, were never realized. Hence the Soviet state did little to disturb the dominance of the feudal and ancient household class structures. We discuss the limited experiments with communist class structures inside a few household communes in Chapter 7. Our analysis of early Soviet history examines the USSR's different class structures: state capitalist in industry, private ancient and small capitalist in agriculture, and feudal and ancient inside households. It will specify their internal contradictions and how they simultaneously secured and undermined one another's conditions of existence. Soviet society exhibited a rapidly developing state capitalism, yet one fraught with particular class contradictions, tensions, and conflicts. These interacted with the non-class processes around them to build toward a social crisis and rupture as the decade of the 1920s closed. As argued earlier, the appropriators of surplus in Soviet industry were, from the beginning, state officials and not the collective of surplus-producing workers. While produced in many industrial enterprises, the surplus was appropriated centrally by a few top state officials. First called Vzenka, these Soviet state capitalists were soon renamed the Council of Ministers. The council distributed the industrial surplus to secure the specific politics, economy, and culture that would, they hoped, reproduce this state capitalist class structure. However, neither the production, nor the appropriation, nor the distribution of this state capitalist surplus proceeded smoothly. Difficulties, setbacks, and crises continually haunted them. Nothing better illustrates the complexities and evolution of Soviet state capitalist industry than its ever-changing relationship with the multiple class structures in agriculture. The chaotic movement of the industry/agriculture terms of trade, the ratio of the prices at which the two kinds of output exchanged, partly reflected the uneven development of the different class structures, even as it contributed to that unevenness. On balance, the chaotic terms of trade hastened state capitalist expansion at the expense of the USSR's other class structures. Within a few decades after 1917, state capitalism was hegemonic among the society's multiple class structures. Yet alongside that hegemony, and impressive economic development generally, major social discontent and turmoil arose. One aspect of the discontent runs as a theme through the analysis to follow: the exploitation of workers prevailed across the entire history of the USSR. When one kind of exploitative class structure was overthrown, another soon took its place, with the few exceptions noted below. The 1917 revolution displaced private capitalism in industry but established an enduring state capitalism there instead. In agriculture, the 1917 revolution virtually eliminated private capitalism and established instead a vast number of relatively small ancient farmers. However, almost immediately thereafter, the NEP reforms enabled exploitative capitalist farms to re-emerge. With the important exception of the communist class structures generated by collectivization in the late 1920s, exploitation was always a significant reality of Soviet agriculture too. Finally, Soviet households, long bastions of mostly feudal but also significant ancient class structures, retained these arrangements despite some very few, very limited attempts at communist class structures there in the 1920s. Soviet workers in the factories, on the farms, and at home did not free themselves from class exploitation at all these social sites. The USSR never achieved nor even approached the social hegemony of what Chapter 1 above defined as communist class structures. 1. Between 1917 and 1940, the Soviet state and the party established and expanded state capitalism as the only class structure of industrial enterprises. After 1917, industrial growth, usually measured in quantities of industrial outputs, quickly rose to the rank of top economic priority. Funds for this growth would not suffice if drawn only from the surpluses produced inside state capitalist industries. The latter had to be supplemented by net inflows of value from the ancient and capitalist class structures in agriculture. This chapter begins this history of the interaction among industrial expansion, multiple class structures in industry and agriculture, and the transfers of value from agriculture for industrial expansion. Changing the state and class structures. Our class analysis of events after 1917 begins with a consideration of the new Soviet state. We begin there because the state has been central to so many other understandings of the USSR. However, since we neither presume nor have found the Soviet state to have been the essential determinant of Soviet history, our discussion of the state will shift quickly from the state to classes as the dimension of that history needing attention. 2. In our approach, state activities were but one among many factors over determining the Soviet system. Nor do we conceive the state to be merely the instrument of one particular class, party, or group. We think that the state always exists in contradiction, shaped by conflicting and continually changing class and non-class influences that complexly constitute what it is and does. Resnick and Wolf 1987, ch. 5. No individual, such as Lenin, Stalin, Khrushchev, Brezhnev, or Gorbachev, no grouping of individuals, such as state bureaucrats, ministry or party officials, or factory and farm workers, nor any particular social structure, such as markets, planning, single-party politics, or multi-party politics, was the essential determinant of the Soviet state. Instead, all of them, and much else, combined to overdetermine the structure and functioning of the state across the history of the USSR. The state, much like any other side in society, whether an individual, a group, an institution, and so on, was caught in a web of contradictory influences from the other sides even as it also exerted such influences upon them. The flows of value linking the new Soviet state with other sites in Soviet society provide a useful entry point for the class analysis of post-1917 society. We first compare the Tsarist state's revenues and expenditures, its budget, with those of the new Soviet state after 1917. The means for this comparison will be a budget equation in class terms. We define each flow of value in terms of whether it is an appropriation or a distribution of surplus, fundamental or subsumed class flow, or whether it is neither, a non-class flow. 3. After we briefly explain each of the terms in this equation, we will use it to trace and analyze some major class changes accomplished first by the 1917 revolution and then by war communism. The left side of the equation below summarizes the total revenues collected by the Tsarist state from differing social sites. The right side indicates the state expenditures made to secure these revenues. Taken together, the two sides of this equation present the flows of revenues into and expenditures out of the Tsarist state in class terms, in short its budget. SVC SSCR CAF, NCR equals SSCP CX CAF, Y. The first revenue flow, SVC, existed because the state itself was one side of a capitalist class structure. Personifying the state before 1917, the Tsar occupied the capitalist fundamental class position of appropriating surplus value from productive laborers employed in state capitalist enterprises, for example, those producing vodka. To help reproduce this state revenue, capitalist subsumed class payments, SSCPC, were made out of the appropriated surplus value to secure an array of non-class processes necessary for this form of state capitalism to exist. Such subsumed class payments, distributions of appropriated surplus, included, for example, the salaries and budgets for the Tsarist state bureaucrats who functioned as managers of such state capitalist enterprises. For other subsumed class payments, components of SSCPC as well, included contributions to the church, to secure its legitimation of the Tsar's position, wages to security personnel, to protect the Tsar, fees to merchants, to buy state capitalist commodity outputs quickly and thereby convert their value back into money, wages and salaries to still other state bureaucratic officials, to produce and disseminate the laws and culture that compelled or persuaded laborers to perform surplus labor for the Tsar, and funds for the Tsar's luxury consumption, to display him regally and awesomely as the venerated father/protector/sovereign deserving respect, love, and the worker's surplus as well. 5. The Tsarist state's second revenue flow, the SSCRCAF, on the left side of the equation, refers to income it obtained in return for providing conditions of existence for surplus production elsewhere in society, at sites other than the Tsarist state itself. For example, the Tsar received tax revenues from and fees levied upon private capitalist enterprises, the SSCRC. The taxes and fees were portions of those enterprises' surpluses that they distributed to the Tsar. In return, the Tsarist state provided crucial conditions enabling such private capitalism. The Tsarist military and police apparatuses secured private capitalists from enemies both domestic and foreign. The Tsarist state designed and enforced tariff laws to protect private Russian capitalists from foreign competition, labor laws to prevent unionization, various regulations facilitating capital accumulation and investment, and so on. The Tsar promoted ideologies upholding the sanctity of private property, private enterprise, and market contracts. The state also made massive purchases of the commodities produced by private capitalists. All these state activities required expenditures of state funds, the XC term on the right side of the equation. The XC expenditures enabled the revenues SSCRC and vice versa. Another example further illustrates such links between the left and right sides of the equation. The Tsarist state extended massive credits to private capitalist enterprises in pre-1917 Russia and received relatively low interest payments from them. The credits comprised another part of the XC term on the right side of the equation, while the interest receipts are included in the SSCRC term on the left side. The Tsarist state also provided conditions of existence for non-capitalist class processes that existed at various sites in Russian society. It likewise received in return subsumed class payments from their individual surplus appropriators as taxes and fees, SSCRA to the Tsarist state. For its part, the state undertook, expended revenues for, legislation enabling such self-employment, road construction to enable the marketing of ancient produce, provision of water, police security, and so on. Such state expenditures to fund these conditions of existence of ancient enterprises appear as XA on the right side of the equation. 6. The Tsarist state obtained still other subsumed class distributions, SSCRF, from feudal class structures such as those inside many Russian households, Fred, Resnick, and Wolf 1994. Taxes and fees levied on households could be paid from the surpluses extracted by Russian husbands from their wives' household labors. 7. In return, the Tsarist state endorsed and enforced marriage laws and traditions crucial for the reproduction of the feudal class structures of Russian households. The costs of such state activities comprise the XF term on the right side of the equation. The last revenue item on the left side of the equation, NCR, represents non-class revenues. This residual category includes all state revenues derived neither from the state's appropriation of its own capitalist surplus nor from subsumed class distributions made to the state by private capitalist, ancient, or feudal appropriators. Taxes on wage earners, for example, who cannot pay such taxes out of any surplus since they appropriate none, comprise one kind of NCR. State expenditures to secure such non-class revenues are included in the white term on the right side of the equation. Examples include state provision of educational, housing, medical, or recreational facilities for wage earners. We may now deploy this state equation to analyze the class history of the revolution and its aftermath. In the decades before 1917, The Tsarist state favored chiefly private capitalist and secondarily ancient fundamental class processes in enterprises outside the state and also favored feudal class structures inside Russian households. On the one hand, this meant that state expenditures favored the XCAF term in the equation, providing conditions of existence to those class structures. It also meant that the state limited the taxes and fees it targeted at private capitalists, ancients, and heads of households. An imbalance in the state's budget arose out of this particular class bias. To offset it, the state operated a reverse imbalance in its non-class relation to individuals. It taxed them more than it expended on services for them. This effective class bias generated all sorts of problems for the state's budgets. The poverty of the mass of individuals in Tsarist Russia limited such non-class state revenues and provoked efforts to resist taxation. At the same time, the low levels of state expenditures on public services for individuals led to demands for more. The Tsarist state's class bias and popular resistance thereto sometimes yielded total state revenues that fell short of total intended expenditures. If the state responded by raising taxes and fees on privately appropriated surpluses, it risked provoking resistance from those surplus appropriators, usually the most organized and hence powerful groups in Tsarist Russia. To raise more non-class revenues from the desperately poor mass of individuals risked their uprisings and, more dangerous still, their potential organization. To cut state expenditures on any groups would raise parallel risks. Then too, bringing expenditures down to revenues might depress those revenues still further and prompt a disastrous spiral downward. Such dilemmas led the Tsarist state in its last decades to rely increasingly on another kind of non-class revenue, NCR, namely, state loans. These provided new revenue flows enabling the state to bridge the otherwise intractable gaps between its other expenditures and revenues. Lyashchenko 1949, 554-557. 8 state loans, of course, required state expenditures for interest payments on the equation's right side, included in the white term. For a while, the greater size of the loan's principal as against the annual interest charges solved the budget problems of the state's relation to the society's multiple class structures. Eventually, the Tsarist state's rising interest expenditures and limited further borrowing capacities added a new burden on the state budget in addition to the other demands placed on the state by the different class structures in Russian society. These diverse revenue and expenditure flows reveal a Tsarist state facing multiple and often contradictory claims. As the flows changed, the identity of the state shifted as the different class and non-class processes in Russian society overdetermined which persons, coalitions, and interests prevailed in complex struggles to shape that identity. Among the class contradictions engaged by the Tsarist state, one concerned the conflict between using state policy, including revenue and expenditure decisions, to promote state versus private capitalist enterprises. Another reflected the use of state policies to promote private capitalist versus private ancient class structures, especially in agriculture. Still another contradiction surfaced in struggles over the allocation of expenditures and revenue demands between capitalist and ancient class structures, on the one hand, and feudal households on the other. Since the growth or even the very survival of individuals, groups, and class structures were often at stake, the struggles to shape the state's activities and its very identity were intense. Of course, state policy struggles over class issues were not understood in class terms. Russia's economic development, military security, or national prestige functioned as the explicit goals of state policy. The socially dominant discourses raised the Tsarist state above all social divisions. It represented Russia as a whole. Thus the devotees of alternative class structures understood and fought their battles over the state's identities and policies through discourses that were systematically class-blind. Instead of class, the contested issues included the sanctity of marriage, the integrity of the Russian nation, and the salvation of Russian souls alongside military security, economic development, and national prestige. The combatants, with very few exceptions, missed the class dimensions of their conflicts because they lacked the surplus concepts at work in this book. Nor do we dispute that many non-class issues were genuine objects of struggle then, matters of religion, politics, and culture generally. We seek to add and make explicit the heretofore overlooked dimension of class, in the surplus sense, as part of the struggles over the state. Elaborating these class dimensions yields conclusions that are often both new and politically provocative. One such conclusion extends the view that the Tsarist state was less controlling than controlled by Russian society as a whole. The Tsarist state was deeply and problematically entwined in Russia's multiple, interacting class structures, both as an appropriator of surplus itself and also as subsumed to different class structures outside the state. Its contradictions emanated from the shifting class, as well as non-class, Processes of Russian society. Its policies changed and thereby often further agitated those contradictions. The Tsarist state was more caught up in an evolving social formation of contesting class structures than it was in control of them. We will make a similar argument below about the post-1917 Soviet state and the altered set of interacting class structures that it engaged. The 1917 revolution inaugurated a different set of connections between the new Soviet state and the different class and non-class structures of the new USSR. All the revenue and expenditure flows of the state changed as well. For example, the Bolshevik drive to abolish private capitalism meant that the state would make few or no expenditures, XC on the right side of the equation, to provide conditions of existence for private capitalists. Eliminating or sharply decreasing private capitalist industrial enterprises and farms also meant foregoing state revenues from them. That is, the SSCRC term on the left side of the equation shrank drastically. To take another example, we consider a slightly expanded, post-1917 version of our state equation as follows. SVC Co, SSCR Co AF, NCR equals SSCPC Co, X Co AF, Y. As noted, two of the former capitalist terms largely disappeared as a result of Bolshevik policies, namely SSCRC and XC. Given Bolshevik goals, four new communist value categories might have replaced them: two revenues, SVCO and SSCRCO, and two associated expenditures, SSCPCO and XCO. These terms represent the possible establishment of communist class-structured enterprises both within the state itself, entailing SVCO and SSCPCO, and outside the state, in the private sector, entailing SSCRCO and XCO. We may label the former state communism and the latter private communism, a locational differentiation parallel to that separating state and private capitalist enterprises. We may then ask whether, when, and how these four possible communist class terms became part of the new Soviet state equation. The new Soviet state took over the ownership and management of what had been private capitalist industrial enterprises. It changed their functioning in many ways. But it did not transform the way those enterprises organized the production, appropriation, and distribution of their surplus labor. The Soviet state, in the name of the working class, delegated state officials to replace both private individual capitalists and private corporate boards of directors. The personnel changed, no doubt a significant event, but the exploitative juxtaposition of producers vis-à-vis appropriators of surplus labor did not. We found very little evidence to support the existence of communist class structures within state enterprises, structures in which the productive laborers collectively appropriated and likewise distributed all the surplus they produced. Thus, no SVCO term entered the Soviet state equation, because no communist class-structured enterprises were developed or operated within the state. Correspondingly, no distributions of state communist enterprises' surpluses could occur to secure their existence, no SSCPCO. State communism might have but did not in fact occur in the USSR as a consequence of the 1917 revolution. We did find the evidence, discussed in chapters 7 and 9, of the limited but nonetheless significant establishment after 1917 of certain forms of communist class structures outside the state. These occurred at two different social sites, inside the communal household class structures encouraged by state policies until 1928, chapter 7, and inside many of the collective farms established in the late 1920s and early 1930s, chapter 9. The existence of some communistically class-structured households and collective farms means that private communism did appear in the USSR as a result of its revolution. The new history sketched in this and subsequent chapters includes an examination of these new sites of private communist class structure and their relationships with the state by focusing on the corresponding terms of the Soviet state equation, SSCRCO and XCO. Finally, certain other terms of the Russian state equation survived the 1917 revolution with little change. The Soviet state, like its Tsarist predecessor, appropriated surplus directly from productive laborers within state enterprises, but now there were many more of them. Since these were state capitalist enterprises, the SVC term remained in the equation after 1917, as did the distribution of state capitalist surpluses, SSCPC. The Soviet state also continued to obtain distributions of surplus from private ancient enterprises, especially the individual peasant farms whose numbers the revolution had vastly increased, and from the feudal surpluses appropriated inside Soviet households. These revenues were represented, before and after 1917, by the same term, SSCRIF. And they necessitated corresponding state expenditures as before, XIF. Beside these fundamental and subsumed class inflows, The Soviet state obtained additional revenues via the prices mandated by state planners for the commodity exchanges among enterprises and individuals. These additional revenues appeared as part of NCR and SSCR, and they too, as we shall see, required corresponding state expenditures. Neither the 1917 revolution nor Soviet state policies eliminated state capitalist, private ancient, and private feudal class structures from the USSR. While the Tsar was eliminated as the appropriating capitalist within state enterprises, the capitalist class structures within them were not. The latter remained and indeed grew dramatically after 1917. What replaced the Tsar as appropriating state capitalist was a collective of state officials eventually called the Soviet Council of Ministers. The council appropriated and distributed the surpluses produced by Soviet productive workers in state enterprises. The form of producing, appropriating, and distributing those surpluses remained decidedly capitalist. The new Soviet state capitalism interacted with continuing and pervasive private ancient, feudal, capitalist, and over the 1930s even communist class structures at different social sites. This new configuration of class structures entailed a new set of class contradictions over determining the state's policies and its identity as a Soviet institution. As we shall show, those class contradictions during war communism and then the NEP years contributed very significantly to shaping Soviet history. Organizing the new class structures. War communism became the name applied to the first phase of the Soviet economy. It fits the new Soviet state's drastic steps immediately after 1917 to defeat a foreign military invasion and to win a civil war. The state moved on many fronts: to nationalize the means of production used in industrial enterprises, to abolish or sharply curtail private markets, merchants, and the use of money, and to allocate directly industrial workers' labor power, other resources, and outputs. The Soviet state also began to centralize industrial production in newly established state enterprises, to foster an agricultural surplus and acquire it to finance rapid industrial development, and predecessor, appropriated surplus directly from productive laborers within state enterprises, but now there were many more of them. Since these were state capitalist enterprises, the SVC term remained in the equation after 1917, as did the distribution of state capitalist surpluses, SSCPC. The Soviet state also continued to obtain distributions of surplus from private ancient enterprises, especially the individual peasant farms whose numbers the revolution had vastly increased, and from the feudal surpluses appropriated inside Soviet households. These revenues were represented, before and after 1917, by the same term, SSCRIF. And they necessitated corresponding state expenditures as before, XIF. Beside these fundamental and subsumed class inflows, the Soviet state obtained additional revenues via the prices mandated by state planners for the commodity exchanges among enterprises and individuals. These additional revenues appeared as part of NCR and SSCR, and they too, as we shall see, required corresponding state expenditures. Neither the 1917 revolution nor Soviet state policies eliminated state capitalist, private ancient, and private feudal class structures from the USSR. While the Tsar was eliminated as the appropriating capitalist within state enterprises, the capitalist class structures within them were not. The latter remained and indeed grew dramatically after 1917. What replaced the Tsar as appropriating state capitalist was a collective of state officials eventually called the Soviet Council of Ministers. The council appropriated and distributed the surpluses produced by Soviet productive workers in state enterprises. The form of producing, appropriating, and distributing those surpluses remained decidedly capitalist. The new Soviet state capitalism interacted with continuing and pervasive private ancient, feudal, capitalist, and over the 1930s even communist class structures at different social sites. This new configuration of class structures entailed a new set of class contradictions over determining the state's policies and its identity as a Soviet institution. As we shall show, those class contradictions during war communism and then the NEP years contributed very significantly to shaping Soviet history. Organizing the new class structures. War communism became the name applied to the first phase of the Soviet economy. It fits the new Soviet state's drastic steps immediately after 1917 to defeat a foreign military invasion and to win a civil war. The state moved on many fronts: to nationalize the means of production used in industrial enterprises, to abolish or sharply curtail private markets, merchants, and the use of money, and to allocate directly industrial workers' labor power, other resources, and outputs. The Soviet state also began to centralize industrial production in newly established state enterprises, to foster an agricultural surplus and acquire it to finance rapid industrial development, and